Namaste. Om Sai Ram. Jai Mohanji. I welcome you all on behalf of the entire Mohanji UK family, live coming from Mohanji Center of Benevolence, Scotland. This is Shri Mohanji Acharya. Today is indeed a very special day. Not just Dasera or Vijayadasami. Today is also Shri Sai Baba's Maha Samadhi day. Since our Center of Benevolence in Scotland was inaugurated in June, we also inaugurated and did the Prana Pratishta of Shri Sai Baba. So we have a temple in our Center of Benevolence in Aberdeenshire. And today is the first Samadhi day of Baba that we will be celebrating from our temple. So we thought it is a great opportunity and privilege to bring you all to the entire global family, all the events all the activities that will happen at the Center of Benevolence at Baba's temple today. So we would begin, first of all, with all the Aratis that will happen, today in the temple. And which we will start in some time with Bhupali, Ganesha Arati, Mohanji's Arati, Guru's Arati, and then Baba's Kakkad Arati. And with that, we would also do today for online, everybody, we will have Baba's meditation, which will happen online. And following that, today we are doing the whole day Parayana of Shri Sai Satcharitra. So we would, everybody will read one chapter. This will be online. You will be listening to all the chapters as the readers keep reading the Sai Satcharitra. Whenever it is Arati time, we will stop the reading and we will all participate the Arati coming live from the temple. There are also many other events, activities that are lined up today, which we will tell you. I will let the temple team tell you all that in detail. So we will continue the Parayana and all the events till the night, till Shej Arati, that Baba goes to sleep. So this whole day of being with Baba, from the time that he wakes up till the time that he goes to bed, we will also celebrate exactly at the time when Baba had left his mortal body. So it's indeed a very golden opportunity and privilege to be here with Baba in Baba's consciousness. So we welcome all the global family to join us, be there with us continuously. This YouTube live will go on till we end at the night, 9:30 p.m. So be with us. So without further ado, we will begin today's event, first playing Bhupali, trying to wake up Baba. So join us in that. Om Sai Ram.
वंद्य सुरवरा समर धरा अरुणोदय झाला. उठिलव करी वनमाळी वनमाळी, उठिलव करी वनमाळी. उदया चढे मित्र आला घनश्याम सुंदरा. गण अवधे दुखे अरुणोदय होता चुडाल करावया पक्षी. प्रभात काल उठे कावडी तीर्थ पथ लखे. करुणी सडा समाजन गोपी कुंभ घेऊन उठे.
यमुना जळाती जाती मुकुंदा, यमुना जळाती जाती मुकुंदा. दध्योदन भक्षी घनश्याम सुंदरा श्रीधरा अरुणोदय झाला.
पिता तुम मेरे शरण पड़ू मैं किसकी. शरण पड़ू मैं किसकी. तुम बिन आर न दूजा, प्रभु बिन आर न दूजा. पूर्ण परमात्मा तुम अंतर्यामी। स्वामी तुम अंतर्यामी। पार ब्रह्म परमेश्वर, पार ब्रह्म परमेश्वर तुम सबके स्वामी। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। तुम करुणा के सागर तुम पालन करता। स्वामी तुम पालन करता। मैं मूरख फलदानी, मैं सेवक तुम स्वामी। कृपा करो बरता। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। स्वामी जय जगदीश हरे। भक्त जनों के संकट, भक्त जनों के संकट क्षण में दूर करे। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। विषय विकार मिटाओ, पाप हरो देवा।
स्वामी पाप हरो देवा।
श्रद्धा भक्ति बढ़ाओ,
श्रद्धा भक्ति बढ़ाओ।
संतन की सेवा। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। तन मन धन सब है तेरा।
स्वामी सब कुछ है तेरा।
स्वामी सब कुछ है तेरा। तेरा तुझको अर्पण, तेरा तुझको अर्पण क्या लागे मेरा। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। स्वामी जय जगदीश हरे। भक्त जनों के संकट, भक्त जनों के संकट क्षण में दूर करे। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। स्वामी जय जगदीश हरे। भक्त जनों के संकट, भक्त जनों के संकट क्षण में दूर करे। ओम जय जगदीश हरे।
So Ganesh Arati will happen in some time. Till that time, we can all chant Baba's mantra, Om Shri Sai Nathaya Namah. 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 Om Shri Sai Nathaya Namaha. 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 Om Shri Sai Nathaya Namah. 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 Ganesha Arati is going to start soon. Om Shri Ganesha Namah. Beautiful Ganesha. Om Shri Ganesha.
योगीराज परब्रह्मा श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु मोहन जी महाराज की जय।
श्री मोहन
की योगीराज परब्रह्मा श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु मोहन जी महाराज की जय।
Now soon Baba's Kakkad Arati will start.
सच्चिदानंद सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। जोडोनिया कर चरणी ठेविला माथा, परिसावी विनंती माझी पंढरीनाथा। असो नसो भाव आलो तुझी ठाया, कृपा दृष्टी पाहे मजकडे सद्गुरु राया। अखंडित सावे ऐसे वाटते पायी, सांडोनी संकोच ठाव थोडासा देई। तुका म्हणे देवा माझी वेडी वाकुडी, नामे भव पाश हाती आपुल्या तोडी। उठा पांडुरंगा प्रभात समयोपातला, वैष्णवांचा मेळा गरुड पारी दाटला। गरुड पारापासून महा द्वारापर्यंत, सुरवरांची मांदे उभे जोडोनी हात। शुक सनकादिक नारद तुंबर भक्तांच्या कोटी, त्रिशूल डमरू घेऊन उभा गिरिजेचा पती। कलियुगींचा भक्त नामा उभा कीर्तनी, पाठी मागे उभी डोळा लावनिया जनी। उठा उठा श्री साईनाथ गुरु चरण कमल दावा, आधी व्याधी भवताप वारुणी तारा जड जीवा। गेली तुम्हा सोडून या भव तमरजनी विलया, परिही अज्ञानाशी तुमचे भूलवियोग माया। शक्तीन आम्हा यत्किंचित हे तिजला साराया, तुम्हीच ते सारुनि दावा मुख जनताराया भो साईनाथ महाराज भवति मिरनाश करवे अज्ञानी अभी किती तव वर्णावे थोरवी ती वर्णिता भागले बहुवदनी शेष विधी कवी सकृप होनी महिमा तुमचा तुम्हीच वदवावा आधी व्याधी भवताप वारुणी तारा जड जीवा उठा उठा श्री साईनाथ गुरु चरण कमल दावा आधी व्याधी भवताप वारुणी तारा जड जीवा भक्त मनी सद्भाव धरोनी जे तुमानुसरले घ्यायास्तव ते दर्शन तुमचे द्वारी उभे ठेले ध्यानस्था तुम्हास पाहुनी मनामुचे धाले परित्वद वचनामृत प्राशायाते आतुर झाले उघडोनी नेत्र कमला दीनबंधो रमाकांता पाहि बा कृपा दृष्टी बालका जशी माता रंजवे मधुरवाणी हरिताप साईनाथा आम्हीच पुले कार्यास्तव तुझ कष्टवितो देवा सहन करशील ऐकुनी द्यावे भेट कृष्ण धावा उठा उठा श्री साईनाथ गुरु चरण कमल दावा आधी व्याधी भवताप वारुणी तारा जड जीवा उठा पांडुरंगाता दर्शन द्या सकळा झाला ऋणोदय सरली निद्रेची वेळा संत साधू मुनी अवघे झाले ते गोळा सोळाशे जे सुख आता बघू द्या मुख कमळा रंगमंडपी महाद्वारी झाली से दाटी मनवता वेळ रूप पहावया दृष्टी राही रखुमाबाई तुम्हा येऊ द्या दया शेजे हालवनी जागे करा देवराया गरुड हनुमंत उभे पाहती वाट स्वर्गीचे सुरवर घेऊनी आले बोभाट झाले मुक्त द्वार लाभ झाला रोकडा विष्णुदास नामा उभा घेऊनी काकडा घेऊनी पंचारती करू बाबांची आरती उठा उठा हो बांधव ओवाळू हार माधव करोनिया स्थिर मन पाहु गंभीर हे ध्यान कृष्णनाथा दत्त साई जडो चित्त तुझे पायी काकड आरती करीतो साईनाथ देवा चिन्मय रूप दाखवी घेऊनी बालकलगु सेवा काम क्रोध मद मत्सर आटुनी काकडा केला वैराग्याचे तूप घालुनी मी तो भिजविला साईनाथ गुरु भक्ती ज्वलने तोमी पेटविला तदरुत्ते जाळुनी गुरुने प्रकाश पाडिला द्वैत तमानासुनी मिळवी तत्स्वरूपी जीवा चिन्मय रूप दाखवी घेऊनी बालक लघु सेवा काकड आरती करीतो साईनाथ देवा चिन्मय रूप दाखवी घेऊनी बालक लघु सेवा भूखे चरव्या पुनी अवघे हृत्कमली राहशी तोची दत्त देव शिरडी राहुनी पावसी राहुन येथे अन्यस्त्रहितो भक्तास्तव धावसी निरसुनिया संकटादासा अनुभव दाविसे न कळे त्वल्लेला हे कोण्या देवा वा मानवा चिन्मय रूप दाखवी घेऊनी बालक लघु सेवा काकड आरती करीतो साईनाथ देवा चिन्मय रूप दाखवी घेऊनी बालक लघु सेवा त्वद्देश दुंदुभिने सारे अंबर हे कोंदले सगुण मूर्ती पाहण्यातुर जन शिरडी आले प्राशुनी त्वद्वचनामृत मुचे देहभान हरपले सोडुनिया दुराभिमान मानस त्वच्चरणी वाहिले कृपा करोनी साई माऊले दास पदरी घ्यावा चिन्मय रूप दाखवी घेऊनी बालक लघु सेवा काकड आरती करीतो साईनाथ देवा चिन्मय रूप दाखवी घेऊनी बालक लघु सेवा भक्तीची पोटी बोध काकडा ज्योती पंच प्राण जीवे भावे ओवाळू आरती ओवाळू आरती माझ्या पंढरीनाथा माझ्या साईनाथा दोन्ही कर जोडून चरणी ठेविला माथा काय महिमा वर्णू आता सांगणे किती कोटी ब्रह्म हत्या मुख पाहता जाती राही रखुमाबाई उभ्या दोघे दोबाही मयूर पिच्छचा मरे ढाळीते ठाईंचे ठाई तुका म्हणे दीप घेऊनी उन्मनीत शोभा विटेवरी उभा दिसे लावण्य गाभा उठा साधू संत साधा आपुलाले हित जाईल जाईल हा नरदेह मग कैचा भगवंत उठोनिया पहाटे बाबा उभा सेविटे चरणतयांचे गोमटे अमृत दृष्टी अवलोका उठा उठा हो वेगेशी चला जाऊया रावळाशी जळतील पातकांच्या राशी काकड आरती देखील या जागे करा रुक्मिणीवरा देवा हे निज सुरात वेगे लिंबलोण करा दृष्ट होईल तयासी दारी वाजंत्री वाजती ढोल दमामे गर्जती होतसे काकड आरती माझ्या सद्गुरुरायाची सिंहनाद शंख भेरी आनंद होतसे महाद्वारे केशवराज विटेवरी नामाचरण वंदितो साईनाथ गुरु माझे आई मजला ठाव द्यावा पायी दत्तराज गुरु माझे आई मजला ठाव द्यावा पायी साईनाथ गुरु माझे आई मजला ठाव द्यावा पायी श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय प्रभात समयी नभा शुभरवी प्रभा फाकली स्मरे गुरु सदा अशा समयी त्या छळे नाकली म्हणून कर जोडुनी करवता गुरु प्रार्थना समर्थ गुरु साईनाथ पुरवी मनोवासना तमानिरसी भानु हा गुरु हि नासी अज्ञानता परंतु गुरुचे करे नरवी कधी साम्यता पुन्हा तिमिर जन्म घे गुरु कृपेनी अज्ञानना समर्थ गुरु साईनाथ पुरवी मनोवासना रवी प्रगट होऊनी त्वरित घालवी आलसा तसा गुरु हि सोडवी सकल दुष्कृते लालसा हरोणी अभिमान हि जडवी त्वत्पदी भावना समर्थ गुरु साईनाथ पुरवी मनोवासना गुरुषि उपमा दिसे विधी हरिहरांची उणी कुठोनी मग येती कवनिया उगी पाहुनी तुझीच उपमा तुला बरवी शोभते सज्जना समर्थ गुरु साईनाथ पुरवी मनोवासना समाधी उतरोनिया गुरु चला मशिदीकडे त्वदीय वचनोक्ती ती मधुर वारिती साकडे अजात रिपु सद्गुरो अखिल पातका भंजना समर्थ गुरु साईनाथ पुरवी मनोवासना आहासु समयासी या गुरु ठोनिया बैसले विलोकुनि पदाश्रिता त्वदीय आपदे नासिले असा सुहितकारिया जगति कोणीही अन्यना समर्थ गुरु साईनाथ पुरवी मनोवासना असे बहुत शहाणा परिण जा गुरुचे कृपा न तस्वहित त्या कळे करीतसे रिकाम्या गपा जरी गुरुपदाधरी सुदृढ भक्तीने तो मना समर्थ गुरु साईनाथ पुरवी मनोवासना गुरो विनती मी करी हृदय मंदिरी या बसा समस्त जग हे गुरु स्वरूपची ठसो मानसा घडो सतत सत्कृती मती दे जगत पावना समर्थ गुरु साईनाथ पुरवी मनोवासना प्रेमी अष्टकाशी पढुनी गुरुवरा प्रार्थिती जे प्रभाती त्यांचे चित्ताशी देतो अखिल हरुनिया भ्रांती मी नित्य शांती ऐसे हे साईनाथे कथुनी सुचविले जेविया बालकासी तेवी त्या कृष्ण पायी नमुनी सविनये अर्पितो अष्टकाशी श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। साई रहम नजर करना बच्चों का पालन करना साई रहम नजर करना बच्चों का पालन करना जाना तुमने जगत पसारा पालन करना, साई रहम नजर करना, बच्चों का पालन करना। मैं अंधा हूँ बंदा आपका, मुझसे प्रभु दिखलाना। मैं अंधा हूँ बंदा आपका, मुझको प्रभु दिखलाना। साई रहम नजर करना, बच्चों का पालन करना। साई रहम नजर करना, बच्चों का पालन करना। दास गणों कहे अब क्या बोलो, थक गई मेरी रसना। दास गणों कहे अब क्या बोलो, थक गई मेरी रसना। साई रहम नजर करना, बच्चों का पालन करना। साई रहम नजर करना, बच्चों का पालन करना। रहम नजर करो अब मोरे साई, तुम बिना नहीं मुझे माँ बाप भाई। रहम नजर करो मैं अंधा हूँ बंदा तुम्हारा। मैं अंधा हूँ बंदा तुम्हारा। मैं ना जानूं, मैं ना जानूं, मैं ना जानूं। अल्लाह इलाही रहम नजर करो, रहम नजर करो अब मोरे साई। तुम बिना नहीं मुझे माँ बाप भाई। रहम नजर करो खाली ज़माना मैंने गवाया। खाली ज़माना मैंने गवाया। साथी आखिरकार, साथी आखिरकार, साथी आखिरकार किया न कोई। रहम नजर करो, रहम नजर करो अब मोरे साई। तुम बिना नहीं मुझे माँ बाप भाई। रहम नजर करो अपने मस्जिद का झाड़ू गणू है। अपने मस्जिद का झाड़ू गणू है। मालिक हमारे, मालिक हमारे, मालिक हमारे तुम बाबा साई। रहम नजर करो, रहम नजर करो अब मोरे साई। तुम बिना नहीं मुझे माँ बाप भाई। रहम नजर करो तुझ काय देव सावया मिखाया तरी हो। तुझ काय देव सद्गुरु मिखाया तरी। मी दुबळी बटीक नाम्याची जाण श्रीहरी। मी दुबळी बटीक नाम्याची जाण श्रीहरी। उच्चिष्ट तुला देणे ही गोष्ट ना बरी हो। उच्चिष्ट तुला देणे ही गोष्ट ना बरी। तू जगन्नाथ तुझ देव कशी भाकरी। तू जगन्नाथ तुझ देव कशी भाकरी। नकुवंत मदीय पाहू सख्या भगवंता। श्रीकांता माध्यान रात्र उलटून गेली आता चित्ता। जाहूय तुझा काकडा की रावळांतरी हो। जाहूय तुझा काकडा की रावळांतरी। आणती अनतील भक्त नैवेद्य ही नाना परी अनतील भक्त नैवेद्य ही नाना परी तुझ काय देव सावळ्या मी खाया तरी हो तुझ काय देव सद्गुरु मी खाया तरी मी दुबळी बटिक नाम्याची जाण श्रीहरी मी दुबळी बटिक नाम्याची जाण श्रीहरी श्री सद्गुरु बाबा साई हो श्री सद्गुरु बाबा साई तुझ वाचून आश्रय नाही भूतली तुझ वाचून आश्रय नाही भूतली मी पापी पतित धीमंद हो मी पापी पतित धीमंद तारणे मला गुरुनाथा झडकरी तारणे मला साईनाथा झडकरी तू शांती क्षमेचा मेरू हो तू शांती क्षमेचा मेरू तुम्ही भवार्णवेचे तारू गुरुवरा तुम्ही भवार्णवेचे तारू गुरुवरा गुरुवरा मजशी पावरा आता उद्धरा त्वरित लवलाहे मी बुडतो भवभय डोही उद्धरा मी बुडतो भवभय डोही उद्धरा श्री सद्गुरु बाबा साई हो श्री सद्गुरु बाबा साई तुझ वाचून आश्रय नाही भूतली तुझ वाचून आश्रय नाही भूतली श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय
Thank you, Jack Maharaj, for this beautiful Arati. We are also blessed to be part of this Arati to Baba this morning, Kakkad Arati. Beautiful. Chris, can you hear me if you're there? Christopher from our MCB team there would like to then tell us about the whole day, what's happening from MCB temple. Welcome, Chris. You have to unmute, I think. Yeah.
Welcome everybody. Good morning from the Manji Centre for Netherlands here in Scotland. Just near Hunting. Thank you for the introduction, Sebastian. We have quite a packed day today here at the temple and centre. And this morning, how we'll begin is we'll be taking, we have a small idol of Sai, but we'll be taking him on procession around the ground. So we have 14 acres of beautiful sculptures. We have a few specific spots where we'll stop with Baba. One of them is just behind the temple there, where we actually just have a wish for the tree. We'll circle around the ground to a prayer, animal. Before coming back here, doing Abhishek at 11 a.m. So procession will start at 10 a.m. Abhishek at 11, and then the usual Arati at 12. And then at 1:30 we have a special moment, which is called plus 6 p.m. Arati, 9 p.m. Arati. And in between, so that's what we have in store. Stay watching on YouTube, and there'll be a camera that's doing the activity or filming it.
Okay, I think we struggled to hear a little bit. If you couldn't hear, I'll just repeat what he said. Can you hear me well, Shama? Yeah.
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Okay, Chris, we couldn't hear you properly, so I'll just quickly repeat what you said.
Is it better if I speak?
Yes, please. Yeah, we can hear you now. Please, can you just...
Okay, so then you won't have my face, which is fortunate for you all, but you'll get to just hear the schedule of activities for today. So beginning this morning here, we have a good action-packed set of activities here really at the temple, the Sai Baba temple in Huntly, Mohanji Centre of Benevolence in Scotland. We'll begin here with activity at 10 a.m. UK time. This is a procession of the small Baba around the temple grounds. We have 14 acres here, and we'll be taking them around and stopping off at the various sites which we have here in the center. One of them is where Sai Baba actually physically appeared and received food from a devotee. Another one is the wish-fulfilling tree finally circling around the grounds to come to the Shiva Linga and Dattatreya. So there'll be arati done there. We'll bring Baba back in to the temple, the main temple, for just before 11. And then this is when we'll have the main Abhishekam to Sai Baba, followed by Arati at 12. We'll break for Prasad here. And then at 1:30, there'll be a Homa taking place to Baba. So that'll also be available to be taking part on the camera. And then following that later, we have obviously the 6 p.m. and the 9 p.m. Arati. So do join, keep watching this live, and Subhashri, Rishila, and Swati, and Swaraj, and everyone there, Jumri on the team, they'll be continuing with a reading of the Sai Satcharitra and intermittently sharing the Arati and our activities here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you. So many important things happening at, and as you just said, just before they takes Baba out for procession at 10 o'clock UK time, which is 2:30 p.m. India time, and that is the time when Baba had taken the Samadhi. So at that point of time, we would just connect to Baba and before the procession starts. So this will all come live from the temple, as you can see just now also. In the meantime, right now, the online, what we would start is, we would start with Sai Baba meditation. So while you have Baba in front of us, you will go into the meditation, the beautiful, powerful meditation that Mohanji has given. And Rashila Didi will lead you on the Sai Baba meditation. And after that, around 7:30 a.m. UK time, we would start the Shri Sai Satcharitra Parayana. Each one of us would read one chapter each, as Baba has allocated each chapter to each reader. So we will start reading continuously, non-stop. While you have Baba still in front of you, you will also hear the reading of Sai Satcharitra. So wherever you are, stay tuned, listen to Baba Sai Satcharitra, and be in Baba's consciousness. So whenever the activity is happening in temple, especially for the Arati, we will stop the reading and we will all participate in the Arati. So we will pause reading that time, but everything else will keep on going in the background. You will see the video, but you will keep listening to Baba's Arati. So we will stop we'll pause the reading at 12 noon Arati, and then again at the 6 p.m. Arati, Sandhya Arati also, we will stop the reading and we will take part in the Arati. Then continue reading. We hope to finish the reading just before Shej Arati at 9 p.m. And after reading completes, we of our Satcharitra Baba from live from temple will participate, and then Baba goes to sleep. We would complete the event with some experience sharing and notes of thank you, and then we will complete the event. So that's the whole day today from now till 9:30 p.m. So stay tuned wherever you are, be in Baba's consciousness, sit with listening to Baba's Satcharitra, and be in Baba's consciousness. So now I would like to welcome Rashila Didi to briefly talk about the Sai Baba meditation, and we will play the meditation as well.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Welcome to our special program. I welcome you all to this beautiful meditation. This meditation, you will hear the words of Mohanji, and it's been given to Mohanji by Baba. So if you sit comfortably, we'll start the preparation. If you close your eyes, your spine erect, then take a few deep breaths in. Take a few deep breaths in, and as you release, let all the tension go. Anything that you've accumulated that doesn't serve you, let it go. And we'll start with 3 Oms and Mohanji Gayatri. Om. Om. Om Parabrahmane Vidmahe Shiva Tattvaya Dhimahi Tanno Mohana Prachodaya. Om Parabrahmane Vidmahe Shiva Tattvaya Dhimahi Tanno Mohana Prachodaya. Om Parabrahmane Vidmahe Shiva Tattvaya Dhimahi Tanno Mohana Prachodaya. And now play the meditation. Jai Baba, Jai Mohanji.
Om Shri Sai Nathaya Namaha. Om Shri Sai Nathaya Namaha. Keep a picture of Shirdi Sai Baba, preferably the picture from the inside of the Samadhi temple, in front of you at a comfortable distance. Look at the picture for a minute and fill your mind with it. Om Shri Sai Nathaya Namaha. Om Shri Sai Nathaya Namaha. Om Shri Sai sit in front of it comfortably. If you have problem in sitting, lie down on your back. Close your eyes and see the image of the Samadhi and the idol of Sai Baba in your mind. Keep your eyes closed through the entire meditation. Now breathe deeply. Breathe in to the count of 4 and breathe out to the count of 8. Breathe consciously. Let your mind be completely present with your breath. If mind wanders, come back and start again. Gently feel your whole body from head to toes in your mind. Feel through your head, face, neck, shoulders, arms, palms, fingers, chest, heart, lungs, stomach, organs of stomach, hips, genitals, thighs, knees, calf muscles, ankles, feet, and toes. Feel every muscle and every nerve is totally relaxed. You have no stress. Om Shri Sai Namaha. 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 Feel that you are totally occupied in the beautiful, loving energy of Sai Baba. You are safe, well protected, very safe in his arms. Om Shri Sai Namaha. Om Shri Sai Namaha. Om Shri. Now, gently come to the center of your chest, the Anahata area. See and feel the Samadhi place of Sai Baba placed perfectly inside your chest. The entire Sai Baba Samadhi place is inside your heart center, the center of your chest. Feel it there. Feel more. Feel the entire Sai Baba Samadhi place inside you. See yourself standing there, looking at the beautiful idol of Sai Baba. You are seeing yourself in front of the Samadhi, deep in surrender to Sai Baba. There is nobody else there. It is just you and Sai Baba. Sai Baba idol is looking at you. You are looking at the idol. You are remembering Baba's golden words. You look at me, I look at you. You are looking at each other, deeply connected in the warmth of divine love. See Baba. Feel Baba. You are bowing down or prostrating to Baba many times in your mind. You are seeing yourself prostrating at Baba's Samadhi many times, kissing the ground as Baba's feet until you are deeply satisfied. You are offering yourself as dakshina to Sai Baba. You are a precious child of Baba. There is nothing more precious in your hands to offer to Baba than yourself. Now you are hearing the sound of many people coming into the temple. You can see them, you can feel them. The priests are preparing for the Arati. You are still standing in front of Sai Baba. You are really special to Baba. You are allowed to stand there. The priests and others do not disturb you. The priests, along with you, offer Baba delicious food, water, pan, and Baba is extremely happy and pleased. Fragrance of incense sticks and lamps are offered to Baba, the dhoop and the deep. The Arati starts. People are using fans made of peacock feathers to give soothing, cool breeze to Baba. Everything is so beautiful. Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Shri Satchidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Arati Sai Baba Saukhyadatar Jiva Charana Rajatali Dyavadasa Visava Bhakta Visava Arati Sai Baba Jaluniyananga Swaswarupi Rahedanga Mumoksha Janadavi Nija Dora Sri Ranga Dora Sri Ranga Arati Sai Baba Jayamani Jaisa Bhava दया तैसा अनुभव दाविसी दया घना ऐसे तुझे माव आरती साई बाबा तुमचे नाम ध्याता हरे संस्कृती व्यथा अगाध तव करणी मार्ग दाविसी अनाथा आरती साई बाबा कलियुगी अवतार सगुण परब्रह्म साचार अवतीर्ण झालासे स्वामी दत्त दिगंबर आरती साई बाबा 8 दिवसा गुरुवारी भक्त करीती वारी प्रभुपद पावया भव भय निवारी आरती साई बाबा माझा निज द्रव्य ठेवा तव चरण रज सेवा मागणीची आता तुम्हा देवाधिदेवा आरती साई बाबा इच्छित दीन जातक निर्मल तुझ निज सुख पाजावे माधवाया सांभाळ आपुली भाक आरती साई बाबा सौख्य दातार जीवा चरण रजतली द्यावा दासा विसावा भक्ता विसावा आरती साई बाबा शिर्डी माझे पंढरपूर साई बाबा मावर साई बाबा शुद्ध भक्ती चंद्रभागा भाव पुंडलिक जागा भाव पुंडलिक जागा याहो अवघे जन करू बाबासी वंदन साईसी वंदन करू बाबासी वंदन गणू म्हणे बाबा साई धाव पाव माझे आई धाव पाव माझे आई श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय।
As you get immersed in the Arati of Sai Baba, you feel your heart expanding completely beyond dimensions. You are in ecstatic state. You are feeling Sai Baba Arati is filling you up with deep love and is removing all kinds of negative feelings, including feeling of injustice, enmities, anxieties, worries, pains, disappointments, sickness, bad thoughts, anger, hatred, jealousy, lust, greed, selfishness, revenge, and all kinds of ownerships completely. It fills you up with deep contentment, fulfillment, satisfaction, surrender, the 9 aspects of bhakti or devotion, deep faith, joy, happiness, peace, unconditional love, as well as Shraddha, devotion, and patience, Saburi. Miraculous healing is happening inside you. You are being healed of all pains of life. Deep acceptance of your life happens inside you. You are feeling the darkness, unhappiness of all kinds leaving you. And you are filled with beautiful, loving, energetic, protective, white light of Sai Baba. You are deeply at peace. Continue to keep your eyes closed. You are still looking at Sai Baba inside the Samadhi Mandir of your heart center. You are promising to Baba, I shall always love you. I shall look at all those who come in my life as you. All my relatives and friends are you. I do not have anyone in my life apart from you. I shall love and respect all those who come into my life as you, Baba. I shall not hate anybody. I shall not judge, criticize, condemn, or gossip. I shall never be affected by how others treat me. I shall treat everyone with love, kindness, and compassion. I shall surrender all my happiness and all my sorrows as flowers at your feet always. I shall never leave my dharma or my duty towards all. I shall always practice Shraddha and Saburi my whole life. As you say this, Sai Baba is looking at you with a smile and blesses you with both hands. Your heart is overflowing with gratitude. You say, Baba, you give eyes to the blind, make the deaf hear, you make the lame walk. Our fate is changed at your feet. New destiny is created at your doorstep. Live in my heart always and make this body your temple and this mind your vehicle. I do not exist, only you exist. त्वमेव माता च पिता त्वमेव त्वमेव बन्धुश्च सखा त्वमेव त्वमेव विद्या द्रविणं त्वमेव त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव देव त्वमेव माता च पिता त्वमेव त्वमेव बन्धुश्च सखा त्वमेव त्वमेव विद्या द्रविणं त्वमेव त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव देव त्वमेव माता च पिता त्वमेव त्वमेव बन्धुश्च सखा त्वमेव त्वमेव विद्या द्रविणं त्वमेव त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव देव त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव देव त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव देव. You are my mother. You are my father. You are my true relative. You are my true friend. You are my knowledge. You are my wealth. You are everything, oh my Lord. You are everything to me. You are feeling the deep love of Baba again, filling every cell of your body and then mind completely. You look into the eyes of Baba and say, "Thank you, Baba, for all that you have given me. My health, my conditions, wealth, happiness, and all things that I experienced in this life. Thank you for all the things that you took away from me too, including the sorrows, the betrayals by the most trusted people that hurt me so badly, and the numerous disappointments that came in my life. I know very well that it was to strengthen me and guide me through important lessons of life. It brought me closer to you. You are a great teacher. How many times did you leave my hands? I am immensely grateful. You made me face tough situations to strengthen me. You gave me good times to show me you love me. I accept everything. I accept you without conditions. I love you. Now Sai Baba is getting up and coming towards you. He looks intently into your eyes for a few seconds and applies sacred Uti on your entire forehead throat, chest, stomach, and arms. And hugs you wholeheartedly. You have melted completely into the caring arms of Sai Baba. He whispers in your ear, "You are my responsibility. Do not worry anymore. I brought you to me. I shall take care of you." In your mind, you start chanting, Om Shri Sai Nathaya Namaha, repeatedly in ecstasy. Om Shri Sai Nathaya Namaha. Om Shri Sai Nathaya Namaha. Feel his embrace and chant this with deep gratitude. Om Shri Sai Nathaya Namaha. Om Shri Sai Nathaya Namaha. Om Shri Sai Nathaya Namaha. Feel being one with Sai Baba energy. Om Shri Sai Nathaya Namaha. Om Shri Sai Nathaya Namaha. Feel the oneness with Sai Baba. Om Shri Sai Nathaya Namaha. Om Shri Sai Nathaya Namaha. He says, "Look around you. Do you see hundreds of people, men, women, and children? They are all me. Everything is me. You are also me. I am everyone, everything. I am here. I am everywhere." Always look at the world around you as Sai Baba. Now, along with the Samadhi place, even Dwarka Mai is inside you. You can see and feel the sacred dhuni too. The fire of dhuni is so soothing, comforting, purifying, protecting, and not hot and burning. You can feel people climbing the steps of Dwarakamai and going with their hearts contented. Sai Baba has opened the entire Shri temple inside you. He has installed himself in your heart center. Sai Baba is completely inside you, and everything outside you is also Sai Baba. Sai Baba returns back to his place, leaving you totally drenched in gratitude, bliss, love, and a deeply expanded state. You shall never be affected by anything around you. You are completely protected. You have Sai Baba temple inside your heart center, which nobody can touch. You can go there anytime you want. You are safe in the embrace of Baba. You cannot hate anyone. You will share whatever you have in abundance with those who do not have it, as gratitude, honor, and respect to Sai Baba. Sai Baba has given you something in abundance. It could be time, money, knowledge, skill, love. Whatever you have in abundance, you will share it with those who do not have it, keeping what you need for yourself. You only see Sai Baba in all who come to you. All are Sai Baba. The people, the birds, the animals, everything is Sai Baba. You shall never harm or hurt anyone through thoughts, words, or actions. You shall live a life of respecting yourself as Baba's child, and also respecting others as Baba's children. Baba lives, loves, and works through all beings. You will never cheat, steal from, or betray anyone. In the name of Baba, you will forgive and forget all those who cheated you, betrayed you, or did any injustice to you. Baba will give everyone what they deserve. You shall keep your mind clean and beautiful because Sai Baba lives inside you. Like this, you will spend time with Shri Sai Baba temple inside you every day as a regular practice, and maintain your purity and live your life as per Baba's teachings. In this state, start breathing 4 count in and 8 count out, and start feeling your body again. Om Shri Sai Baba. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Now, rub your palms together. Give that energy to your face and your entire body 3 times. Shri Sai Om Shri Sai Namaha. Om Shri Sai Namaha. With a heart full of gratitude and love, gently open your eyes and look at Sai Baba. Prostrate at his feet as many times as per your capacity. Shri Satchidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Om Shri Sai Namaha. 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 Om Shri Sai Namaha.
I would like to finish with Samasta Loka 3 times. Om Samasta Loka Sukhino Bhavantu. Samasta Loka Sukhino Bhavantu. Samasta Loka Sukhino Bhavantu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. May all the beings in all the worlds be happy and at peace. Jai Baba, Jai Baba, Jai Mohanji. We had a beautiful Arati, started with beautiful Arati and beautiful meditation of Baba. And this day is so special to us and special in a way that Baba gave us his teachings. He left the Sai Satcharitra for us to connect with him. It is not a holy book, it is more than that. Baba himself wrote the words through Hematband. Each and every word is a direct order from Baba to all of us. And we are so blessed today to read the Sai Satcharitra. Thank you, Baba. You are so gracious. You are so kind and so compassionate. You hear us whenever we call you. But before I start the first chapter, I wanted to share with you Baba's 11 vachans, 11 promises or assurances. And the first promise he said was, whoever puts his feet on Shri's soil, his sufferings will come to an end. The second assurance he gave was, the wretched and the miserable would rise to plenty of joy and happiness. The third vachan he gave is, I shall be ever active and vigorous even after leaving this earthly body. And the fourth vachan, my tomb shall bless and speak to the needs of the devotees. The fifth promise, I shall be active and vigorous even from my tomb. Number 6, my mortals remain would speak from the tomb. Number 7, the seventh vachan, I am ever living to help and guide all who come to me and who surrender to me and who seek refuge in me. And the 8th vachan, if you look to me, I look to you. The ninth vachan, if you cast your burden on me, I shall surely bear it. The 10th vachan, if you seek my advice and help, it will be given at once. And number 11, the 11th and final vachan is, there shall be no want in the house of my devotee. This is so powerful promises that Baba gave to us, and it is still very, very powerful and poignant to me especially, because I know when I read the Sai Charitra, when I pick up the book, it's not the book, it's actually Baba speaking to me. And when he gave the words that from the tomb my bones shall speak, it's so true. Baba is here with us. Thank you, Baba. Thank you for bringing us to your path. Thank you, Baba. I will now start with the first chapter. You can follow me if you like, or if you wish to listen, you can do. And just connect to Baba and feel his presence with us. Chapter 1, Jai Baba, Jai Mohanji, I begin. Chapter 1, according to the ancient and reverent custom, Hematband begins the work, the Sai Satcharitra, with various salutations. First, he bows and prays to God Ganesha to remove all obstacles and make the work a success, and says that Shri Sai is the God Ganesha. To the goddess Saraswati, to inspire him to write the work, and says that Shri Sai is one with this goddess and that he is himself singing his own life. to the gods Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, the creator, preserving, and destroying deities respectively, and says that Sai Nath is one with them, and Sai, as the great teacher, will carry us across the river of worldly existence. To his tutoring deity Narayan Adinath, who manifested himself in Konkan, the land reclaimed by the Lord Rama from the sea, and to the Adi Purusha, the original male ancestor of the family. Then to Bharadvaj Muni, into whose clan he was born, and also to various saints, Bhagyavalaka, Brigu, Prashana, Narad, Vedeshya, Sanakan, Sanak, Sandana, Sanat Kumar, Shuka, Shonak, Vishwamitra, Vasista, Valmiki, Vamadeva, Jamani, Vishwanaya, Nava Yogendra, and also to modern saints such as Nivritti, Gyanadev, Sopan, Muktabai, Janardhan, Eknath, Namdev, Tukaram, Kanha, and Narahari. To his grandfather Sada Shiva, his father Raghunath, his mother who passed away in his infancy, to his paternal aunt who raised him, and to his loving elder brother. Then to the readers, and praise to them to give their whole and undivided attention to his work. And lastly, to his Guru Shri Sai Nath, an incarnation of Shri Dattatreya, who is the sole refuge and who will make him realize that Brahman is the reality and the world an illusion. After describing briefly the various modes of devotion according to the Parasha, Vyasa, and Sandaliya, the author goes on to relate the following story. It was one morning, sometime after 1910, when I went to the masjid in Shri to receive Sai Baba's darshan. I was wonderstruck to see the following phenomenon. After washing his mouth, that is Baba, after washing his mouth and face, Sai Baba began to make preparations to grind wheat. He spread a sack on the floor and thereupon set a hand mill. He took some quantity of wheat in a winnowing fan, and then drawing up the sleeves of his kafni, the robe, and taking hold of the peg of the hand mill, started grinding the wheat by putting a few handfuls of wheat in the upper opening of the mill and rotating it. I thought to myself, what business had Baba with grinding of wheat, when he possessed nothing, stored nothing, and lived on alms? Some people who had come there thought likewise, but none had the courage to ask Baba what he was doing. Immediately, this news of Baba's grinding the wheat spread into the village, and men and women flocked there to see Baba's act. 4 bold women from the crowd forced their way up gently, pushed Baba aside, and forcibly took the handle into their hands, and then, singing Baba's lilas, started grinding. At first, Baba was enraged. On seeing the women's love and devotion, he was very pleased and he began to smile. While they were grinding, they began to think that since Baba had no house, no property or children, and since he lived on alms, he did not require any wheat flour to make bread. What would he do with this large quantity of flour, they thought. Perhaps, as Baba was very kind, he would distribute the flour amongst us. Thinking in this way, while singing, they finished the grinding, and then, after putting the hand mill aside, they divided the flour into 4 portions and were about to take the flour away. Baba, who had been calm and quiet up till then, got wild and started yelling at them. Ladies, have you gone mad? Whose father's property are you looting? Have I borrowed any wheat from you so you can safely take the flour? Now please do this. Take the flour and throw it on the village border limits. On hearing this, the women felt abashed. whispering amongst themselves, went to the outskirts of the village and spread the flower as directed by Baba. I asked, Hemantpant says, I asked the people of Shirdi, what was this that Baba did? They replied that as cholera epidemic was spreading in the village, this was Baba's remedy. It was not the wheat that was ground, but cholera itself was ground to pieces and pushed out of the village. From this time onward, cholera epidemic subsided and the people of Shirdi were happy. I was very pleased to know all this, but my curiosity was also aroused. I began to ask myself, what earthly connection was there between the wheat flour and cholera? What was the causal relationship between the two? And how was one to reconcile them? The incident seemed to be inexplicable. I felt I should write something about this and sing to my heart's content Baba's sweet Leela's miracles. Thinking about this Leela filled my heart with joy, and I was thus inspired to write about Baba's life, the Satcharitra. And as we know, with Baba's grace and blessing, this work was successfully accomplished. The philosophical significance of grinding. Apart from the meaning which the people of Shirdi gave this incident of grinding wheat, there is, we believe, a philosophical significance too. Sai Baba lived in Shirdi for about 60 years, and during this long period, he did the business of grinding almost every day, not the wheat alone, but the sins, the mental and physical afflictions, and the misery of his innumerable devotees. The two stones of his mill consisted of karma and bhakti, devotion, the former being the lower and the latter being the upper. The handles with which Baba worked the mill was Gyan. It was the firm conviction that the knowledge of self-realization is not possible unless there is prior act of grinding of all our impulses, our desires and sins, and of the four gunas, sattva, raja, tama, and the ankara, the ego, which is so subtle and therefore so difficult to get rid of. This reminds me of a similar story about Kabir, who, upon seeing a woman grinding corn, said to his guru, Nipanti Niranjana, I am weeping because I feel the agony of being crushed in this wheel of worldly existence, like the corn in that handmill. Nipanti Ranjana replied, do not be afraid. Hold fast to the hand of knowledge of this mill as I do, and do not wander far from the same, but instead turn inward to the center, and you are sure to be saved. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 2 will begin now.
Om Shri Sai Ram. Shri Sai Satcharitra, Chapter 2. Objective of writing the work. In the first chapter, I describe Sai Baba's miracle of checking and destroying the epidemic of cholera by grinding wheat and throwing the flour on the outskirts of the village. I also heard about some more miracles of Sai Baba to my great delight, and this delight inspired me to write this poetic work. I also thought that the description of these grand miracles would be interesting and instructive to Baba's devotees and would destroy their sins. So I began to write about the sacred life and teachings of Sai Baba. The life of the saint is neither logical nor dialectical. It shows us the true and great path. Incapacity and boldness in undertaking the work. Hemantpant initially believed that he was not fit to undertake this work. He said, I do not know the life of my intimate friend, nor do I even know my own mind. Then how can I write the life of a saint or describe the nature of incarnations, which even the Vedas were unable to do? One must be a saint himself before he could know other saints. Then how can I describe their glory? To write about the life of a saint is the most difficult of undertakings. One may as well measure the depth of the water of the seven seas or enclose the sky with cloth. I knew that this was the most venturous of undertakings and that it might expose me to ridicule. I therefore invoked Sai Baba's grace. The most famous poet saint of Maharashtra, Shri Gyaneshwar Maharaj, has stated that the Lord loves those who write about the lives of the saints. The saints also have a peculiar method of getting the service which the devotees longed for successfully accomplished. The saints inspire the work, and the devotee becomes merely an indirect cause or instrument to achieve this end. For instance, in 1700 Shaka year, which is 1778, the poet Mahipati aspired to write about the lives of saints. Saints inspired him and got the work done. Similarly, in 1800 Shaka year or 1878 AD, Das Ganu's service was accepted. The latter wrote 4 works, Bhakta Vijaya, Santa Vijaya, Bhakta Lilamrit, and Sant Kathamrit. In chapters 31, 32, and 33 of the Bhakta Lilamrit, and in chapter 57 of the Sant Kathamrit, the sweet life and teachings of Sai Baba are very well depicted. These have separately been published in the Sai Leela magazine. The readers are requested to read these chapters. Sai Baba's wonderful Leelas are also described in a small book named Shri Sainath Bhajan Mala by Mrs. Savitribai Raghunath Tendulkar of Bandra. Das Ganu Maharaj has also composed various sweet poems on Sai Baba. A devotee named Amidas Bhavani Mehta has also published some stories about Baba in Gujarati. A few editions of the Sainath Prabha, a magazine produced by the Dakshina Bhiksha Sansthan of Shirdi, have also been published. Then one might ask the question, since so many works regarding Sai Baba exist, why should this Satcharitra be written and where is its necessity? The answer is plain and simple. The life of Sai Baba is as wide and deep as the infinite ocean, and everyone can dive deep into it and take out precious gems of knowledge and devotion and distribute them to the aspiring public. The stories, parables, teachings of Sai Baba are indeed wonderful. They will give peace and happiness to people who are afflicted with sorrows and heavily loaded with the misery of the world, of this worldly existence, and will also bestow knowledge and wisdom both in the worldly and spiritual domains. If these teachings of Sai Baba, which are as interesting and instructive as Vedic lore, are listened to and meditated upon, the devotees will get what they long for: union with Brahma, mastery in eightfold yoga, bliss of meditation, etc. So I thought that I should compile these stories, and thus that would be my best service. This collection would be very delightful to those simple souls whose eyes were not blessed with Sai Baba's darshan. So I set about collecting Sai Baba's teachings and expressions, the outcome of his boundless and natural self-realization. It was Sai Baba who inspired me in this matter. In fact, I surrendered my ego at his feet and thought that my path was clear and that he would make me quite happy here and in the next world. I could not myself ask Sai Baba to give me permission for this work. So I requested Mr. Madhavrao Deshpande, alias Shama, Baba's most intimate devotee, to speak to him for me. He pleaded for my cause and said to Sai Baba, "This Anna Sahib wishes to write your biography. So don't say that you are a poor begging fakir and that there is no need to write it. Instead, if you agree and help him, your feet, grace, will accomplish the work. Without your consent and blessings, nothing can be done successfully. When Sai Baba heard this request, he was moved and blessed me by giving me his udi, sacred ashes, and placing his boon bestowing hand on my head and said, "Let him make a collection of my stories and experiences and keep notes and memos. I will help him. He's only an outward instrument. I shall myself write my autobiography and satisfy the wishes of my devotees. He should get rid of his ego and surrender it at my feet. He who acts like this in life, him I help the most." And about my life stories, I serve him in his house in all possible ways when his ego is completely annihilated and no trace of it remains. I myself shall enter into him and shall write about my own life. Hearing my stories and teachings will create faith in devotees' hearts, and they will easily get self-realization and bliss. Let there be no insistence on establishing one's own view, no attempt to refute others' opinions, and no discussions of pros and cons of any subject. The word discussion reminded me of my promise to explain the story behind my receiving the title of Hemat Pant. And now I shall relate the story. I was very friendly with Kaka Sahib Dikshit and Nana Sahib Chandorkar. They pressed me to go to Shirdi and receive Baba's darshan, and I promised them to do so. But something happened meanwhile, which prevented me from going to Shirdi. The son of a friend fell ill. My friend tried all possible means, physical and spiritual, but the fever would not abate. At length, he got his guru to sit by the side of his son's bed, but this too was of no avail. Hearing this, I thought to myself, what is the utility of the guru if he could not save my friend's son? If the guru can't do anything for us, why should I go to Shirdi at all? Thinking in this way, I postponed my Shirdi trip. But the inevitable must happen, and it happened in my case as follows. Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar was going on tour to Basen. From Thana, he came to Dadar and was waiting for a train bound for Basen. In the meanwhile, a Bandra local train arrived. He sat in it and came to Bandra, sent for me, and took me to task for putting off my Shirdi trip. Nana's argument in favor of my Shirdi trip was convincing and delightful. So I decided to start for Shirdi the same night. I packed my luggage and started for Shirdi. I planned to go to Dadar and from there to catch the train for Manmad. And so I booked myself a ticket to Dadar and sat in the train. As the train was about to start, a Muslim came hastily to my compartment and, seeing all my paraphernalia, asked me where I was going. I told him my plan. He then suggested that I should go straight to Boribandar and not get down at Dadar, for the Manmad mail did not stop at Dadar at all. If this little miracle had not happened, I would not have reached Shirdi the next day as desired, and many doubts would have assailed me. But this was not to be. As fortune favored me, I reached Shirdi the next day before 10 a.m. Kaka Dikshit was waiting for me there. This was in 1910, and there was only one place, Sathe's Vada, for lodging pilgrim devotees. After alighting from the Tonga, small horse-drawn carriage, I was anxious to receive darshan when the great devotee, Tatya Sahib Nulkar, returned from the masjid. He said that Sai Baba was at the corner of the Vada and that I should first receive Baba's preliminary darshan and then after a bath, see him at leisure. Hearing this, I ran and prostrated before Baba, and my joy knew no bounds. I found more than what Nana Chandorkar had told me about. All my senses were satisfied and I forgot thirst and hunger. The moment I touched Sai Baba's feet, I began a new lease of life. I felt obliged to those who spurred me on and helped me to receive darshan, and I considered them as my real relatives. I could never repay their debt. I can only remember them and prostrate mentally before them. The peculiarity of receiving Sai Baba's darshan, as I discovered, is that by receiving his darshan, our thoughts are changed. the force of previous actions is abated, and gradually non-attachment or dispassion towards worldly objects grows. It is by the merit of actions in many past births that such darshan is attained. And if you see Sai Baba, the entire world becomes or assumes the form of Sai Baba. The heated discussion. The day I arrived in Shirdi, there was an argument between myself and Bala Saheb Bhate regarding the necessity of a guru. I contended, why should we lose our freedom and submit to others when we have to do our duty? Why is a guru necessary? One must try his best and save himself. What can the guru do for a man who does nothing but sleeps indolently? And Mr. Bhate took up the other side and said, whatever is bound to happen must happen. Even great men have failed. Man proposes one way, but God disposes the other way. Brush aside your cleverness. Pride or egoism won't help you. The discussion, with all its pros and cons, went on for an hour or so, and as usual, we did not arrive at a decision. We had to stop the discussion ultimately as we were both exhausted. The net result of this was that I had lost my peace of mind and discovered that unless there is strong body consciousness and egoism, there will be no argument. In other words, it is egoism which breeds arguments. The significant and prophetic title. When we later went to the masjid, Baba asked Kaka Saheb Dikshit, what was going on in the Wada? What was the discussion about? And staring at me, Baba added, what did this Hematpan say? Hearing these words, I was rather surprised. Since the masjid was at a considerable distance from the Sathe's Wada, where the discussion happened, how could Baba know about our discussion unless he was omniscient and the inner ruler of us all? I began to wonder why Sai Baba would call me by the name Hematpant. The word is a shortened version of the name Hemadripant. Hemadripant was a well-known minister of the kings Mahadev and Ramdev of Devgiri of the Yadav dynasty. He was very learned, good-natured, and the author of works such as Chaturvarga Chintamani, which dealt with spiritual subjects, and Raja Prashasti. He invented and started new methods of accounting and was the originator of the Modi, Marathi shorthand script. But I was quite the opposite, an ignoramus of dull and mediocre intellect. So I could not understand why the name or title was conferred upon me. But upon thinking seriously about it, I thought that the title was a dart to destroy my ego so that I would always remain meek and humble. It was also a compliment paid to me for my skill in the argument. When we look at the things in retrospect, we know that Baba's calling Mr. Dhaborkar by the name Hematpant was significant and prophetic. As future years showed, he looked after the management of the Sai Sansthan very intelligently and maintained its accounts professionally. He was also the author of such a good work, the Sai Satcharitra, which deals with important spiritual subjects such as Gyan, Bhakti, dispassion, self-surrender, and self-realization. About the necessity of a guru. Hematpant has left no note or memo about what Baba said regarding the subject. But Kaka Saheb Dikshit has published his notes regarding this matter. The day after Hematpant's first meeting with Sai Baba, Kaka Saheb went to Baba and asked whether he should leave Shirdi. Baba said yes. Then someone asked, Baba, where should we go? Baba replied, high up. Then the man asked, how's the way that leads there? Baba said, there are many ways leading there. There is one way from here to Shirdi. The way that begins here is difficult. There are tigers and wolves in the jungles on the way. Kaka Saheb then asked, but Baba, what if we take a guide with us? Baba answered, then there is no difficulty. The guide will take you straight to your destination, avoiding wolves, tigers, and ditches on the way. If there is no guide, there is the danger of your being lost in the jungles or falling into ditches. Mr. Dhabolkar was present on this occasion, and he thought that this was the answer Baba gave to the question about whether a guru was necessary. Thus, he took the hint that no discussion of the question whether man is free or bound is of any use in spiritual matters. On the contrary, real Paramartha is possible only as a result of the teachings of the Guru. This is illustrated by the examples of great avatars like Rama and Krishna, who had to submit themselves into their gurus, Vashishta and Sandipani respectively, to attain self-realization. Therefore, the only virtues necessary for such progress are faith and patience. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all. Thank you, Baba. Sai Ram, we move to the next chapter, chapter 3.
Om Sai Ram. Jai Mohanji. Sai Satcharitra, chapter 3. As described in the previous chapter, Sai Baba gave his complete approval for the writing of the Satcharitra and said that I fully agree with you regarding the right of the Satcharitra. You do your duty, don't be afraid in the least. Keep your mind steady and have faith in my words. If my Leelas are written, ignorance will vanish, and if they are attentively and devoutly listened to, the consciousness of worldly existence will abate, and strong waves of love and devotion will rise. And if one dives deep into my Leelas, he will get precious jewels of knowledge. Hearing this, the author was very pleased, and he at once became fearless and confident, and thought that his work was bound to be a success. Then turning to Shama, Madhavrao Deshpande, Sai Baba said, if a man remembers my name with love, I shall fulfill all his wishes and increase his devotion. And if he sings earnestly my life and my deeds, him I shall beset on all sides. Those devotees who are attached to me, heart and soul, will naturally feel happy when they hear these stories. Believe me, if anybody sings my Leelas, I will give him infinite joy and everlasting contentment. It is my special characteristic to free any person who surrenders completely to me, worships me faithfully, remembers me, and meditates on me constantly. How can they who worship me, who think of my stories and my life, and who thus always remember me, be conscious of worldly objects and sensations? I shall save my devotees from the jaws of death. If my stories are listened to, all diseases will be gotten rid of. So, hear my stories with respect and think about them, meditate on them, and assimilate them. This is the way to happiness and contentment. The pride and egoism of my devotees will vanish. The mind of listeners will be set at ease. And if you have wholehearted and complete faith, you will be one with the Supreme Consciousness. The simple remembrance of the name Sai will do away with sins of speech and hearing. Different works assigned to the devotees. The Lord entrusts different tasks to different devotees. Some are given the work of building temples and flights of steps on banks of rivers, while others are made to sing the glories of God. Some are sent on pilgrimages, and I was allotted the work of writing the Satcharitra. Being a jack of all trades, and a master of none, I was quite unqualified for this job. Then why should I undertake such a difficult task? Who can describe the true life of Sai Baba? Sai Baba's grace alone can enable one to accomplish this difficult work. So, when I picked up my pen, Sai Baba took away my egoism and wrote these stories himself. The credit of relating these stories, therefore, goes to him and not me. Though Brahmin by birth, I lacked the two eyes, the spiritual vision of Shruti, that is the revealed, and Smriti, that is, which is ordinarily remembered. And therefore, I was not at all capable of writing the Satcharitra. But the grace of the Lord makes a dumb man talk and enables a lame man to climb a mountain. For he alone knows how to get things done according to his wishes. Neither the flute nor the harmonium know how the sounds are produced. It is the musician who controls the sounds they produce. Similarly, we are mere instruments of God's divine will. Baba's stories as a beacon light. Lighthouses are constructed at various places near the sea to enable the sailors to avoid rocks and dangers and to help them sail safely. Sai Baba's stories serve a similar purpose in the ocean of worldly existence. They surpass nectar in sweetness and make our worldly path smooth and easy to traverse. Blessed are the stories of the saints, for when they enter our hearts, egoism and the sense of duality vanish. And when they are stored in the heart, doubts fly away, pride vanishes, and wisdom will be stored in abundance. The description of Baba's fame and hearing the same with love will destroy the sins of the devotee. Therefore, this is the simplest sadhana to attain salvation. The sadhana for the Krita age was tranquility of mind and body. For the Treta age, sacrifice. For Dwapara, worship. And for the Kali age, which is the current present time, it is singing the glory of the God. This last sadhana is open to all the people. The other sadhanas, yoga, yajna, dhyana, and dharana, are very difficult to practice. But singing and hearing about the glory of the Lord Sai Baba is very easy. We only have to turn our attention towards him. Singing and listening to these stories will remove our attachment to the senses and their objects and will make devotees dispassionate and will ultimately lead them to self-realization. With this end in view, Sai Baba made me write his stories, the Satcharitamrita. The devotees may now easily read and hear these stories of Sai Baba, and while doing so, meditate on his form. Thereby, they attain devotion to their Guru and God, Sai Baba, and also attain detachment and self-realization. In the preparation and writing of this work, it is Sai Baba's grace which accomplished everything, using me as a mere instrument. Sai Baba's motherly love. Everybody knows how much a cow loves her infant calf. Her udder is always full when the calf wants milk and approaches the udder. Out comes the milk in an incessant flow. Similarly, a human mother knows the needs of a child and feeds it on time. When it comes to dressing the child, the mother takes particular care to see that this is well done. The child knows nothing about this. but the mother's joy knows no bounds when she sees her child beautifully dressed. The love of a mother is peculiar, extraordinary, disinterested, and has no parallel. Sadgurus feel this motherly love towards their disciples. And Sai Baba had the same love towards me. Here is an instance of this. In 1916, I retired from government service. The pension that was settled in my case was not sufficient to maintain my family decently. On the Guru Purnima day of that year, I went to Shirdi with a few other devotees. There, Mr. Anna Chinchanikar, of his own accord, prayed to Baba for me as follows. Please look kindly upon him. The pension he gets is quite insufficient, and his family is growing. Give him some other appointment. Remove his anxiety and make him happy. Baba replied, he will get some other job, but now he should serve me and be happy. His dishes will always be full and never empty. He should turn all his attention towards me and avoid the company of atheists, irreligious, and wicked people. He should be meek and humble towards everyone and worship me heart and soul. If he does this, he will get eternal happiness. Rohila's story. Rohila's story illustrates Sai Baba's all-embracing love. A man named Rohila, tall, well-built, and as strong as a bull, came to Shirdi wearing a long kafani robe and was enamored by Baba. All day he would recite in a loud and harsh tone the kalma, the verses from the Holy Quran, and shout out loud, Allahu Akbar, God is great. The residents of Shirdi, who worked in their fields during the day, were welcomed with Rohila's harsh cries and shouts when they returned home. Their sleep was severely disturbed, and they felt very inconvenienced. They suffered in silence for a few days, and when they could stand it no longer, they approached Baba and requested him to speak to Rohila and stop the nuisance. Baba did not attend to their complaint. On the contrary, Baba took the villagers to task and asked them to mind their own business. He said to them that Rohila had a very bad wife, a Zantipi, who tried to come in and trouble Rohila. But hearing Rohila's prayers, she did not dare to trouble him. In fact, Rohila had no wife, and by his wife, Baba meant bad thoughts. As Baba liked prayers and cries to God better than anything else, he took the side of Rohila and asked the villagers to wait and suffer the nuisance, which would abate in due course. Baba's sweet and nectar-like words. One day at noon, after the Arati, devotees were returning to their homes when Baba gave the following beautiful advice. Be wherever you like, do whatever you choose, but remember this well, that all you do is known to me. I am the inner ruler of everyone, and I'm seated in their hearts. I envelop all creatures in the movable and the immovable world. I am the controller, the master, wire puller of the show of the universe. I am the mother, the origin of all beings, the harmony of the three gunas, the propeller of all senses, the creator, preserver, and the destroyer. Nothing will harm him who turns his attention towards me, but Maya will lash or whip him who forgets me. All beings, the visible, movable, and immovable world, are my body or form. Hearing these beautiful and precious words, I at once decided in my mind to serve no man henceforth but my Guru. But Baba's reply to Anna Chinchanikar's query, which was really my query, worried me greatly. As future events showed, Baba's words came true, and I got a government job. But that was for short duration. Then I became free and solely devoted myself to the service of my Guru, Sai Baba. Before concluding this chapter, I request the readers to overcome various hindrances, indolences, sleep, wandering of mind, attachments to senses, and turn their whole and undivided attention to these stories of Sai Baba. Let their love be natural. Let them know the secret of devotion. Let them not exhaust themselves through other sadhanas, and let them stick to this simple remedy, listening to Sai Baba's stories. This will destroy their ignorance and will secure them salvation. So let Sai Baba be enthroned in everyone's hearts. In the next chapter, I shall speak of Sai Baba's arrival in Shirdi. Bow to Shri Sai. Peace be all. Om Sai Ram.
Om Shri Sai Ram, Jai Mahanji. Chapter 4, Sai Baba's first advent in Shirdi. In the last chapter, I described the circumstances which led me to write Sai Satcharitra. Let me now describe the first advent of Sai Baba in Shirdi. Mission of the Saints. Lord Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 4, verses 7 to 8, that whenever there is a decay of dharma, righteousness, and an ascendancy of unrighteousness, I manifest myself for the protection of the virtuous and the destruction of the vicious, and for the establishment of righteousness. I manifest myself age after age. This is the mission of the Lord, and the saints and sages who are his representatives, and who appear at appropriate times and work in their own way to fulfill that mission. For instance, when the twice born, i.e. the Brahmins, the Kshatriyas and the Vaishyas neglect their duties, and when the Shudras try to usurp the duties of other classes, when spiritual preceptors are not respected but humiliated, when nobody cares for religious instructions, when everybody thinks himself very learned, when people begin to partake of forbidden foods and intoxicating drinks, and when under the cloak of religion people indulge in malpractices, when people belonging to different sects fight amongst themselves, when Brahmins fail to do Sandhya adoration, and the Orthodox leave their religious practices, when yogis neglect their meditation, when people begin to think that wealth, progeny, wife are their sole concern, and thus turn away from the true path of salvation, then saints appear and try to set matters right by their words and action. They serve us as beacon lights and show us the path and the right way for us to follow. In this way, many saints, such as Nivruti, Dhyanadev, Muktabai, Namdev, Gora, Ganai, Eknath, Tukaram, Narahari, Nasibai, Sajan Kasai, Sawata, Ramdas, and various others did appear at various times to show the right path to the people. And so the present Advent came as Shri Sai Baba of Shirdi. Shirdi, a holy turf. The banks of the Godavari River, Liamegnamara district, are very fortunate, for they gave birth and refuge to many a saint, prominent amongst them being Dinaneshwar. Shirdi also falls in the Kopagan Taluka or the Amagadana district. After crossing the Godavari River at Kopagan, one gets on way to Shirdi. When you go 3 kos, or 9 miles, you come to Namagan, from where Shirdi is visible. Shirdi is famous and well known as other holy places, like Gangapur, Ishridaradi, Urdabar, and on the banks of Krishna River. As the devotee Damaji flourished, and blessed Mangaladev near Pandaharpa, as Samat Ramdas at Sanjagad, and Sri Nirashama Saraswati at Saraswati Wadi, so Sainath flourished at Shirdi and blessed it. Personality of Sai Baba. It is on account of Shri Sai Baba that Shirdi grew into importance. Let us see what sort of personage Sai Baba was. He conquered this sansar, or worldly existence, which is very difficult and hard to cross. Peace or mental calm was his ornament, and he was the repository of wisdom. He was the home of Vaishnav devotees, most generous, like Karna amongst all, the quintessence of all essences. He had no love for perishable things, and was always engrossed in self-realization, which was his sole concern. He felt no pleasure in the things of this world or of the world beyond. His antarag heart was as clear as a mirror, and his speech always rained nectar. The rich or poor people were the same to him. He neither knew nor cared for honor or dishonor. He was the Lord of all beings. He spoke freely and mixed with all people, watched the actings and dances of Nautch girls, and heard gazelle songs. Still he swerved not an inch from Samadhi or mental equilibrium. The name of Allah was always on his lips. While the world awoke, he slept, and while the world slept, he was vigilant. His inner self was as calm as the deep sea. His ashram could not be determined, nor his actions could be definitely determined. And though he sat or lived in one place, he knew all the transactions of the world. His Dharma was imposing. He told hundreds of stories daily, still he swerved not an inch from his vow of silence. He always leaned against the wall in the masjid, or walked morning, noon, and evening towards Lendi, Nala, and Chavadi. Still he at all times abided in the self. Though a siddha, he acted like a sadhaka. He was meek, humble, and egoless, and pleased all. Such was Sai Baba, and as the soil of Shirdi was trodden by Sai Baba's feet, it attained extraordinary importance. As Dhyaneshwar elevated Landi, Eknath did to Python, so Sai Baba raised Shirdi. Blessed are the grass, leaves, and stones of Shirdi, and stones of Shirdi. They could kiss the holy feet of Sai Baba and take his dust on their head. Shirdi became to us devotees another Pandahar, Jagannath, Dwarka, Benares or Kashi, Rameshwar, Bhadrakadar, Nashik, Triambakeshwar, Ujjain, and Mahakaleshwar or Mahadabaleshwar Gokam. Contact to Sai Baba in Shirdi was like our study of Veda and Tantra. It quietened our sansar, or world consciousness, and rendered self-realization. The darshan of Sri Sai was our yoga sadhana, and talk with him removed our sins. Shampooing his legs was our bath in Trivedi Prayag, and drinking the holy water of his feet destroyed our sins. To us, his commands were Vedas, and accepting, eating his udi or sacred ashes and prasad was all purifying. He was our Shri Krishna and Sri Ram, who gave us solace, and he was our Parabrahma, or absolute reality. He was himself beyond the pair of dwandas or opposites, never dejected nor elated. He was always engrossed in his self as existence, knowledge, and bliss. Shirdi was his center, but his field of action extended far beyond, to Punjab, Calcutta, North India, Gujarat, Dhaka now in Bangladesh, and Konkan. Thus the fame of Sai Baba spread far and wide, and people from all parts came to take his darshan and be blessed. By his mere darshan, minds of people, whether pure or impure, would become quiet at once. They got here the same unparalleled joy that devotees get at Pandaharpa by seeing Vital Ratnuni. This is not an exaggeration. Consider what a devotee says in this respect. Dictum of Gulibui. An old devotee by name of Gulibui, aged about 95 years, was a Bhakakri of Pandahari. He stayed for 8 months at Pandaharpa and for 4 months, Ashada to Kartik, that is July to November, on the banks of the Ganges. He had a donkey with him for carrying his luggage and a disciple as his companion. Every year he made his vari or trip to Pandaharpa and came to Shirdi to see Sai Baba, whom he loved most. He used to gaze at Baba saying, "This is Pandaharanath, Vital incarnate, the merciful Lord of the poor and helpless. This is Gulibur, was an old devotee of Vitoba and had made many a trip to Pandhari, and he testified that Sai Baba was real Pandharinath. Vital himself appeared. Sai Baba was very fond of remembering and singing God's name. He always uttered, Allah Malik, God is Lord, and in his presence made others sing God's name continuously, day and night for all 7 days of the week. This is called Nam Sapata. Once he asked Das Gano Maharaj to do the Nam Sapta, he replied that he would do it, provided he was assured that Vital would appear at the end of the 7th day. Then, Baba, placing his hand on his chest, assured him that certainly Vital would appear, but that for the devotee must be earnest and devout. The Dankapuri or Takori of Dakarnath, the Pandhari of Vital, the Dwarka of Ranchod or Krishna is here in Shirdi. One need not go far out to see Dwarka. Will Vital come here and find some other place outside? He is here. Only when the devotee is bursting with love and devotion, Vital will manifest himself here in Shirdi. After the Sapta was over, Vital did manifest himself in the following manner. Kahakasheb Dikshit was, as usual, sitting in meditation after his bath. He saw Vital in a vision. When he went at noon for Baba's darshan, Baba asked him point blank, "Did Vital Patel come? Did you see him? He is a very truant fellow. Catch him firmly, otherwise he will escape if you are even a little inattentive." This happened in the morning, and at noon there was another Vital darshan. A hawker came there for selling 25 or 30 pictures of Vitoba. This picture exactly tallied with the figure that appeared in Kakasheb's vision. On seeing this and remembering Baba's word, Kakasaheb Dikshit was much surprised and delighted. He bought one picture of Vitoba and placed it in his shrine for worship. Bhagwan Trao Krishaga's story. How fond was Baba for Vital worship was illustrated in Bhagwan Trao's Krishaga's story. The father of Bhagwan Trao was a devotee of Vitoba and used to make varis or annual trips to Pandaharpa. He also had an image of Vitoba at home, which he worshipped. After his death, the son stopped everything, the vari, the worship, and Shraddha ceremony, etc. When Bhagwan Trao came to Shirdi, Baba, on remembering his father, at once said, "His father's my friend, so I dragged him, the son, here. He never offered Naivdya, offering the food, and so he starved Vital and me, and so I brought him here. I shall remonstrate him now and set him to worship." Daskanu's bath in Parag. The Hindus think that a bath in the holy turf of Prayag, where the Ganga and Yamuna meet, is very meritorious, and thousands of pilgrims go there periodically to have the sacred bath there. Once Daskanu thought that he should go to Prayag for a bath and came to Baba to get his permission for doing so. Baba replied to him, "It is not necessary to go so far. Our Prayag is here, believe me." Then, wonder of wonders, when Daskanu placed his head on Baba's feet, out flowed streams of Ganga Yamuna water from both the toes of Baba. Seeing this miracle, Daskanu was overwhelmed with feelings of love and adoration, and tears filled my eyes. Inwardly he felt inspired, and his speech burst forth into a song in praise of Baba and his Leelas. Immaculate Conception of Sai Baba and his first advent in Shirdi. Nobody knew the parents, birth or birthplace of Sai Baba. Many inquiries were made, many questions were put to Baba and others regarding these, but no satisfactory answer or information had been obtained. Practically, we know nothing about these matters. Namdev and Kabir were not born like ordinary mortals. They were found as infants in mother of pearls. Namdev being found on the bank of Arati river by Gonyai, and Kabir on the bank of Bhagrati river by Tamil. Similar was the case with Sai Baba. He first manifested himself as a young lad of 16 years under a neem tree in Shirdi for the sake of bhaktas. Even then he seemed to be full of the knowledge of Brahma. He had no desire for worldly objects even in dreams. He kicked out mare, and mukti deliverance was serving at his feet. One old woman of Shirdi, the mother of Nanak Jogbar, described him thus: "This young lad, fair, smart, and very handsome, was first seen under the neem tree, seated in an asam. The people of the village were wonderstruck to see such a young lad practicing hard penance, not minding heat and cold. By day he associated with none. By night he was afraid of nobody. People were wondering and asking, whence this young chap had turned up? His form and features were so beautiful that a mere look endeared him to all. He went to nobody's door, always sat near the neem tree. Outwardly he looked very young, but by his action he was really a great soul. He was the embodiment of dispassion and was an enigma to all. One day it so happened that God Kandahova possessed the body of some devotee, and people began to ask him, Deva, God, you please inquire what blessed father's son is this lad, and whence did he come? God Kandahova asked them to bring a pickaxe and dig in a particular place. When it was dug, bricks were found underneath a flat stone. When the stone was removed, a corridor was seen in which 4 samyas or lights were burning. The corridor led to a cellar, where cow-mouth-shaped structures, wooden boards, rosaries were seen. Kandahova said, this lad practiced penance here for 12 years. Then the people began to question the lad about this. He put them off by telling them that this was his guru's place, his holy watan, and requested them to guard this well. The people then closed the corridor as before. As Ashwata and Maha trees are held sacred, Baba regarded this neem tree equally sacred and loved it most. Nasapati and other Shri devotees regard this site as the resting place, or Samadhi Shihan of Baba's Guru, and prostrate before it. 3 wadas. The site with the neem tree and surrounding space was bought by Mr. Hari Vinyak Sati, and on this site a big building styled Sati's Wada was erected. This Wada was the sole resting place for pilgrims who flocked there. A platform was built around the neem tree, and lofts with steps were constructed. Under the steps there is a niche facing south, and devotees sit on the par or platform facing north. It is believed that he who burns incense there on Thursday and Friday evenings will, by God's grace, be happy. This Wada was old and dilapidated and needing repairs. The necessary repairs, additions, and alterations have been made now by Sansthan. Secondly, then after some years, another Wada, Dixit's Wada, was constructed. Kakashaheb Dixit, solicitor of Mumbai, had gone to England. He had injured his leg in an accident there. The injury could not be got rid of by any means. Nana Saheb Chandakor advised him to see Sai Baba. So he went to Sai Baba in 1909 and requested him to cure the lameness of his mind rather than that of his leg. He was so much pleased with the darshan of Sai Baba that he decided to reside in Shirdi. So he built a wada for himself and other devotees. The foundation of this building was laid on the 10th of December 1910. On this day, 2 other important events took place. Firstly, Mr. Dada Saheb Kapadi was given permission to return home, and secondly, the night arati at the Chavadi was started. The wada was completed and was inhabited on the Ram Navami Day in 1911 with the due rites and formalities. Thirdly, then another wada or palatial mansion was put up by the famous millionaire Mr. Bhuti of Nagpur. A lot of money was spent on this building, which was all well utilized as Sai Baba's body is resting in this wada, which is now called the Samadhi Mandir. The site of this mandir formerly had a garden which was watered and looked after by Baba. 3 wadas thus came up where there was none formerly. Of these, Sati wadas was most useful to all in the early days. The story of the garden, which was attended by Sai Baba with the help of Aman Tatya, the temporary absence of Sai Baba from Shirdi, and his coming again to Shirdi with the marriage party of Chand Patel, the company of David Das, Changidas, and Gangir, Baba's wrestling match with Mohidin Tambali residing in the masjid, love of Mr. Dengal and other devotees, and other incidents will be described in the next chapter. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all. Om Shri Sai Ram, Jai Mahanji. You're on mute, Jamri.
Sai Ram Jai Mohanji. Chapter 5. Return with Chand Patil's marriage party. As I alluded to in the last chapter, I shall now describe how Sai Baba returned to Shri after his disappearance. In a village called Dub, there lived a wealthy Muslim gentleman named Chand Patil. While he was on a trip to Aurangabad, he lost his mare. For 2 long months, he diligently searched but could not find the lost mare. Very disappointed, he returned from Aurangabad with the saddle on his back. After traveling about 12 miles, he came to a mango tree under the foot of which sat a rather strange-looking fellow. He had a cap on his head, wore a long robe, and had a short stick under his armpit, and was preparing to smoke a pipe. On seeing Chand Patil pass by, he called out to him and asked him to have a smoke and to rest a little. The fakir then asked him about the saddle. Chand Patil replied that it belonged to his horse and that the horse was lost. The fakir asked him to look for the horse at a stream nearby. To Fakir's astonishment, he found the mare by the stream. He then realized that this fakir was not an ordinary man, but a great saint, and he returned to the fakir with the mare. The chilam, clay pipe, was ready to be smoked, but 2 things were missing: a fire to light the pipe and water to wet the piece of cloth through which smoke is drawn. The fakir took his brong and thrust it forcefully into the ground, and out came a live burning coal, which he put on the pipe. Then he dashed his stick on the ground, and water began to ooze from that spot on the ground. The cloth was moistened with the water was squeezed out, and it was wrapped around the pipe. Once everything was complete, the fakir smoked his pipe and then gave it to Chand Patil. On seeing all this, Chand Patil was wonderstruck. He requested the fakir to come to his house and accept his hospitality. The next day, the fakir went to Patil's house and stayed there for some time. Patil was a village officer in Dub. His wife's brother's son was to be married, and the bride was from Shri. So Patil made preparations to leave for Shri to attend the wedding. The fakir also accompanied the marriage party. The marriage went off without any hitch, and the party returned to Dub. However, the fakir stayed back in Shri and remained there forever. How the fakir got the name Sai. When the marriage party came to Shri, it alighted at the foot of a banyan tree in Bhagat Malsapati's field, near Khandoba's temple. The carts were parked in the open courtyard of Khandoba's temple. The members of the party descended, and the fakir also exited one of the carts. Bhagat Malsapati saw the young fakir getting off a cart and said, "Yah, Sai, welcome, Sai." Others also addressed him as Sai, and henceforth he became known as Sai Baba. Contact with other saints. In Shri, Sai Baba began to live in a deserted, depleted mosque. A saint named Devidas had been living in Shri for many years before Baba came there. Baba liked his company, and he lived with him in the Maruti temple, in the Chavdi, and sometimes lived alone. And then another saint named Jankidas arrived. Baba spent most of his time speaking with him, and Jankidas also visited Baba in the mosque. Another saint from Puntambe named Gangagiri regularly visited Shri. When he first saw Sai Baba carrying pitchers of water to the water garden, he was amazed and said, "Blessed is Shri that it got this precious jewel. This man is carrying water today, but he's not an ordinary fellow. As Shri is lucky and meritorious, it has secured this jewel." A famous saint named Anandnath of Yovala Math, a disciple of Akalkot Maharaj, came to Shri with a few people. When he saw Sai Baba, he said, "This is a precious diamond in reality. Though he looks like an ordinary man, he is not an ordinary stone, but a diamond in disguise. You will realize this in the near future." Saying this, he returned to Yovala. All this happened while Baba was a youngster. Baba's dress and daily routine. In his youth, Sai Baba grew hair on his head, never had his head shaved, and also dressed like an athlete. When he went to Rahata, which is 3 miles from Shri, he brought back with him small parts of buried gold, jai and chui, and planted and watered them. A devotee named Vamantatya supplied him daily with 2 earthen pitchers. With this, Baba himself used to water the plants. He drew water from the well and carried the pitchers on his shoulders. In the evening, the pitchers were kept at the foot of the neem tree. As soon as they were placed there, they cracked as they were not baked. The next day, Tatya supplied 2 fresh raw clay pitchers. This went on for 3 years, and with Sai Baba's effort, they grew a flower garden. On this side stands the big mansion, the Samadhi Mandir, which is now frequented and used by so many devotees. The story of the Padukas under the neem tree. A devotee of Akkalkot Maharaj named Bhai Krishnaji, Ali Baggar, worshipped the photo of Akkalkot Maharaj. He once thought of going to Akkalkot, Solapur district, receiving the darshana of the Padukas of the Maharaj and offering his sincere worship there. But before he could go there, he had a vision in his dream. Akkalkot Maharaj appeared in the vision and said to him, "Now Shirdi is my resting place. Go there and offer your worship." So Bhai changed his plans and came to Shirdi, worshipped Baba, stayed there for 6 months and was happy. As a symbol of this vision, he prepared the Padukas and installed them on an auspicious day of Shravan, Shaka 1834, which is 1912 AD. These Padukas were installed under the neem tree with due ceremonies and formalities, which were conducted by Dada Kalkar and Upasni Maharaj. Dikshit Brahmin was appointed to perform the worship rituals, and the management was entrusted to a devotee named Shagun. The complete version of this story. Mr. B.V. Dio, retired village official of Thana and a great devotee of Sai Baba, made inquiries about this matter with Shagun Meru Nayak and Govind Kamlekar Dikshit and has published a full version of the story of the Padukas in the Sai Leela, volume 11. It reads as follows. In 1912, Dr. Raman Rao Kothare of Bombay came to Shirdi to receive Baba's darshan. His assistant and his friend Bhai Krishnaji Ali Baggar accompanied him. The assistant and Bhai became very close to Shagun Meru Nayak and G.K. Dikshit. While discussing things, they all agreed that there ought to be a memorial of Sai Baba's first coming to Shirdi and sitting under the holy neem tree. They thought of installing Baba's Padukas there and were going to make them of some rough stone. Then the assistant suggested that if this matter was mentioned to his boss, Dr. Raman Rao Kothare, he would prepare nice Padukas for this purpose. Everyone liked the proposal, and Dr. Kothare was informed of it. He came to Shirdi and drew a plan of the Padukas. He went to Pasni Maharaj in Khandoba's temple and showed him his plan. The latter made some improvements, drew lotuses, flowers, a conch, a disc, a man, and suggested that the following verse regarding the neem tree's greatness and Baba's yogic powers be inscribed. The verse is as follows. Sada nimbar with Sashya Muladir Vasav, Sudashra Vinam Tiktapam Priyantam Tarum, Kalp Vrikshadikam Sadayantam, Namameshwaram Sadguru Sainatham. Upasni's suggestions were accepted and carried out. The Padukas were made in Bombay and went and sent to Shirdi with the assistant. Baba said that they should be installed on the Purnima, 15th day of Shravan. On that day at 11 a.m., G.K. Dikshit brought them on his head from the Khandoba's temple to the masjid in a procession. Baba touched the Padukas, saying that these are the feet of the Lord and asked the devotees to install them under the foot of the neem tree. G.K. Dikshit worshipped the Padukas daily, and later this was done by Lakshman Kajeshwar Chakhadi. For the first 5 years, Dr. Kothare sent 2 rupees per month to light lamps, and he also sent the railing around the Padukas. Chakhade performed the worship afterwards, and Shagun Meru Nayak offered the Naivedya and lit the evening lamps. Bhai Krishnaji was originally a devotee of Akkalkot Maharaj. He came to Shri at the time of the installations of the Padukas. On his way to Akkalkot, he wanted to go to Akkalkot after receiving Baba's darshan. He asked for Baba's permission to leave for Akkalkot, and Baba said, "What is there in Akkalkot? Why do you go there? The incumbent Maharaj of that place is here." Hearing this, Bhai did not go to Akkalkot. Instead, he came to Shri regularly after the installations of the Padukas. Mr. B.V.T.O. concluded that Hemanpant did not know of these details. Had he known then, he would not have omitted them from this Satcharitra. Wrestling bout with Mohdin Tamboli and a change in his way of life. There was a wrestler in Shirdi named Mohdin Tamboli. Baba did not agree with Mohdin about some issues, and they had a fight. In this, Baba was defeated. Henceforth, Baba changed his dress and mode of living. He began to wear a kafni and a langot, and covered his head with a piece of cloth. He used a sack on his seat, as his seat, and another sack as his bed, and was content with wearing worn-out rags. He always said, "Poverty is better than kingship and far better than lordship. The Lord is always a friend of the poor." Sai Baba did not interact with people. He only gave answers when he was questioned. During the day, he sat under the neem tree or sometimes under the shade of the branch of a tree near a stream. In the afternoon, he used to walk at random and go at times to Nimgaon. There, he frequented the house of Balesab Dangal. Baba loved Balesab. His younger brother Nanesab had no children, and though he had married a second time, Balesab sent Nanesab to receive Sai Baba's darshan, and after some time, with Baba's grace, Nanesab had a son. From that time onwards, people began to come in large numbers to see Sai Baba. His fame began to spread and reached Ahmednagar. It was from Ahmednagar that Nanesab, Chandorkar, Keshav Chitambar, and many others began to come to Shirdi. Baba was surrounded by his devotees during the day and slept at night in the old and depleted mosque, the masjid. Baba's paraphernalia at this time consisted of a pipe, tobacco, a tin pot, a long flowing robe, a piece of cloth around his head, and a short stick which he always kept with him. The piece of white cloth on his head was twisted like matted hair and flown down from his left ear onto his back. This was not washed for weeks. He did not wear any shoes or sandals. A sack was his seat for most of the day. He wore a cloth waistband, and to ward off the cold, he always sat in front of a duni, sacred fire, facing the south with his left hand resting on the wooden railing. In that duni, he offered an oblation, egoism, desires, and all his thoughts, and always said the words, Allah Malik, God is the sole owner. The masjid in which he sat had 2 rooms. After 1912, there was a change. The old masjid was repaired and a pavement was constructed. Before Baba came to live in the masjid, he lived for a long time in a place called Tarkia, where with small bells tied to his legs, Baba danced beautifully and sang with tender love, turning water into oil. Sai Baba was very fond of lamps. He used to receive oil from shopkeepers and keep lamps burning the whole night in the masjid. This went on for some time. Once the shopkeepers who supplied oil for free met and decided not to give him any more oil. When Baba went to ask for oil, they all refused. Unperturbed, Baba returned to the masjid and put dry weeds in the lamps. The shopkeepers were watching him with curiosity. Baba took his tin pot, which contained a few drops of oil, poured some water into it, drank it, and spat it back into the container. Before consecrating the tin pots in this way, he again filled water in the tin pot and filled all the lamps with it and lighted them. To the surprise and dismay of the watching shopkeepers, the lamps began to burn and kept burning the whole night. The shopkeepers repented and apologized. Baba forgave them and asked them to be more truthful in the future. The fake Guru Jawahar Ali, 5 years after the wrestling bout mentioned above, a fakir from Ahmednagar named Jawahar Ali came to Rahata with his disciples and stayed in a spacious room near the Viprabhadra temple. The fakir was learned, had memorized the entire Quran, and had a sweet tongue. Many religious and devout people in the village came to him and began to respect him. With the help of these people, he started to build an Idgah, a wall before which Muslims pray on the Idgah day. Near the Viprabhadra temple, there was some quarrel about this affair, on account of which Jawahar Ali had to leave Rahata. Then he came to Shri and lived in the masjid with Baba. People were captured by his sweet talk and he began to call Baba his disciple. Baba did not object and consented to be his disciple. Then both Guru and his disciple decided to return to Rahata and live there. The Guru never knew his disciple's work, but the disciple knew about the Guru's flaws. Yet Baba never disrespected Ali and carefully observed his duties as a disciple. He even served the master in various ways. They used to come to Shri at times, but they mainly lived in Rahata. Baba's loving devotees in Shri did not like that Baba was living far away from them in Rahata. So they went there to bring Baba back to Shri. When they met Baba near the Idgah and told him the purpose for which they came, Baba said that the fakir was an ill-tempered fellow and that he would not let Baba leave. Thus, they better return to Shri without him. Before the fakir returned, while they were talking, Jawahar Ali turned up and was very angry with them for trying to take his disciples away. There was some discussion and altercation, and it was finally decided that both the Guru and the disciples should return to Shri. And so they returned and lived in Shri. But after a few days, the Guru was tested by Devidas and he was found wanting. 12 years before Baba arrived in Shri with the marriage party, Devidas, who was about 10 or 11 at that time, came to Shri and lived in the Maruti temple. Devidas had fine features, brilliant eyes, was dispassion incarnate and Jnani. Many people, Tatya Kote, Kashinath and others, regarded him as their guru. They brought Jawahar Ali to him, and in the argument that followed, Jawahar was defeated and he fled from Shri. He went and lived in Bijapur and returned after many years to Shri and bowed before Sai Baba. The delusion that he was the Guru and Sai Baba, his disciple, was cleared as he genuinely repented. Sai Baba treated him with respect. In this case, Sai Baba showed by actual conduct how one should get rid of egoism and perform the duties of a disciple to attain the highest end, self-realization. This story is told here according to Mahalsapati's version, who was a great devotee of Baba. Bow to Shri Sai, peace to be all.
Om Sairam, Jai Mohanji. Sai Satcharitra, Chapter 6. Before describing the Ram Navami festival and masjid repairs, the author makes some preliminary remarks about the Sadguru. the efficacy of the Guru's touch. When the Sadguru is the helmsman, he is sure to carry us safely and easily beyond the worldly ocean. The word Sadguru brings to mind Sai Baba. He appears to me as if standing before me and applying mudhi, sacred ashes to my forehead, and placing his blessing hand on my head. Then joy fills my heart and love overflows through my eyes. Wonderful is the power of the Guru's touch. The subtle body, consisting of thoughts and desires, cannot be burnt by the world-dissolving fire, but it is destroyed by the mere touch of the Guru's hand, and the sins of many past births are washed away. Even the minds of those who feel annoyed when they hear religious talk and attains calmness. Seeing Sai Baba's handsome form chokes our throats with joy, makes the eyes overflow with tears, and overwhelms the heart with emotions. It awakens in us, I am the Brahman, consciousness, manifests in us the joy of self-realization, dissolves the distinction of I and thou, and immediately makes us one with the Supreme Being, one reality. When I begin to read scriptures, at every step, I am reminded of my Sadguru. And Sai Baba assumes the form of Rama or Krishna and makes me listen to his life. For instance, when I sit and listen to Bhagavat, Sai becomes Krishna from top to toe. And I think he sings the Bhagavat for the welfare of his devotees. When I begin to talk, I at once remember Sai's stories to enable me to give suitable illustrations. When I myself start to write anything, I cannot compose a few words or sentences. But when he, on his own accord, makes me write, I go on writing, and there is no end to it. When the disciple's egoism props up, he presses it down with his hand and gives him his power, makes him gain his object, thus satisfies and blesses him. If anyone prostrates before Sai and surrenders heart and soul to him, then unsolicited, the main objects of life, dharma, righteousness, artha, wealth, kama, desire, and moksha, deliverance, are easily attained. The four parts of karma, gnana, yoga, bhakti, devotion lead us separately to God. Of these, the path of bhakti is thorny and full of pits and ditches, and thus it is difficult to traverse. But if you, relying on your Sadguru, avoid the pits and thorns and walk straight, it will take you to the ultimate destination, God. After philosophizing about the self-existent Brahman, his power, Maya, to create this world, the world thus created, and stating that these three are ultimately one and the same, the author quotes Sai Baba's words guaranteeing the welfare of his devotees. There will never be any dearth or scarcity of food and clothes in any devotee's homes. It is my special characteristic that I always look to and provide for the welfare of those devotees who worship me wholeheartedly, with their minds always fixed on me. Lord Krishna has also said the same in the Gita. Therefore, strive not for food and clothes. If you want anything, beg of the Lord. Forget worldly honors. Try to get the Lord's grace and blessings and be honored in his court. Do not be deluded by worldly honor. The form of the deity should be firmly fixed in one's mind. Let all the senses and mind be devoted always to the worship of the Lord. Let there be no attraction for any other thing. Fix the mind in remembering me always, so that it will not wander anywhere. It will not wander elsewhere towards body, wealth, and home. Then it will be calm, peaceful, and carefree. This is the sign of the mind being well engaged. If the mind is vagrant, it cannot be called well merged. After quoting these words, the author goes on to relate the story of the Ramanavami festival in Shirdi. As Ramanavami is the greatest festival celebrated in Shirdi, another fuller account, as published in Sai Leela magazine of 1925, is also referred to, and the summary of festival as related in both these accounts is attempted here. Origin. Mr. Gopal Rao Gund was a circle inspector at Kopargaon. He was a great devotee of Baba. He had 3 wives, but initially had no children. With Sai Baba's blessings, a son was born to him. Due to the joy that he felt about this, the idea of celebrating a fair or urs occurred to him in the year 1897, and he placed it for consideration before other Shirdi devotees like Tatya Patil, Dada Kote Patil, and Madhavrao Deshpande Shama. They all approved of the idea and got Sai Baba's permission and blessings. Then an application to get the collector's sanction for celebrating the Urs was submitted. But as the village official was against holding the fair, the sanction was refused. But as Sai Baba had blessed it, they tried again and ultimately succeeded in getting the collector's sanction. The day for the Urs was fixed on the Ram Navami day, after consultation with Sai Baba. It seemed he had some reason for doing this. The unification of 2 fairs or festivals, the Urs and the Ram Navami, and thereby the unification of the 2 communities, the Hindus and the Muslims. As future events showed, this objective was achieved. Though permission was obtained, other difficulties cropped up. Shirdi was a small village and there was a scarcity of water. There were 2 wells in the village. The main well dried up very soon and the water from the second was brackish. This brackish water was turned into sweet water by Sai Baba by throwing flowers into it. The water of this well was still insufficient, and so Tatya Patil had to arrange to get water from a distant well. Then temporary shops had to be constructed and wrestling bouts were arranged. Gopal Rao Gund had a friend named Damu Anna Kasar of Ahmednagar. He was also similarly unhappy in the matter of progeny, though he had married twice. He too was blessed by Sai Baba with sons, and Mr. Gund prevailed upon his friend to prepare and supply a simple flag for the procession in the fair. He also succeeded in inducing Mr. Nana Sahib Nimorkar to supply another embroidered flag. Both these flags were taken in procession through the village and were finally fixed at 2 corners of the masjid. This is being done even now. The sandal procession. There was another procession which was started during this fair. The idea for a sandal procession originated with Mr. Amir Shakar Dalal, a Muslim devotee from Korla. This procession is held in honor of great Muslim saints. Sandal paste and scrapings are put on a flat dish, and these are carried with incense burning in the dish through the village with music playing in the background. And after returning to the masjid, the contents of the dishes are applied on the nimbar niche, the walls of the masjid, by hand. This work was managed by Mr. Amir Shakar for the first 3 years and then afterwards by his wife. Thus, on the same day, the 2 processions, the flags by the Hindus and that of the sandal by the Muslims, went on side by side and are still going on without any hitch arrangement. This day was very dear and sacred to Baba's devotees. Most of them turned up on the occasion and took a leading part in the management of the fair. Tatya Kote Patil took care of all the outward affairs, while the internal management was left entirely to Radhakrishna Mai, a female devotee of Baba. Her residence was full of guests on the occasion, and she had to take care of their needs and also arrange for all the paraphernalia of the fair. Another task which she willingly did was clean and whitewash the entire masjid. Its walls and floors, which had been blackened by soot due to the burning dhuni, sacred fire that Baba maintained, were cleaned and whitewashed. She did this during the night, when Sai Baba went to sleep every alternate day in the Chavadi. She had to take all the things out, including dhuni itself, and after thorough cleaning and whitewashing, replace them as they were before. Feeding the poor, which was so dear to Sai Baba, was also a great item in this fair. For this purpose, cooking on a grand scale and preparation of various sweet dishes was done in Radhakrishna Mai's house. Various wealthy devotees played a leading part in this process. Transformation of the Urs into the Ramnavami festival. The fair was operating in this way and was gradually increasing in importance until 1912, when a change took place. That year, a devotee, Mr. Krishnarao Jageshwar Bhishma, the author of pamphlet Sai Sagunopasana, came for the fair with Dada Saheb Kapate of Amroti and was staying in Dikshit's Vada. While he was lying on the veranda and while Kaka Mahajani was going down with puja materials to the masjid, a new thought arose in his mind and he accosted the latter thus: there is some providential arrangement in the fact that the fair is celebrated in Shirdi on the Ram Navami day. This day is very dear to all the Hindus too. Then why not begin the Ram Navami festival, the celebration of the birth of Sri Rama on this day? Kaka Mahajani liked the idea, and it was arranged to get Baba's permission in this matter. The main difficulty was finding a Haridas who would perform the kirtan, singing songs in praise of the Lord on the occasion. But Bhishma solved this difficulty by saying that his Ram Akhyan, composition on Rama's birth, was ready, and he would do the kirtan himself, while Kaka Mahajani would play the harmonium. It was also arranged to get Sunta Vada, ginger powder mixed with sugar as prasad, but prepared by Radha Krishna Mai. So they immediately went to the masjid to get Baba's permission. Baba, who was omniscient, asked Mahajani what was going on in the Vada. Mahajani could not catch the purport of the question and remained silent. Then Baba asked Bhishma what he had to say. He explained the idea of celebrating Ram Navami festival and asked for Baba's permission, and Baba gladly gave it. Everyone rejoiced and made preparations for the Jayanti festival. The next day, the masjid was decorated with buntings. A cradle was supplied by Radha Krishna Mai and placed in front of Baba's seat, and the proceedings began. Bhishma stood up for the kirtan, while Mahajani played the harmonium. Sai Baba sent a man to call Mahajani. He was hesitant to go and doubted whether Baba would allow the festival to go on. But when he went to Baba, the latter asked him as to what was going on and why the cradle was placed there. He answered that the Ram Navami festival has commenced and the cradle had been placed there for that purpose. Then Baba took a garland and placed it around Mahajani's neck and sent another garland for Bhishma. Then the kirtan commenced. When it came to a close, shouts of victory to Rama were heard, and gulal, red powder, was thrown all around. Everybody was overjoyed when suddenly roaring was heard. The red powder, thrown promiscuously all around, went up and somehow entered Baba's eyes. Baba got wild and began to yell loudly. Most people got frightened by this thing and took to their heels. Some intimate devotees who know Baba well took this scolding as a blessing in disguise. They thought that when Rama was born, it was proper for Baba to get wild and rage to kill Ravana and his demons, egoism and wicked thoughts. Besides, they know that whenever a new thing was undertaken at Shirdi, it was normal for Baba to get wild and angry, and so they kept quiet. Radha Krishna Mai was rather afraid and thought that Baba might break her cradle, and she asked Mahajani to bring the cradle back. When he went to loosen and unfasten the cradle, Baba asked him not to remove it. Then after some time, Baba became calm, and that day's program, including the Maha Puja and Arati, were completed. Later on, Mahajani asked Baba for permission to remove the cradle, and Baba refused, saying that the festival was not yet finished. The next day, another kirtan and Gopal Kala ceremony were performed, and it was then that Baba allowed the cradle to be removed. In the Gopal Kala ceremony, an earthen pot containing parched rice mixed with curd is hung, only to be broken after the kirtan. The contents of the pot are distributed to everyone. This was done by Lord Krishna among his cowherd friends. During the Ram Navami festival, the processions of 2 flags during the day and that of the sandal by night went off with the usual pomp and show. From this time onward, Baba's Urus was performed through transformed into the Ramanavami festival. From the next year, 1913, the items on the program of Ramanavami festival began to increase. Radha Krishnamai started a Nama Saptah, singing the glory of God's name continuously, day and night for 7 days, from the 1st of Chaitra. For this, several devotees took part in turns, and she also joined it, sometimes early in the morning. As the Ramanavami festival is celebrated in many places all over the country, the difficulty of finding a Haridas was felt again. But 5 or 6 days before the festival, Mahajani accidentally met Balabua Malik, who was known as Modern Tukaram, and got to perform the Kirtan that year. The next year, 1914, Balabua Satarkar from Brihat Siddhakavati could not perform as a Haridas in his own town, as plague was raging in his town. So he came to Shirdi, and with Baba's permission, which was secured through Kaka Sahib Dikshit, performed the Kirtan and was sufficiently recompensed for his labor. The difficulty of getting a new Haridas every year was finally solved in 1914. Sai Baba entrusted this function to Dasaganu Maharaj permanently. He successfully conducted the Kirtans for several years. Since 1912, this festival has grown gradually every year. From the 8th to the 12th of Chaitra, Shirdi looked like a beehive of people. Shops began to increase. Celebrated wrestlers took part in wrestling bouts, and feeding of the poor was done on a grander scale. The hard work and the sincere efforts of Radhakrishna Mai turned Shirdi into a samsthan organization. Paraphernalia increased too. A beautiful horse, a palanquin, chariot, and many silver things, pots, buckets, pictures, and mirrors, etc., were donated for the festival. Elephants were also sent for the procession. Though all this paraphernalia increased substantially, Sai Baba ignored all these things and maintained his simplicity. It is to be noted that both Hindus and Muslims have been working in unison during both the processions and during the entire festival. There has been no hitch or quarrel between them so far. At first, about 5,000 to 7,000 people used to attend, but that figure went up to 75,000 in some years, and yet there has been no outbreak of any epidemic or riots worth mentioning in all these years. This is a testament of Baba's power to unite people of all religions. Repairs to the masjid. Another important idea occurred to Gopal Rao Gund. Just as he had started the Urs or the fair, he was inspired to put the masjid in order. In order to carry out the repairs, he collected stones and had them dressed. But this work was not assigned to him. This was reserved for Nana Sahib Chandorkar, and the pavement was assigned to Kaka Sahib Dikshit. At first, Baba was unwilling to allow them to have this work done. But with the intervention of Mahalsapati, a close devotee, his permission was secured. When the pavement was completed in the masjid, Baba began to use a small cushion pad for his seat, discarding the usual piece of sackcloth used till then. In 1911, Sabha Mandap courtyard was also repaired with great labor and effort. The open space in front of the masjid was very small and inconvenient. Kaka Sahib Dikshit wanted to extend it and put roofing on it. At great expense, he bought iron posts, pillars, and trusses and started the work. At night, all the devotees worked hard and fixed the posts. Baba, when he returned from the Chavdi the next morning, uprooted them all and threw them out. Once it so happened that Baba got very angry, caught a pole with one hand and began to shake and uproot it, and with the other hand held Tatya Patil's neck. He took by force Tatya's feta, a piece of cloth that is tied on a head like a turban, struck a match, set it on fire, and threw it in a pit. Baba's eyes flashed like burning embers, and no one dared to look at him. Everyone got terribly frightened. Baba took a rupee from his pocket and threw it there, as if it were an offering on an auspicious occasion. Tatya was also very frightened. No one knew what was going to happen to Tatya, and no one dared to interfere. Bagoji Shinde, the leper devotee, made a bold advance but was pushed away by Baba. Madhavra was also similarly treated and was pelted with pieces of brick. All those who went to intercede were similarly dealt with. But after some time, Baba's anger cooled. He sent for a shopkeeper, bought him an embroidered feta and tied it on Tatya's head, as if he was being given a special honor. Everyone was wonderstruck to see Baba's strange behavior. They were at a loss to know what enraged Baba so suddenly, what had led him to assault Tatya Patil, and why his anger cooled down the very next moment. Baba was sometimes very calm and quiet and said sweet things with love, but soon afterwards, with or without any pretext, got enraged. Many such instances may be related, but I do not know which to choose and which to omit. I therefore refer to them as Baba inspires me to. Bow to Shri Sai. Peace be to all.
Jai Sai Ram. Jai Mohanji. Chapter 7. The Wonderful Incarnation. Sai Baba knew every yogic practice possible. He was well versed in 6 processes, which include dhoti, a stomach cleaning by moist piece of linen 3-inch breadth and 22.5-inch length. Kada Yoga, separating his limbs and joining them again. And Samadhi. If you thought that he was a Hindu, he looked like a Muslim. If you thought he looks like a Muslim, he appeared to be a pious Hindu. No one really knew whether he was a Hindu or a Muslim. No one really knew he was a Hindu or Muslim. He celebrated the Hindu festivals of Ramanavami with all due formalities and at the same time performed the central procession of Muslim. He encouraged wrestling booths in the festival and gave good prizes to the winners. When it was time for the Gokul Ashtami, he got the Gopal Kala ceremony duly performed, and during the Eid festival, he allowed Muslims to say their prayers in his masjid. Once during the Muharram festival, a few Muslims proposed constructing a tiar or tabut in the masjid, keeping in there for a few days, and afterwards taking it in a procession through the village. Sai Baba allowed keeping the tabut for 4 days, and on the 5th day, had it removed without least compulsion. If we were to say that he was Muslim, his ears were pierced according to the Hindu customs at that time. If you think he was a Hindu, you advocate the practice of circumcision. Though, according to Mr. Naba Chadoka, who observed him closely, Baba was not circumcised. If you call him Hindu, he always lived in the masjid. If Muslim, he always had a dudi, a sacred fire, burning there. He also allowed the following things which are contrary to Muslim religion: blowing of a conch, ringing of bells, obligation of the fire, bhajans, and worship of Baba's feet with water. If you think that he was Muslim, the best of Brahmins, forgotten their orthodox way, fell prostrate at his feet. Those who went to find out about his origin were dumbfounded and were captured by his darshan. Thus, no one could screen whether Sai Baba was a Hindu or a Muslim. This is not surprise, for he who completely surrendered himself to the Lord and get rid of his egoism and body consciousness, thus become one with him. Therefore, he has nothing to do with any questions of religion. Sai Baba was such a being and saw no difference between religions or between beings. He ate meat and flesh with factory, but did not grumble when dogs tried to eat from his dish. Sai Baba was such a unique and wonderful incarnation. An account of the merits in my past birth, I had the good fortune to sit at his feet and enjoy his divine company. The joy and delight I derived therefrom was incomparable. In fact, Sai Baba was pure divine bliss and consciousness. I cannot sufficiently describe his greatness and uniqueness. He who took delight at Baba's feet was established in his own self. Many sannyasis, sadhukas, and all sort of men aspiring for salvation came to Sai Baba. He always walked, talked, and laughed with them, and always said the words, Allah Malik, God is the sole owner. He never liked discussions or arguments. He always calm and controlled, though irritable at times. He always preached the Vedanta, and nobody knew till the end who Baba was. Prince and poor people were treated alike by him. He knew everyone's deepest secrets, and when he gave expressions to them, everyone was surprised. He was the repository of the knowledge, and yet he faked ignorance. He also disliked honors. Such were his characteristics of Sai Baba. Though he had a human body, his deeds testified to his divine nature. Everyone considers him the Lord God in Shri. Sai Baba's behavior. The fool that I am, I cannot describe Baba's miracles. He got almost all the temples in Shri repaired through Tata Patil. The temple of Shani, Ganapati, Shankar Parvati, the village deity, and the Murti were put in order. His charity was also remarkable. The money he used to collect as dakshana was distributed freely, 20 rupees to some, and 50 or even 50 to others every day. People were immensely benefited by receiving Baba's darshan. Some became hale and hearty. Wicked people were turned into good ones. Leprosy was cured in some cases, while some blind men got back their sight without any drops of medicine being put in their eyes. The lame ones were able to walk. Nobody could see the end of his extraordinary greatness. His fame spread far and wide, and pilgrims from everywhere flocked to Shri. Baba sat near the Duni and always meditated. He used to tie a white turban on his head and wore a clean white dhoti around his waist and a shirt on his body. This was his dress in the beginning. He started practicing medicine in the village, examined patients, and gave medicine. He was always successful and became famous as a doctor. A curious case is narrated here. A devotee's eyes balls were very red and swollen. No doctors was available in Shri, and thus the other devotees took him to Baba. Other doctors would use ointments, cow's milk, and camphorated drugs. In such case, Baba's remedy was quite unique. He pounded some biba, Capsus anacardium, making nuts, and made 2 balls of them, thrust them on each eye on the patient, and wrapped a cloth bandage around both eyes. The next day, the bandage was removed and water was poured over them in a stream. The inflammations had subsided and the pupils had become white and clear. Though the eyes were very delicate, the Biba caused no smarting but removed the disease of the eyes. Many such cases were cured, and this is only an instant in point. Baba's yogic practice. Baba knew all the process and practices of yoga. We will attempt to describe two of these processes. The cleaning process. Baba went to a well near banyan tree, which was considerable distance from the Mashudi every third day, and washed his mouth and had a bath. On one occasion, he was seen vomiting out his intestines, cleaning them and placing them on the tree to dry. There are persons in Shri who have actually seen this and have testified to this fact. Ordinary duty is done using a moistured piece of linen, 3-inch broad and 22.5-inch long. This piece is instead and allowed to remain in the stomach for about half an hour, and then it's taken out. But Baba Dudi was quite unique and extraordinary. Kunda Yoga. This is a practice Baba extract various limbs from his body and left them separately at different places in the Masudi. Once a gentleman went into the Masudi and saw Baba's limbs lying separately at different places. He was terrified, and he first thought of running to the village officers and informing them of Baba being hacked to pieces and murdered. He thought that he would be held responsible, as he was the first informant and thus knew something of the affair. So he kept silent. But the next day, when he went to the Masudi, he was very surprised to see Baba hale, hearty, and sound. He thought that what he had seen the previous day was only a dream. Baba practiced yoga from a very early age, but nobody knew the proficiency he had attained. He charged no fee for his skill, became renowned and famous by virtue of his merits, and gave health to many poor and a suffering person. This famous doctor did not care for his own interest, but always worked for the good and welfare of others, sometimes suffering unbearable and terrible pain in the process. One such instance is given below, and it will show the all-pervasiveness and extremely merciful character of Sai Baba. Baba, all-pervasiveness and mercy. In the year 1910, Baba was sitting near the Duni on Diwali day and warming himself. He was pushing firewood into the Duni, which was burning brightly. A little later, instead of pushing the log of wood, Baba pushed his arm into the Duni. The arm was burned immediately. This was noticed by the servant Mahadeva and also Madhava Dishpare, known as Shama. They at once ran to Baba, and Madhava clasped Baba by his waist from his behind and dragged him forcibly backwards and asked, "Deva, why did you do this?" The Baba came to his sense and replied, "The wife of a blacksmith at some distant place was working the bellows of the furnace. When her husband called her, she forgot that her child was on her lap. She ran hastily, and the child slipped into the furnace. I immediately thrust my hand into the furnace and saved the child. I do not mind my arm being burned, but I'm glad that the life of the child was saved." The leper devotee service. On hearing the news, Baba's hand being burned, Mr. Nadushpa Chandroka, accompanied by the famous Dr. Padmanabhan from Bombay, with his medical kit consisting of ointment, lint, and bandage, rushed to Shri. Nadushpa requests Baba to allow Dr. Padmanabhan to examine the arm and dress the burn. Baba refused this treatment. Since then, the arm was dressed by the leper devotee, Pauji Siddhi. His treatment consists of massaging the burnt part with ghee and then place a leaf over it and securing it tightly with bandages. Mr. Nadushpa Chandroka asked Baba many times to unfasten the bandage and have the wound examined, dressed and treated by Dr. Padmanabhan so that it would heal quicker. Dr. Patman himself made similar requests, but Baba postponed in saying that Allah was his doctor and that Allah did not allow his arm to be examined. Dr. Patman's medicine were not exposed to the air in Shri, but he had the good fortune of receiving Baba's darshan. Boji was allowed to treat the hand daily, and after a few days, the arm healed and everyone was happy. We do not know whether any trace of pain remained. Every morning, Boji went through his process of loosening the bandage, massaging the arm with ghee, and tightly bandaging it again. This went on till Sai Baba's Maha Samadhi. Sai Baba, a perfect sage, did not really need this treatment, but out of love for his devotee, he allowed the Upasana, the service, to go on uninterrupted. When Baba left for the Lindi, Boji held the umbrella over him and accompanied him. Every morning, when Baba sat near the post close to the Dodi, Boji was presented and started his services. Boji was a sinner in the past birth. He was suffering from leprosy. His finger had shrunk and his body was full of pus and smelled badly. Though he seemed so unfortunate on the outside, he was really very lucky and happy, for he was Baba's prime servant and thus got the benefit of his darshan. Master Kapadi's plague. I shall now relate another instance of Baba's wonderful Leela. Mr. Kapadi, the wife of Mrs. Dashaban Kapadi of Amatu, was staying at Shri with her young son. One day, the son got a high fever, which further developed into bubonic plague. The mother was frightened and felt very uneasy. She thought of leaving for Amatu and went to ask Baba to permission to leave in the evening. When Baba was near the Vada, she informed him in a trembling tone that her son was down with plague. Baba spoke kindly and softly to her, saying that the sky is best with cloud, but they will melt and pass, and everything will be smooth and clear. Saying this, he lifted his kafni to the waist and showed everyone present 4 fully developed lumps as big as eggs, and added, "See how I have to suffer for my devotees. Their difficulties are mine." Seeing this unique and extraordinary miracle, people were convinced as to how saints suffer pain for their devotees. The mind of the saint is softer than wax. They love their devotees without any idea of gain and regards them as their true relatives. Going to Pandipuri and staying there. We shall close this chapter after relating a story illustrating how such Sai Baba devotee is devotees and how he anticipated their wishes. Mr. Nanshib Chandroka, a great devotee of Baba, was Maldar of Nanchandpur in Kadish. He was transferred to Pandipur. His devotion to Sai Baba before fruit. As he got to an order to go and stay at Pandipuri, which is regarded as work with heaven on earth, Nashiban had to report to work soon after he received the order. So he left immediately without even writing or informing anybody at Shri. He wanted to surprise Baba by visiting Shri, his Pandipur, to see and how before is Vedob Baba and then proceed. Nobody dreamed of Nadashibai departure from Shri, but Sai Baba knew all about this. As he was omnipresent, as soon as Nashibai approached Nimgun, a few miles from Shri, there was a stir in the Masudi. At Shri, Baba was sitting and talking to Malshipa, Appa Shri, and Kashim. When he suddenly said, "Let us all sing some bhajan and do of Pandipuri." The doors of Pandra, the Pandipuri Maharaj, are open. Let us sing merely. Then they all began to sing. The theme of the song being, I have to go to Pandipur and I have to stay there, for it is the house of my Lord. Baba sang, the devotees followed him. A short while later, Nashinbai arrived in Shri with his family, prostrated before Baba and requested him to accompany them to Pandipuri and stay there with them. The devotees told Nashinbai that Baba was already in the mood of going to Pandipuri and thus this invitation was unnecessary. Hearing this, Nashinbai was moved and fell at Baba's feet. Then after receiving Baba's permission, Woody and blessings, Nashiba left to Pandipura. There is no end to Baba's stories, but let me now stop here. I will reserve for the next chapter other topics such as the importance of human's life, Baba's living on alms, Babaji's service, and few other stories. Bow it, Shri Sai. Peace to be all. Jai Mohanji. Sai Ram.
Om Shri Sai Nathaya Namaha. Jai Mohanji. Sai Satcharitra, Chapter 8. The importance of a human birth. In this wonderful universe, God has created billions of creatures or beings, including gods, demigods, insects, beasts, and men, inhabiting heaven, hell, the earth, oceans, the sky, and other intermediate regions. Of these, those creatures are souls whose merits preponderate, go to heaven and live there till they enjoy the fruits of their actions. But when this is done, they are cast down. On the other hand, souls whose sins or demerits preponderate go down to hell and suffer the consequences of their misdeeds for so long a time as they deserve. When their merits and demerits balance each other out, they are born on earth as human beings and are given a chance to work out their salvation. Ultimately, when their merits and demerits are both completely destroyed, they get their deliverance and become free. To put the matter in a nutshell, souls get their births or transmigrations according to their deeds and intelligence, that is the development of their minds. The special value of the human body. As we all know, 4 things are common to all creatures: food, sleep, fear, and sexual union. Man, however, is endowed with a special faculty, knowledge, with the help of which he can attain divine vision, which is impossible in any other bird. It is for this reason that even the gods envy man's fortune and aspire to be born as men on earth so as to get their final deliverance. Some say that there is nothing worse than the human body, which is full of filth, mucus, phlegm, and dirt. It is subject to decay, disease, and death. This is no doubt true to a certain extent. But in spite of these drawbacks and defects, the special value of the human body is that man has got the capacity to acquire knowledge. It is only due to human knowledge that one can think of the perishable and transitory nature of the body itself and the world, and thereby develop disgust for sense enjoyments. Thus, humans have the capacity to discriminate between the unreal and real, and thereby attain divine vision. So, if we reject or neglect the body because it is filthy, we lose the chance to attain self-realization. And if we fondle it and run after sense objects, we go to hell. Therefore, the proper course for us to pursue is that the body should neither be neglected nor fondled, but should be properly cared for, just as a traveler on horseback takes care of his horse till he reaches his destination and returns home. Thus, the body should always be used or engaged to attain self-realization, which is the supreme of life. It is said that though God created various creatures, he was not satisfied, for none of them was able to understand and appreciate his work. So he had to create a special being man and endow him with a special faculty knowledge. And when he saw that man was able to appreciate his leelas, divine actions, he was very pleased and satisfied, as per Bhagavad 11:9-28. Thus, it is good luck to get a human body, and even better luck to have the recourse of Sai Baba's feet and to surrender to him completely. Man's endeavor, realizing how precious human life is, and knowing that death is certain and many may snatch us at any time, we should always be alert to achieve the true objective of our lives. We should not delay this and should make every possible attempt to gain our object, just as a widower is anxious to get himself married to a new bride, or just as a king leaves no stone unturned to seek his lost son. Similarly, with all earnestness and speed, we should strive to attain our end, self-realization. Casting aside sloth and laziness and warding off drowsiness, we should day and night meditate on the self. If we fail to do this, we reduce ourselves to the level of beast. How should we proceed? The most effective and speedy way to gain our object is to approach a worthy Sadguru who has attained self-realization. What cannot be achieved by hearing religious lectures and the study of religious work is easily obtained in the company of such worthy souls. Just as the sun alone gives light, which all the stars put cannot do, the Sadguru alone imparts spiritual wisdom, which all the sacred books and sermons cannot infuse. His movements and simple talk give us silent advice. The virtues of forgiveness, calmness, disinterestedness, charity, benevolence, control of mind and body, and humility are imbibed by the disciples when they are observed in such pure and holy company. This enlightens their mind and lifts them spiritually. Sai Baba was such a Sadguru. Though he acted as a fakir, that is mendicant, he was always engrossed in the self. He always loved all beings in whom he saw God or divinity. He was not elated by pleasures and was not depressed by misfortunes. A king and a pauper were the same to him. He whose glance would turn a beggar into a king used to beg his food from door to door in Shri. Let us now see how he did it. Baba begging for food. Blessed are the people of Shirdi, in front of whose houses Baba stood as a beggar and called out, "O lassie, give me a piece of bread," and spread out his hand to receive the same. In one hand he carried a tin pot, and in the other a rectangular piece of cloth. He visited a few houses every day and went from door to door. Liquid or semi-liquid things such as soup, vegetables, milk or buttermilk were received in the tin pot, while cooked rice, bread and other solid food was received in the cloth. Baba's tongue knew no taste, as he had acquired control over it. So how could he care for the taste of different things collected? Whatever food he received in his cloth and in the tin pot were mixed together and partaken by Baba to his heart's content. Whether particular things were tasty or not was never noticed by Baba, as his tongue was devoid of the sensation of taste. Baba begged till noon, but his begging was very irregular. Some days he went a few rounds, on other days up to 12 noon. The food thus collected was emptied into a clay pot. Dogs, cats and crows freely ate from it, and Baba never drove them away. The woman who swept the floor of the masjid took 10 or 12 pieces of bread home, and Baba never prevented her from doing so. How could he, who even in his dreams never chased away dogs and cats by harsh words, refuse food to poor, helpless people? Blessed indeed is the life of such a noble person. People in Shirdi took him in the beginning for a mad fakir, and he was known in the village by this name. How could one who lived on alms and begged for a few crumbs of bread be revered and respected? But this fakir was very liberal, disinterested and charitable. Though he looked fickle and restless from the outside, he was firm and steady on the inside. His ways were inscrutable, yet even in that small village, there were a few kind and blessed people who recognized and regarded him as a great soul. One such instance is given below. Baizabai's brilliant service. Tatya Kote's mother, Baizabai, used to go to the woods every noon with a basket on her head containing bread and vegetables. She roamed in the jungle for several miles, trampling over bushes and shrubs in search of the mad fakir. And once she found him, she fell at his feet. The fakir sat calm and motionless in meditation, while she placed a leaf before him, spread the eatables, and fed him. Wonderful was her faith and service. Every day at noon, she roamed the jungle and lovingly forced Baba to eat her food. Her upasana, that is service, was never forgotten by Baba till his Maha Samadhi. Remembering the service she had rendered, Baba benefited her son magnificently. Both the son and the mother had great faith in the fakir, who was their god. Baba often said to them that medicancy was the real lordship, as it was everlasting, and the so-called lordship, that is riches, was transient. After a few years, Baba stopped going into the woods, began to live in the village, and had his food in the masjid. From that time, Baizabai's troubles of roaming in the jungle ended. The dormitory of the trio. Blessed are the saints in whose hearts Lord Vasudev dwells, and fortunate in need are devotees who get the benefit of company of such saints. Two such fortunate fellows, Tatya Kote Patil and Bhagat Maharsapati, shared Sai Baba's company equally. Baba also loved them equally. These three slept in the masjid with their heads towards the east, west, and north, and their feet touching one another at the center. After preparing their beds, they lay on them, chatting and gossiping about many things till late at night. If any one of them showed any signs of sleep, the others would wake him up. For instance, if Tatya began to snore, Baba at once got up and shook him from side to side and pressed his head. If it was Maharsapati, Baba hugged him, stroked his legs and kneaded his back. In this way, for a full 14 years, Tatya slept in the masjid instead of his house due to his love for Baba. How happy and memorable were those days. How does one measure that love, and how does one value Baba's grace? After his father passed away, Tatya took charge of household affairs and began to sleep at home. Kushal Chand of Rahata. Baba loved Ganpat Kote Patil of Shirdi. He also loved Chandrabhan Sheth Marwadi of Rahata equally. After the demise of the Sheth, Baba loved his nephew Kushal Chand perhaps even more and cared for his welfare. Sometimes in a bullock cart and at other times in a tanga with intimate friends, Baba went to Rahata. The people of that village came out and with musical instruments playing, received Baba at the gate of the village and prostrated before him. Then he was taken into the village with great pomp and ceremony. Kushal Chand took Baba to his house, seated him on the comfortable seat and fed him a good lunch. Then they talked freely and merrily for some time. Baba returned to Shirdi after blessing everyone. Shirdi is midway between and equidistant from Rahata on one side to the south and Nimgaon on the other side, that is north. Baba never went beyond these places during his lifetime. He never saw a train or traveled by it, and yet he knew the exact timing of the arrival and departure of all trains. Devotees who acted according to Baba's instructions, which were given by him when they were leaving, fared well. Those who regarded them suffered many a mishap and accident. More about this and other matters will be told in the next chapter. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all. Om Shri Sai Ram, Jai Mohanji. Thank you, Baba.
Sai Ram to everyone. Jai Mohanji to you all. I'll read the chapter 9. At the end of the last chapter, it was briefly stated that devotees who obey Baba's order at the time of taking leave fare well, while those who disobeyed them suffered many mishaps. This statement will be amplified and illustrated with a few striking instances. The special characteristics of Shirdi pilgrimage. One special feature of pilgrimage to Shirdi was that no one could leave Shirdi without Baba's permission, and if he did, he invited untold suffering. But if anyone was asked to leave Shirdi, he could stay there no longer. Baba gave certain hints when devotee went to bid him goodbye. The suggestion had to be followed. If they were not followed or were departed from, accident was sure to befall those who acted contrary to Baba's direction. A few instances are given below. Tatya Kota Patil. Tatya Kote was once going in Tanga horse cart to the Kopagaon Bazaar. He came hesitantly to the masjid, greeted Baba and said that he was going to the Kopagaon Bazaar. Baba said, "Don't hurry, wait a little, forget the bazaar and don't leave the village." On seeing his anxiety to go, Baba asked him to take Shama Madhav Rao Deshpande. Disregarding Baba's direction, Tatya Kote immediately drove off in his tanga. Of the two horses that pulled the tanga, one was very active and restless. After passing the well, it began to run rashly, sprained its waist and fell. Tatya was not badly hurt, but was reminded of mother's side direction. On other occasion, while proceeding to Kolhar village, he disregarded Baba's direction again and drove in a tanga which met with a similar accident. The European gentleman. The European gentleman from Bombay once came to Shirdi with an introductory note from Nana Sahib Chandodkar. He had some objective in mind, was comfortably accommodated intent. He wanted to kneel before Baba and kiss him hand. Therefore, he tried thrice to step into the masjid, but Baba prevented him from going so. He was asked to sit in the open courtyard below and received Baba's darshan from there. Not pleased with the reception he got, he wanted to leave Shirdi at once and came to bid goodbye. Baba asked him to go the next day and not to hurry. People also requested him to abide by Baba's direction. He refused to listen to this. He left Shirdi in a tanga. The horse ran all right at the first, but upon passing a well, a bicycle crossed their path. The horse saw the bicycle, were frightened and ran faster. The tanga overturned and gentleman fell and was dragged some distance. He was immediately rescued but had to admit to Kopagaon Hospital for the treatment of his injury. Because of such experience, everyone learned the lesson that those who disobey Baba's instruction met with accident in one way or the other, and those who obey them were safe and happy. The necessary of mendicancy. Now we return to question of mendicancy. A question may arise in mind of some. If Baba was such a great person, God in fact, why should he have recourse to begging bowl all his life? This question may be considered and addressed from two standpoints. One, who has the right to live by begging bowl? Our religious scripture says those persons who get rid of the three main desires for progeny, wealth and fame, they accept sannyas are fit for live by begging. They cannot make cooking arrangement and dine at home. The duty of feeding them rests on the shoulders of householders. Sai Baba was not a householder. He was celibate sannyasi. His firm conviction was that the universe was his home and he was the Lord Vasudev, the supporter of universe and imperishable Brahman. So he had the right to have recourse to the begging bowl. Second, now from standpoint of Pancha Soon, the five sins of their atonement, we all know that in order to prepare meals, householders have to go through 5 actions of process. Kandani, pounding, Peshani, grinding, Udakumbi, washing pot, Marjani, sweeping and cleaning, and Chuli, lighting huts. The process involved the destruction of lots of small insects and creatures, and those the householder incur lot of sin. In order to atone for this sin, our holy scripture prescribed 5 kinds of sacrifice, namely Brahma Yajna and Veda Dhyana, offering to Brahman or the study of the Vedas, Pitra Yajna, offering to ancestor, Deva Yajna, offering to the gods, Bhuta Yajna, offering to the spirits, Manusuya, Atithi Yajna, offering to human uninvited guest. If this sacrifice enjoyed by the scripture are duly performed, the purification of their mind is effected, and this helps people to get knowledge and self-realization. Baba, in going from house to house, remind the residents of their sacred duty, and fortunate were the people who received the lessons from Baba. Devotees' experience. Now we return to another more interesting subject. Lord Krishna has said to the Bhagavad Gita 9-26, whosoever devotee offer to me a leaf, a flower, a fruit, or a water, that's offering wholeheartedly accepted. In that case of Sai Baba, if devotee really longed to offer anything to Sai Baba and he afterwards forgot to offer the same, Baba reminded him about the offering and then accepted it, blessing the devotee. A few instances are given below. The Takhan family, father and son. Mr. Ramachandra Atmaram, alias Baba Saheb Takhan, formerly by Prarthana Samajist, was a staunch devotee of Sai Baba. His wife and son loved Baba equally and perhaps more. It was once proposed that Master Takhan would go and his mother to Shri spend his vacation there. but the son was unwilling to go, as he thought that in case he left his home at Bandra, the worship of Sai Baba in the house would not be properly attended to. He felt that as his father was Pratna Samajist, he would not care to worship Sai Baba in large portrait. However, when his father pledged that he would perform the worship exactly as the son had been doing, the mother and the son left for Shri one Friday night. The next day, Saturday, Mr. Tarkan got up early, bathed, and before proceeding with the prayer, prostrated himself before the shrine and said, Baba, I'm going to perform the prayer exactly as my son has been doing, but please let it not be formal drill. After he performed the prayer, he offered few pieces of lump sugar as naivedya, an offering of food, which was then served at lunchtime. That evening and on Sunday evening went well. The following Monday was working day, as also passed well. Mr. Tarkan, who had never performed puja like this at all his life, felt great confidence in that everything was passing quite satisfactory and accordance with the promise given to his son. On Tuesday, he performed the morning prayer as usual and left to work. When he came back at noon, he found that there was no naivedya to serve with the meal. He asked the cook, who told him that no offering had been made that morning and that he had completely forgotten to perform that part of prayer. Upon hearing this, he left the seat and prostrated himself before the shrine, expressed his regret, at the same time chiding Baba for want his guidance in making the whole affair a matter of merit drill. There he wrote a letter to his sons, stating the fact that requested him to lay in before Baba's feet and ask for forgiveness to his mistake. This happened Bandra on Tuesday at noon. At about the same time, when noon Arati was about to commence in Shri, Baba said to Mrs. Tarkan,
We pause.
Om Shri Sai Nathaya Namah. 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 At about the same time, when the noon Arati was about to commence, Shri Sai Baba said to Mrs. Tarkan, Mother, I was at your house in Bandra looking for something to eat. I found the door locked. I somehow got inside found my regret that Bahu, Mr. Tarkan, had left nothing for me to eat, so I returned hungry. The lady could not understand anything, but the son, who was close by, understood there was something wrong with the worship in Bandra. He therefore requested Baba to permit to go home. Baba refused the permission, but allowed him to perform the puja in Shri. Then the son wrote a letter to his father, stating all that took place at Shri and implored his father not to neglect the worship. Both letters across each other were delivered to the respective parties the next day. Is this not astonishing, Mrs. Tarkan? Let us now take the case of Mrs. Tarkan herself. She offering 3 things: Bharit, roasting eggplant mixed with a yogurt and spice; Kacharya, circular pieces of eggplant fried in a ghee, and peda, a sweet. Let us see how Baba accepted them. Once Mr. Raghuvir Bhaskar, Purandare of Bandra, a great devotee of Baba, left for Shirdi with his family. Before they left, Mrs. Takhan went to Mrs. Purandare and gave her 2 eggplant and requested her to prepare bharit with one and kacharya with the other. She asked Mrs. Purandare to serve Baba with both these dishes. After reaching Shirdi, Mrs. Purandare went with her dish of bharit to the masjid. Baba was just about to start his meal and found bharit very tasty. So he distributed it to everyone and said that he wanted kacharya now. A word was sent to Radha Krishna Mai that Baba wanted a kacharya. She was in a fix, as that was no reason for eggplant. When an inquiry was made as to who has bought the bharit, it was found that Mrs. Purandare was also ensuring that duty of serving kacharyas. Everybody that came to know significance of Baba inquiring regarding kacharyas and were wrong stuck at Baba's all pervasive knowledge. In December 1950, Govind Balaram Mankar went to go to Shirdi to perform an obsequies of his father. Before he left, he came to see Mr. Takad. Mrs. Takad wanted to send something with him to Baba. She searched the whole house but found nothing except a penda, an oval-shaped sweet, which has already been offered to Naivedya. Govinda was in mourning and yet out of great devotion to Baba. She sent the penda with him, hoped the Baba would accept and eat it. Govind went to Shirdi and saw Baba, but forgot to take the penda with him. Baba simply waited when he again went to see Baba in the afternoon, he again forgot to take the penda with him. Baba could wait no longer and asked him, "What did you bring for me?" "Nothing," was then reply. Baba asked him again, and the same reply came forth again. Then Baba asked him the leading question, "Did the mother, Mr. Akhande, not give you some sweet for me?" Govind then remembered the whole thing. He felt abashed, asked the Baba's pardon, ran to his lodging, bought the penda and gave it to Baba. As soon as Baba received it, he put it into his mouth and swallowed it. Thus the devotion of Mrs. Thakkar was recognized and accepted. As a man believe in me, so do accept them. Gita 4 and 11 was proven in this case. How Baba was fed spontaneously. Once Mrs. Thakkar was staying in certain house in Shirdi. At afternoon meal were ready and dishes were behind served. When a hungry dog turned up there and began to bark and whine, Mrs. Thakkar got up and once and threw the dog a piece of bread, which the dog gulped with a great relish. In the afternoon, when she went to the masjid, Sai Baba said to her, "Mother, you have fed me spontaneously up to my throat, and my effective prana's life force have been satisfied. Allow act like this, and this will stand you in a good stead. Sitting in the masjid, I shall never ever speak anything but the truth. Take tiny of me like this. First give bread to a hungry and then eat. Note this well." She could not at first understand the meaning of what Baba said. So she replied, "Baba, how could I feed you? I myself depending on other and take my food from them on payment." Then Baba replied, "Having eaten that lovely bread, I have very content, and I'm still belching. I'm the dog which you saw before your meal, and to which you gave the piece of bread, is one with me, and so are all these other creatures on earth. I roam in their form. He who see me, all these creatures in my beloved, so abandon the sense of duality, the distinctions, and serve me as you did today. Upon hearing these nectar-like words, she was moved. Her eyes were filled with tears. Her throat was choked, and her joy knew no bounds. The moral story. See God in all being. In the moral of story, the Upanishad, the Gita, and the Bhagavata all exalt up on perceiving God or divinity in all creatures. By this instance, give at the end of this chapter and other too numerous to mention. Sai Baba has particularly demonstrated to us how to put the Upanishadic teaching into his practice. In this way, Sai Baba stands as the best exponent or teacher or the Upanishadic doctrines. Bow down to Sai. Peace to all. Sai Nathai Namo. Jai Mohanji. Thank you all.
Om Shri Sai Nathaya Namaha. Jai Mohanji. Chapter 10. Remember him, Sai Baba, always with love, for he was engrossed in everyone's welfare and was always immersed in his self. To remember him is to solve the riddle of life and death. This is the best and easiest of sadhanas, as it involves no expenditure. A little exertion here brings great rewards. So, as long as our senses are sound, we should every minute of our lives practice this sadhana. Everything else is illusory, and the Guru is God. If we believe in the Sadguru's holy feet, he can change our fortune for the better. If we serve him well, we get rid of our samsara. We need not study any philosophy like the Nyaya and the Mimamsa. If we make him our helmsman, he can easily help us cross the sea of all our pain and sorrows. Just as we trust the helmsman in crossing rivers and seas, we have to trust our Sadguru in getting over the ocean of worldly existence. The Sadguru looks at the intense feelings and the devotion of his devotees and endows them with knowledge and eternal bliss. In the last chapter, Baba's mendicancy, devotees' experience, and other subjects were dealt with. Let the readers now hear where and how Baba lived, and how he slept, and what he taught. Baba's wonderful bed. Let us first see where and how Baba slept. Mr. Nana Sahib Dangale bought Sai Baba wooden plank, 6 feet in length and only 3/4 of a foot in breadth. Instead of putting the plank on the floor and sleeping on it, Baba tied it like a swing to the rafters of the masjid with old rags and commenced to sleep upon it. The rags were so thin and worn out that it was a miracle that they could bear even the weight of the plank itself, let alone the weight of Baba. But somehow or the other, it was Baba's sheer Leela that the worn out rags sustained the plank with the weight of Baba on it. At each of the 4 corners of this plank, Baba lighted panatis, small earthen lamps, and kept them burning the whole night. It was a sight for the gods to see Baba sitting or sleeping on this plank. It was a wonder to all how Baba got on and off the plank. Out of curiosity, many careful observers kept watching the process of mounting and dismounting, but none succeeded in figuring it out. As crowds began to gather to watch this wonderful feat, Baba one day broke the plank into pieces and threw it away. Baba had all the 8 siddhis, powers at his command. He never practiced or craved from them. They came to him naturally as a result of his perfection. Sagun manifestation of Brahman. Though Sai Baba looked like a man, 5 feet 3 inches in height, he dwelt in everybody's heart. Inwardly, he was unattached and indifferent, but outwardly, he longed for public welfare. While inwardly very disinterested, he looked full of desires on the outside. While inwardly an abode of peace, he looked restless on the outside. On the inside, he had the state of Brahman, while outwardly he acted like the devil. Inwardly, he loved Advaita, union or monism, while outwardly he got entangled with the world. Sometimes he looked upon everyone with affection, and at times he threw stones at them. Sometimes he scolded them, while at times he embraced them and was calm, composed, tolerant, and well balanced. He was always engrossed in the self and was well disposed towards his devotees. He always sat on one asana and never traveled. His satka was a small stick, and he always carried this in his hand. He was calm and thought-free. He never cared for wealth or fame and lived by begging. This was the life he led. He always said the words, Allah Malik, God is the real owner. Entire and unbroken was his love for his devotees. He was the mine or warehouse of knowledge of the self and was full of divine bliss. Such was the divine form of Sai Baba, boundless, endless, and undifferentiated, the principle which envelops the whole universe. From a stone pillar to Brahma, incarnated in Sai Baba, people who were very fortunate got this treasure trove in their hands, while those people who did not know the real worth of Sai Baba took him to be a mere human being and continued to remain miserable. His stay in Shirdi and probable date of birth. No one knew of Baba's parents and his date of birth, but it can be determined approximately by his stay in Shirdi. Baba first came to Shirdi when he was about 16 years of old and stayed there for 3 years. Then all of a sudden he disappeared for some time. He reappeared after some time in the Nizam estate near Aurangabad and again came to Shirdi with the marriage party of Chand Patil when he was about 20 years old. Since then, he lived in Shirdi for a period of 60 years, after which Baba took his Maha Samadhi in the year 1980. From this, we can say that the year of Baba's birth is approximately 1838 AD. Baba's mission and advice. Saint Ramdas 1608 till 1681 flourished in the 17th century and fulfilled to a great extent his mission of unity and harmony between religions. But within 2 centuries after him, the split between the two communities, the Hindus and Muslims, widened again, and Sai Baba came to bridge the gulf. His constant advice to everyone was to this effect: Rama, the God of the Hindus, and Rahim, the God of the Muslims, were one and the same, and there was not the slightest difference between them. Then why should their devotees quarrel? You ignorant folk should join hands and bring both communities together. Act sanely, and thus you will gain your object of unity. It is not good to dispute and argue, so don't argue and don't emulate others. The Lord will protect you. Yoga, sacrifice, penance, and knowledge are the means to attain God. If you do not succeed in this by any means, vain is your birth. If anyone does any evil unto you, you do not retaliate. If you can do anything, do some good unto others. Thus, in short, was Sai Baba's advice to everyone, and this will stand you in good stead, both in material and spiritual matters. Sai Baba as a Sadguru. There are different types of gurus on earth. There are many so-called gurus. Why go about from house to house with musical instruments in their hands and make a show of their spirituality? They blow mantras into the ears of their disciples and extract money from them. They profess to teach piety and religion to their disciples, but are themselves impious and irreligious. Sai Baba never thought of making the least show of his birth. He had no body consciousness, but he had great love for his disciples. There are two kinds of gurus: niyat, appointed, and aniyat, unappointed. The latter, by their advice, develop the good qualities in us, purify our hearts, and set us on the path of salvation. But contact with the former dispels the sense of difference between us and the divine. There are various gurus imparting to us various kinds of worldly knowledge, but he who fixes us in our nature, self, and carries us beyond the ocean of worldly existence is the Sadguru. Sai Baba was such a Sadguru. His greatness is undescribable. If anybody went to receive his darshana, Baba, without being asked, would give away every detail of the seeker's past, present, and future life. He saw divinity in all beings, friends, and foes were alike to him. Disinterested and equally balanced, he obliged evildoers. He was the same in prosperity and adversity. Doubts never affected him. Though he possessed a human body, he was not in the least attached to his body or house. Though he looked embodied, he was really disembodied. Blessed are the people of Shri who worship Sai as their God while eating, drinking, working in their backyards and fields and doing various household chores. They always remembered Sai and sang his glory. They knew no other God except Sai. How can one describe the love and sweetness of the women of Shri? They were quite ignorant, but their pure love inspired them to compose poems or songs in their simple rural language. Letters or learning they had none, yet one can still discern real poetry in their simple songs. It is not intelligence, but love that inspires real poetry. Real poetry is the manifestation of true love, and this can be seen and appreciated by intelligent listeners. A collection of these folk songs is desirable, and Baba willing, some fortunate devotee may undertake the task of collecting and publishing these folk songs either in the Sai Leela magazine or separately as a book. Baba's humility. The Lord is said to have 6 qualities: fame, wealth, non-attachment, knowledge, grandeur, and generosity. Baba had all these in him. He incarnated in the flesh for the sake of his devotees. Wonderful was his grace and kindness. He drew his devotees to him from afar. For the sake of his devotees, Baba spoke such words that for the goodness of his speech one dare not utter. Here is a specimen. Baba spoke the following humble words: slave of slaves, I am your debtor. I am satisfied at your darshan. It is a great favor that I saw your feet. I am an insect in your excreta. I consider myself blessed thereby. What humility is this? If anybody thinks that by publishing this, any disrespect is shown to Sai, we beg his pardon and atone for this, and we sing and chant Baba's name. Though Baba seemed outwardly to enjoy sense objects, he had no taste for them or even the consciousness of enjoying them. Though he ate, he had no sense of taste, and though he saw, he never felt any interest in what he saw. Regarding passion, he was as perfect a celibate as Hanuman. He was not attached to anything. He was pure consciousness, the resting place of desire, anger, and other feelings. In short, he was disinterested, free, and perfect. A striking instance may be cited in illustration of this statement. Nanavali. There was in Shri a very quaint and queer fellow named Nanavali. He used to look after some of Baba's chores. He once approached Baba, who was seated, and asked him to get up as he wanted to occupy the seat. Baba at once got up and left the seat which Nanavali occupied. After sitting there a while, Nanavali got up and asked Baba to take his seat. Then Baba sat on the seat and Nanavali felt at his feet and went away. Baba did not show the slightest displeasure in being dictated to and ousted. Nanavali loved Baba so much that he breathed his last on the 30th day of Baba's Maha Samadhi, the abandonment of his mortal form. The easiest path, hearing the stories of the saints and being in their company. Though Sai Baba acted like an ordinary man, his actions showed extraordinary intelligence and skill. Whatever he did was done for the good of his devotees. He never prescribed any yogic postures, regulation of breathing, or any rites to his devotees, and nor did he blow any mantra into their ears. He told them to forget all cleverness and always remember the words, Sai, Sai. If you do that, he said, all your shackles will be removed and you will be free. Sitting between 5 fires, sacrifices, chanting, and eightfold yoga are only for some people. They are of no use to others. The function of the mind is to think. It cannot remain for a minute without thinking. If you give it a sense object, it will think about it. If you give it a guru, it will think only about the guru. You have heard attentively the greatness and grandeur of Sai. This is the natural remembrance, worship, and kirtan of Sai. Hearing the stories of the saints is not as difficult as the other sadhanas mentioned above. The stories dispel all fear of this samsara, worldly existence, and take you onto the spiritual path. So listen to these stories, meditate on them, and assimilate them. You may do or attend to your worldly duties, but give your mind to Sai and his stories, and then he is sure to bless you. This is the easiest path, but why does not everyone take to it? The reason is that without God's grace, we do not get the desire to listen to the stories of saints. With God's grace, everything is smooth and easy. Hearing the stories of the saints is, in a way, keeping the company. The importance of the company of saints is great. It removes our body consciousness and egoism, destroys completely the chain of our birth and death, cuts asunder all the knots of the heart and takes us to God, who is pure consciousness. It increases our detachment from sense objects, make us quite indifferent to pleasure and pains, and leads us on the spiritual path. If you know no other sadhana such as saying God's name, worship, or devotion, but if you take refuge in saints wholeheartedly, they will carry you safely across the ocean of worldly existence. It is for this reason that saints manifest themselves in this world. Even sacred rivers such as the Ganges, Godavari, Krishna, and Kaveri, which wash away the sins of the world, desire that saints should come to them for a bath and purify them. Such is the grandeur of the saints. It is on account of our store of merits in past births that we have attained the feet of Sai Baba. We conclude the chapter with meditation on Sai Baba's form. The handsome Sai stands on the edge of the masjid and distributes udi to each and every devotee. While deeply engrossed in his devotees' welfare, Baba knew the world was an illusion and was always engrossed in supreme bliss. Before him, we humbly prostrate ourselves. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be on.
Chapter 11. Sai as Saguin Brahma. Dr. Pandit's worship. Haji Siddiq Falke, control over the elements. Let us now, in this chapter, describe the manifested Saguin Brahma Sai as to how he was worshipped and how he controlled the elements. So the first part, Sai as Saguin Brahma. There are two aspects of God, O Brahma. One, the unmanifested Nirgun, and two, the manifested Sagun. The Nirgun is formless, while the Sagun is with form. Through both denote the same Brahma. Some prefer to worship the former, some the latter. As stated in the Gita, chapter 13, the worship of the latter is easy and preferable. As man has got a form, body, senses, etc., it is natural and easy for him to worship the God with form. Our love and devotion do not develop unless we worship Sagun Brahma for a certain period of time, and as we advance, it leads us to the worship, meditation of Nirgun Brahma. So let us start with Sagun worship. Image, altar, fire, light, sun, water, Brahma are the 7 objects of worship, but Sadguru is better than all of these. Let us on this occasion bring to our mind the form of Sai, who has non-attachment, incarnate, and who was a resting place for his devotees. Our faith in his words is the asan, and for our sankalpa, determination to accomplish the puja, is the abandonment of all desires. Some say that Sai was a Bhagavad Bhakta, devotee of the Lord. Others say he was a Maha Bhagavat, a great devotee. But to us, he is God incarnate. He was ever forgiving, never irritable, straight, soft, tolerant, and content beyond comparison. Though he looked embodied as having the form, he was really disembodied, emotionless, unattached, and internally free. The Ganges, on its way to the sea, cools and refreshes the creatures affected with the heat, gives life to the corpse and trees, and quenches the thirst of many. Similarly, saints' souls like Sai, while they live their own, give solace and comfort to all. Lord Krishna has said that the saint is my soul, my living image. I am he, or he is my pure form, being. This is indescribable Shakti, or power of God, known as pure existence, knowledge, and bliss. Incarnated in the form of Sai in Shirdi. The Shruti Taittiriya Upanishad describes Brahma as pure bliss. This we read or hear daily in the books, but the devout people experience this Brahma or bliss in Shirdi. Baba, the support of all, required no prop or asan from anybody. He always used a piece of sack for his seat, which was covered with a small mattress by his bhaktas, and had a bolster placed by them, rest as his back. Baba respected the feelings of his devotees and allowed them to worship him as they liked. Some waved chamar or fans before him. Some played on musical instruments. Some washed his hands and feet, and some others applied saint and chandan. Some gave betel nut with leaves, and some others offered nivyada. Though he looked like living in Shirdi, he was present everywhere. This all-pervasiveness of his daily experienced by his devotees are humble prostrations to this all-pervasive Sadguru. Dr. Pandit's worship. One Dr. Pandit, a friend of Tatya Sahib Narkul, once came to Shirdi for Baba's darshan. After saluting Baba, he sat in the masjid for some time. Baba asked him to go to Dada Bhat Kalkar. He went to the Dada Bhat, by whom he was well received. Then Dada Bhat left his house for puja and Dr. Pandit accompanied him. Dada Bhat worshipped Baba. Nobody until then dared to apply sandal paste to Baba's forehead. Only Mapushpasti used to apply it to his neck, but this simple-hearted Dr. Pandit took Dada Bhat's dish containing puja materials and taking sandal paste out of it, drew a tripand, i.e. a 3 horizontal lines on Baba's forehead. To the surprise of all, Baba kept silent, not uttering a single word. Then Dada Bhat that evening asked Baba, how is it that though you object to the sandal paste being applied by others to your forehead, you allowed Dr. Pandit to do so? Baba replied that Dr. Pandit believed him to be the same as his guru, Raghunath Maharaj or Dopeshwar, known as Kaka Puranik, and he applied the paste to his forehead as he was doing to his guru. Hence, he could not object. On inquiry, Dr. Pandit told Dada Bhat that he took Baba as his guru, Kaka Puranik, and realized him as the same. Hence, he marked the tripand on the Baba's forehead as he did on his guru. Though Baba allowed the devotee to worship him as they pleased, still sometimes he acted in a strange way. Sometimes he threw away the puja dish and was wrath incarnate. Sometimes he threw away the puja dish and he was wrath incarnate. Then he would approach him. Sometimes he scolded the devotees. At times he looked softer than wax and statue of peace and forgiveness. Though he seemed to shake with anger, his red eyes rolled around, still he was internally an ocean of affection and motherly love. He would call out his devotees and say that he never knew when he was ever angry with them. If it was possible, the mothers could kick their children and the sea turn back the river, he too would neglect the devotees' welfare that he and the slave of his devotees always stood by them and responded to them whenever they called him, and that he always longed for their love. Haji Siddiq Falke. There was no knowing as to when Baba would accept devotee. That depended on his will. Siddiq Falke's story is to the point. One Mohammedan gentleman by the name Siddiq Falke of Kalyan, after making pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina, came to Shirdi. He lived in the Chavdi facing north and sat in the open courtyard of the masjid. For 9 months, Baba ignored him and did not allow him to step into the masjid. Falke felt disconsolate and did not know what to do. Somebody advised him not to be disappointed, but to try and approach Baba through Shaman, a close, intimate devotee of Baba. He told him that as they approached the Lord Shiva through his servant and devotee, Nandini, so should Baba be approached through Shaman. Falke liked the idea and implored Shama to intercede for him. Shama agreed, and on the convenient occasion spoke to Baba about him. Thus, Baba, why don't you allow the old Haji to step into the masjid, while so many persons freely come and go after taking your darshan? Why not bless him once? Baba replied, Shama, you are immature to understand things. If the fakir, Allah, does not allow, what can I do? Without his grace, who will climb into the masjid? Well, go to him and ask him whether he will come to the narrow footpath near the Barfi well. Shama went and returned with an affirmative answer. Again, Baba said to Shaman, ask him whether he is willing to pay me the sum of 40,000 rupees in 4 installments. Shama went and returned with the answer that he was willing to pay even 40 lakhs. Again, Baba said to Shaman, we are going to cut goat in the masjid. So ask him whether he would like to have its meat, haunch, or testicles of the goat. Shama returned with the answer that the Haji would be happy to receive a small crumb from the Baba's Columba mud pot. Hearing this, Baba got excited and with his hands threw away the earthen jars and Columba and straightway advanced to the Haji, lifting his kafni up in the arms and said, why do you brag and pose yourself as an old Haji? Do you read the Quran like this? You are proud of your pilgrimage to Mecca, but you do not know me. Being thus scolded, the Haji was confounded. Baba then went on to the masjid, purchased a basket of mangoes and sent them to the Haji. Then again, Baba went to the Haji and taking out rupees 55 from his pocket, gave them in Haji's hand. Henceforth, Baba loved the Haji, invited him for meals, and the Haji thereafter came into the masjid, and whenever he liked, Baba gave him at times some rupees, and thus Haji was enrolled in Baba's darbar. Baba's control over elements. We shall close this chapter after describing 2 incidents showing Baba's control over the elements. Once at evening time, there was a terrible storm at Shirdi. The sky was overcast with thick black clouds. Winds began to blow with great force. Clouds roared and lightning began to flash, and rain started pouring in the torrents. In a short time, the whole place was flooded with water. All creatures, birds, beasts, and men got terribly frightened, and they all flocked to the masjid for shelter. There are many local deities in Shirdi, but none of them came to their rescue. So they all prayed to Baba, their God, who was fond of their devotion. To intercede and quell the storm, Baba was much moved. He came out and, standing at the edge of the masjid, addressed the storm in a loud and thunderous voice. Stop, stop your fury and be calm. In a few minutes, the rain subsided. The winds ceased to blow and the storm came to a stop. Then the moon rose in the sky and people went back home well pleased. 2. On the other occasion, at noon, the fire in the Duni began to burn brightly. Its flames were seen to be reaching the rafters above. The people who were sitting in the masjid did not know what to do. They dared not to ask Baba to pour water or do anything to quench the flames. But Baba soon came to realize what was happening. He took up his satka, short stick, and dashed it against the pillar in front, saying, "Get down, Be calm. At each stroke of the Satka, the flames began to slow down, and in a few minutes the Dhuni became calm and normal. This is our Sai, an incarnation of God. We will bless any man who will prostrate and surrender himself to him. He who will read the stories of this chapter daily with faith and devotion will soon be free from all calamities. Not only this, but always attached and devoted to Sai. He will get very soon God vision, and all his desires will be fulfilled, and being ultimately desireless, he will attain supreme, the supreme. Amen. Bow to Shri Sai. Peace be to all.
Om Sai, Om Sai Ram Mahanji. Chapter 12. Now let us see in this chapter how devotees Om Sai Ram. Now let us see in this chapter how devotees were received and treated by Baba, a saint's mission. We have seen before that the purpose of divine incarnation is to protect the good and destroy the wicked. But the mission of the saints is quite different. To them, the good and the wicked are the same. First, they feel for the evil doers and set them on the right path. They are like the Agasti to destroy the Bhavasagar, the ocean of worldly existence, are like the sun to darkness of ignorance. God dwells in the saints. In fact, they are not different from him. Our Sai is one of them, and he incarnated for the welfare of his devotees, supreme in knowledge and surrounded by divine luster. He loved all beings equally. He was unattached, force, friends, kings, and purpose. But the same to him. Hear about his powers.
Radha, we can't hear you very well.
Oh. Can't hear me? Hello?
It's
Hello?
very, very faint. Come to the microphone a little bit closer to the laptop, please.
Yeah, I am near the... Hello? Hello?
That's better.
Yeah, it's better. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm starting now again.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Om Sai Ram. Om Sai Ram Mahanji. Chapter 12. Now let us see this chapter, how devotees were received and treated by Baba. A saint's mission. We have seen before the purpose of divine incarnation is to protect the good and destroy the wicked. But the mission of the saints is quite different. To them, the good and wicked are the same. First, they feel for the evildoers and set them on the right path. They are like the Agasti to destroy the Bhavasagar, the ocean of worldly existence, are like the sun to the darkness of ignorance. Good dwellers in the saints, in fact, they are not different from him. Our Sai is one of them, and he incarnate for the welfare of his devotees. Supreme is knowledge and surrounded by divine luster. He loved all beings equally. He was unattached, force, friends, kings, and purpose were the same to him. hear about his powers for the sake of his devotees. He spent his stock of merits and was always alert to help them. But the devotees could never approach him unless he meant to receive them. If their turn did not come, Baba did not remember them and his leelas could not reach their ears. Then how could they think of seeing him? Some men desired to see Sai Baba, but they did not get an opportunity to receive his darshan before his Maha Samadhi, abounding his moral form. There are many such persons whose desire for Baba's darshan was not thus satisfied. If these persons have true faith in him and listen to his leelas, their quest for milk, darshan, will be to a great extent satisfied by this buttermilk, Baba's leelas. If someone went there by sheer luck and received Baba's darshan, were they able to stay there longer than he wished? Nobody could go there of his own accord, and nobody could stay there longer than Baba wished. They could stay there only as long as Baba permitted them to stay and had to leave the place when asked to do so by Baba. So everything depended on Baba's will. Kaka Mahazani. Once Kaka Mahazani went to Shirdi from Bombay, he wanted to stay there for a week and enjoy the Gokul Ashtami festival. As soon as he received Baba darshan, Baba asked him, "When are you going back home?" He was rather surprised at this question, but he had to answer it. He said that he would go home when Baba ordered him to do so. But Baba then said, "Go tomorrow." Baba's word was law and had to be obeyed. Kaka Mahazani therefore left Shirdi the next day. When he went to his office in Bombay, he found that his employer was anxiously waiting for him. The manager had suddenly fallen ill, and hence Kaka's presence was absolutely necessary. He had sent a letter to Kaka at Shirdi, which was redirected to him at Bombay. Bapu Sahib Dumal. Once Baba Sahib Dumal, a pleader, was going to Niphad for case. On the way, he came to Shirdi, received Baba's darshan and wanted to proceed to Niphad immediately. But Baba did not permit him to do so. Baba made him stay at Shirdi for more than a week. In the meanwhile, the magistrate at Niphad suffered from intense pain at his the case was adjourned. Dhumal was then allowed to go and attend his case. It went straight. Ultimately, Mr. Dhumal won Mr. Nimonkar. Mr. Nana Sahib Nimonkar, one tender of Nimon and an honorary magistrate, was staying at Shirdi with his wife. Mr. Masjid with Baba and served him. It so happened that their son fell decided. With Baba's consent to go to Balapur and see her son and other relatives and stay there for a few days. But Nana Sahib asked her to return the very next day. The lady was in a fix and did not know what to do. But her God, Sai, came to her assistance while leaving Shirdi. She went to see Baba, who was standing in front of Satesh Wada with Mr. Nimonkar and a few others. She prostrate at his feet and asked for his permission to leave. Baba said to her, "Go quickly, be calm and unperturbed. Stay comfortably at Balapur for 4 days. See all your relatives and then return to Shirdi." How opportune were Baba words. Nana Sahib proposal was overruled by Baba's decree. Mule Sasri of Nasik, an orthodox Agnihotri Brahmin from Nasik, named Mule Sasri, who had studied and well versed in policy and palmistry, once came to Shirdi to see Mr. Bapu Sahib Bhuti, the famous millionaire from Nagapur. After meeting him, he went with the few others to see Baba in the masjid. Baba bought various fruits and other things from vendors with his own money and distributed them to the persons present in the masjid. Baba used to press a mango on all sides so skillfully that when the person received it from Baba and sucked it, he got all the people at once in his mouth and could throw away the stone and the skin forthwith. Plantains were peeled by Baba and the kernel was distributed to the devotees, while the skins were retained by Baba for himself. Mule Sasri, being a palmist, wanted to read Baba's palm and requested him to extend at the same. Baba ignored his request and gave him 4 plant stains. Then they all returned to the Vada and Mule Sasri both were scared clothes and started his routine duties. Then Baba, as usual, started for the Lendi and said, "Take some guru, a red substance used to dye clothes, saffron. We shall done saffron today." No one understood what Baba meant. After some time, Baba returned and preparations for the noon Arati were being made. Babu Sahib Jog asked Mula Sasri whether he could accompany him for the Arati. Sasri replied that he would see Baba in the afternoon, very soon. Baba sat on his seat and was being worshipped by his devotees, and the Arati commenced. Then Baba said, "Get some dakshina from the new Brahmin." Bhuti himself went to get the dakshina, and when he relayed Baba's message to Mule Sasri, Sasri was sorely perplexed. He thought, "I am a pure Agonshri Brahmin. Why should I pay dakshina? Baba may be great saint, but I am not his dependent." But as a great saint like Sai Baba was asking for dakshina through a millionaire like Bhuti, he could not refuse. So leaving his routine unfinished, he left with Bhuti to the masjid. Thinking himself holy and scared, and the masjid otherwise, he remained at a distance and threw flowers at Baba. Then all of a sudden, he saw his late Guru Golak Swami there in place of Baba. He was wonderstruck. Could this be a dream? But how could his late Guru Golak be there? He was speechless for some time. He pinched himself and looked again, but could not reconcile the fact that his late Guru Golak was the masjid. Ultimately, abandoning all doubt, he went up, fell at his Guru's feet, and then getting up, stood there with folded hands. Other people sang Baba's Harati while Mule Sasri chanted his Guru's name. Then, casting off all pride of caste and ideas about scaredness, he felt flat at his Guru's feet and closed his eyes. When he got up and opened his eyes, he saw Baba asking for dakshina, seeing Baba's blissful from the inconvenienceable power. Mula Sasri forgot himself. He was extremely pleased, and his eyes were fully of tears of joy. He again bowed before Baba and gave him dakshina. He said that his doubts were removed and that he saw his own Guru. On seeing this wonderful Leela, everyone was quite moved, and they realized the meaning of Baba's words. "Bring Guru, we shall down saffron today," such as the wonderful Leela's Baba, a doctor. Once a Mamalatadar came to Shri with a friend
who was a doctor. The doctor said that his deity was Rama and that he could not bow before a Muslim. And so he was unwilling to go to Shirdi. The Mamlatadar replied that nobody would press him to bow before Baba. So he should merrily come along and provide the pleasure of his company. So they came to Shirdi and went to the masjid to receive Baba's darshan. Everyone was wonderstruck to see the doctor going ahead and bowing before Baba. They asked him how he forgot his resolve and bowed before a Muslim. Then the doctor replied that he saw his beloved deity Rama on the seat, and he therefore prostrated himself before Rama. Then he was doing this, he saw Sai Baba there again. Rather dismayed, he said, is this a dream? How could he be a Muslim? He is a great yoga syamapana, full of yoga avatar. The next day, he took a vow and began to fast. He abstained himself from the masjid, resolving not to go to there until Baba blessed him. 3 days passed, and on the 4th day, a close friend of his from Khandesh turned up and accompanied the friend to the masjid to receive Baba's darshan. After they both bowed before Baba, Baba asked the doctor whether anybody had to come to fetch him. Hearing this vital question, the doctor was removed. The same night, he was blessed by Baba and he experienced supreme bliss in his sleep. Then he felt for his town, where he experienced the same state for a fortnight. Thus, his devotion to Sai Baba increased significantly. The moral of all the stories mentioned above, especially that of Mule Sastri, is that he should have firm faith on our Guru and no one else. More Leelas of Sai Baba will be described in the chapter. Bow to Shri Sai. Peace be to all.
Sai Ram, Chapter 13, The Unscrutinable Power of Maya. Baba's words were always short, pithy, deep, full of meaning, efficient, and well-balanced. He was always content and never cared for anything. He said, though I have become a fakir, have no house or wife, and have left all my worries behind, the inevitable Maya teases me often. Though I forget myself, I cannot forget her. She always envelops me. This Maya, elusive power of the Lord Shri Hari, teases God Brahma and others. Then what can a poor fakir like me do? Those who take refuge in the Lord will be freed from her clutches with his grace. Lord Shri Krishna had said to Uddhava in the Bhagavad that saints are his living form, and hear what Baba said for the welfare of all of his devotees. Those who are fortunate and whose demerits have been exhausted take to my worship. If you always say the words, Sai, Sai, I shall take you over the 7 seas. Believe in these words and you will certainly benefit. I do not need any paraphernalia of worship, either 8-fold or 16-fold. I am present where there is complete devotion. Now read how Baba protected those who surrendered themselves to him. Bhimaji Patil. Bhimaji Patil, a resident of Naranagao, suffered in the year 1909 from a severe and chronic chest disease, which ultimately developed into tuberculosis. He sorted all sorts of remedies, but no effect. Having lost all hope, he ultimately prayed to God. Oh Lord Narayan, please help me now. It is well-known fact that when our circumstances are well off, we do not remember God. But when calamities and adversities overtake us, we are reminded of him. So Bhimaji now turned to God. It occurred to him that he should consult Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar, a great devotee of Baba. So he wrote him a letter and all of the details of his malady and asked for his opinion. In his reply, Nana Sahib wrote that there was only one remedy left, and that was to recourse to Baba's feet. Relying on Nana Sahib's advice, he made preparations to go to Shirdi. He was brought to Shirdi, taken to the masjid, and placed before Baba. Nana Sahib and Shama Madhavrao Deshpande were present in the masjid at the time. Baba pointed out that the disease was due to the patient's previous evil karma and that he was not disposed to interfere. But the patient cried out in despair that he was helpless and had sought refuge in Baba at his last hope. He prayed for mercy. Then Baba's heart melted and he said, "Cast off your anxiety. Your suffering has come to an end." However oppressed and troubled one may be, as soon as he steps into the masjid, he is on the pathway to happiness. The fakir here is very kind, and he will cure the disease and protect everyone with love and kindness. Bhimaji usually vomited blood every 5 minutes, but there was no vomiting in Baba's presence. From the time Baba said the words of hope and mercy, the malady took a favorable turn. Baba asked him to live in Bhimabai's house, which was not a convenient and healthy place, but Baba's orders had to be obeyed. While he was living there, Baba cured him through 2 dreams. In one dream, he saw himself as a boy suffering the severe pain of a flogging for not reciting his poetry lessons correctly. In the second dream, someone caused him intense pain and torture by rolling a stone up and down his chest. With the pain suffered in these dreams, his cure was complete and he went home. He then often came to Shirdi, gratefully remembering what Baba had done for him and prostrated before Baba. Baba did not expect anything from his devotees, only grateful remembrance, steady faith, and devotion. People in the state of Maharashtra celebrate the Satyanarayan Puja in their homes every month, but it was Bhimaji Patil who started a new Sai Satya Vrata Puja instead of the Satyanarayan Vrata Puja when he returned to his village. Bala Ganpat Shimpi, another devotee of Baba's, Baba Ganpat Shimpi suffered a lot from a seemingly incurable type of malaria. He tried all sorts of medicines and concoctions, but in vain. The fever did not abate, and so he ran to Shirdi and fell at Baba's feet. Baba gave him a strange remedy. Baba said, "Give a black dog a few morsels of rice mixed with yogurt in front of Lakshmi temple." Bala Shimpi did not know how to execute this recipe, but he went home and found a rice and yogurt. After mixing them together, he brought the mixture near the Lakshmi temple, where oddly enough, he found a black dog wagging its tail. He then placed the mixture before the dog. The dog ate it, and strange to say, Bala got rid of his malaria. Bapu Saheb Bhutti. Bapu Saheb Bhutti once suffered from dysentery and vomiting. His cupboard was full of patent drugs and medicines, but none of them had any effect. Bapu Saheb became very weak because of the purging and vomiting and therefore was not able to go to masjid to receive Baba's darshan. Baba then sent for him and made him sit before him and said, "Now, take care. You should not purge anymore." And waving his index finger said, "The vomiting must also stop. Now look at the force of Baba's words." Both the maladies took their heels and Bhutti felt well again. On another occasion, he had an attack of cholera and suffered from severe thirst. Dr. Pillai tried all sorts of remedies, but they gave him no relief. When he went to Baba and consulted him about what to drink to allay his thirst and cure the disease, Baba prescribed an infusion of almonds, walnuts, pistachio, boiled and sugared milk. This would have considered a fatal aggravation of the disease by any doctor or physicians, but in implicit obedience to Baba's words, the infusion was administered, and strange to say, the disease was cured. The Swami from Alandi. A Swami from Alandi who wished to receive Baba's darshana came to Shirdi. He suffered from severe pain in his ear, which prevented him from getting any sleep. He was operated on for this, but it didn't solve the problem. The pain was severe, and he did not know what to do. While he was getting ready to leave Shirdi, he came to ask for Baba's leave, and Shama Madhav Deshpande requested Baba to do something for the pain in Swami's ear. Baba comforted him, saying, Allah acha karega. God will do good things. Then the Swami then returned to Pune, and after a week sent a letter to Shirdi stating that the pain in his ear had subsided. Although the swelling was still there, and in order to treat the swelling, he had gone to Bombay for an operation. But the surgeon, upon examining the ear, said that no operation was necessary. Such was the wonderful effect of Baba's words. Kaka Mahajani. Another devotee named Kaka Mahajani once suffered from diarrhea. In order to ensure that there was no break in his service to Baba, Kaka kept a pot full of water in some corner of the masjid, and whenever there was a call, he would go out. Kaka did not inform Baba of his discomfort, as he thought that since Baba was omniscient, he would cure it on his own. The work of constructing the pavement in front of the masjid was permitted by Baba, but then the actual work began. Baba got wild and yelled loudly. Everybody ran away, and Kaka was also doing the same. Baba caught hold of him and made him sit there. Amidst the confusion, somebody left a small bag of peanuts. Baba took a handful of peanuts, rubbed them in his hands, blew away the skin, and made Kaka eat them. The cleaning of the nuts and making Kaka eat them went on simultaneously. Baba himself ate some of them. When the bag was finished, Baba asked him to fetch some water as he was thirsty. Kaka brought a pitcher full of water. When Baba drank some water and made Kaka also drink some, Baba then said, "Now your diarrhea has stopped and you may attend to the work of the payment." In the meanwhile, other devotees who had ran away returned and started the work, and Kaka, whose motions had stopped, also joined them. Are peanuts medicine for diarrhea? According to current medical opinion, peanuts might aggravate the disease and not cure it. The true medicine, as in other cases, were Baba's words. Dattapant from Harda. A gentleman from Harda named Dattapant suffered from stomachache for 14 years. No remedy gave him any relief. Upon hearing of Baba's fame, he ran to Shirdi and fell at Baba's feet. Baba looked at him kindly and blessed him. When Baba placed his hand on Dattapant's head and when he received Baba's uddhi with blessings, he felt relieved and there was no trouble from the malady. Toward the end of this chapter, 3 cases are cited in the footnotes. Number 1, Madhavrao Deshpande alias Shama suffered piles. Baba gave him a concoction of sokamukhi, senapods, and this relieved him. Then after 2 years, the trouble again recurred and Madhavrao took the same decoction without consulting Baba. The result was that the disease was aggravated, but it was later cured by Baba's grace. Kaka Mahajani's elder brother, Gangadhar Panam, suffered for many years from stomachache. Hearing of Baba's fame, he came to Shirdi and requested Baba to cure him. Baba touched his stomach and said, "God will cure." From that time on, there was no stomach pain and he completely cured. Nana Sahib Chandorkar also once suffered from intense stomach pain and he was restless all day and night. Doctors administered injections which produced no effect. When he approached Baba, he told him to eat barfi, a kind of sweet mixed with ghee. This recipe gave him complete relief. All these stories goes to show that the real medicine that cured various diseases permanently was Baba's grace and not regular medicine. Bow to Shri Sai, peace to all.
Sai Satcharitra, chapter 14. In the last chapter, we describe how Baba's words and grace cure many incurable diseases. Now we shall describe how Baba blessed Mr. Ratanji Vatia with a child. Ratanji Vatia from Nanded. The life of this saint is naturally sweet inside and outside. His various actions and his natural sayings are also sweet. His life is bliss incarnate. Sai told his devotees stories as a means for them to remember him. He gave them various stories of duty and action, which ultimately led them to true religion. His object may be to help people live happily in this world, but also to ensure that they are always cautious and gain the object of their life, self-realization. We get a human body as a result of merits in our past births, and it's worthwhile. With its aids to attain devotion and liberation in this life, so we should never be lazy, but should always be on the alert to gain our end and aim of life. If you hear daily the Leelas, stories of Sai, you will always see him. You will remember him all day and all night. When you assimilate Sai in this way, your mind will lose its thickness. And if you go on in this manner, your mind will finally be merged in pure consciousness. Ratanji from Nanded. Now let us come to the main story of this chapter in Nanded. In the Nazim state, there lived a mild contractor and trader named Ratanji Vadia. He had amassed a large amount of money and had acquired fields and land. He had cattle, horses, and conveyances, and was very prosperous. To all outward appearances, he looked very happy and content, but inwardly he was not so. Providential dispensation is such that no one in this world is completely happy and rich, and Ratanji was no exception to this. He was liberal and charitable, gave food and clothing to the poor, and helped everyone in various ways. People took him to be good and happy man, but Ratanji was miserable as he had no children, just as Kirtan, singing glories of the Lord without devotion, music without rhythmical accompaniments, proficiency in the arts without common sense, and a pilgrimage without repentance are incomplete. So is the house of a man without the child. Ratanji always brooded over this issue and thought, will God ever grant me a son? He thus looked morose and did not relish his food. Day and night he was enveloped with anxiety about whether he would ever be blessed with a son. He had great regard for Das Ganu Maharaj. He saw him and told him about all his issue. Das Ganu advised him to go to Shri, receive Baba's darshan, fall at his feet and seek his blessings. Ratanji liked the idea and decided to go to Shri. After a few days, he went to Shri, received Baba's darshana and fell at his feet. Then opening a basket, he took out a beautiful garland of flowers and placed it around Baba's neck and offered him a basket of fruits. With great respect, he then sat near Baba's and prayed to him, saying, many persons who find themselves in difficult situations come to you, and you relieve them immediately. Hearing this, I have anxiously sought your feet. Please do not disappoint me. Sai Baba then asked him for dakshina for 5 rupees, which Ratanji intended to give, but added that he had already received 3 rupees and 14 paisa from him, and that Ratanji should only pay the balance. Hearing this, Ratanji was rather puzzled. This was the first time he had been to Shri. So how had Baba previously received 3 rupees and 14 paisa from him? He could not solve the riddle. But he sat at Baba's feet and gave Baba the balance of dakshina asked for. He explained to Baba why he had come to seek his help and prayed that Baba bless him with a son. Baba was moved, told him not to be worried that his bad days had ended. He then gave him Udi, placed his hand on his head and blessed him, saying that Allah, God, would satisfy his heart's desires. Then, after taking Baba's leave, Ratanji returned to Nanded and told Dasganu everything that took place at Shri. He said that everything went well there and that he had received Baba's darshan and blessings. But there was one thing which he could not understand. Baba said that he had received 3 rupees and 14 paisa from him before. He said to Dasganu, "This was my first trip to Shri. Then how could I have given him that sum of money?" Dasganu was also puzzled, and he pondered over it for a long time. Sometimes afterwards, it struck Dasganu that Ratanji had received a few days prior to the Shri trip a Muslim saint named Mauli Sahib, and he had spent some money for his reception. Mauli Sahib was a saint well known to the people of Nanded. Before Ratanji decided to go to Shri, Mauli Sahib happened to visit Ratanji. Ratanji knew him and loved him, so he gave a small party in his honor. Dasganu got from Ratanji the memo of expenses of these receptions, and everybody was wonderstruck to see that expenses amounted to exactly 3 rupees 14 paisa. Nothing more, nothing less. They all came to know that Baba was omniscient and that thought he lived in Shri. He knew what happened everywhere. In fact, he knew the past, present, and future and could identify himself heart and soul with anybody. Ratanji was satisfied with his explanation and his faith in Baba was confirmed and increased. In due course, he was blessed with a son and his joy knew no bounds. It is said that he had 12 children and daughter, out of which only 4 survived. Dakshina, Mimansa. Now we shall close this chapter with a few remarks about Dakshina. It is a well-known fact that Baba always asked for Dakshina from people who went to see him. Somebody may ask a question. If Baba was a fakir and perfectly detached from worldly possessions, why should he ask for Dakshina, care for money? We shall consider this question broadly. For a long time, Baba did not accept anything. He stored, burned matchsticks and filled his pockets with them. He never asked for anything from anybody, whether they were devotees or otherwise. If anybody offered him a paisa or 2, he purchased oil or tobacco. He was fond of tobacco. He always smoked a pidi or chilim and earthen pipe. Then people thought that they could not see saints empty-handed and therefore placed a few coins before Baba. If a paisa was placed before him, he used to pocket it, and if it was a 2 paisa coin, it was returned immediately. Then after Baba's fame had spread far and wide, people began to flock in numbers, and Baba began to ask for dakshina from them. It is said in a Shruti, that is Veda, that the worship of God is not complete unless a gold coin was offered. If a coin was necessary when worshipping God, why should it not be so when worshipping a saint? Ultimately, the Shastra say that when one goes to see God, a king, a saint, or a guru, he should not go empty-handed. He should offer something. In this connection, we may notice the precept recommended by the Upanishads. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad says that the Lord Prajapati advised the gods, man, and demons with other letter, Da. The gods understood by this letter that they should practice Dharma, self-control, while humans understood that they should practice Dana, charity. And the demons understood that they should practice their compassions. The teacher in the Satcharitra Upanishads exhorted his pupils to practice charity and other virtues. Regarding charity, he says, give with faith, give with magnanimity, give with modesty, with awe and with sympathy, in order to teach the devotees the lesson of charity and to remove their attachment to money and thus purify their minds. Baba asked for dakshina from them. But there was this peculiarity. Baba said that he had to give back to the devotees 100 times or more of what he had received. There are many instances in which this has happened. To quote an instance, Mr. Ganbatra Bodas, the famous actor, says in his Marathi autobiography that when Baba pressed him frequently for dakshina, he emptied his money bag before him. The result of this was, as Mr. Bodas says, that later in life he never lacked money, as it came to him abundantly. There were also secondary meanings of dakshina. In many cases, Baba did not want any money. To quote 2 instances, Baba asked for 15 rupees as dakshinas from Professor G.G. Nage, who replied that he did not have even a single paisa on him. Then Baba said, I know you have no money, but you are reading the Yoga Vashista. Give me dakshina from that. Given dakshina in this case meant deriving lessons from the book and longing them in the heart, where Baba resides. In another case, Baba asked a certain lady, Mrs. R.A. Dakan, to give him 6 rupees as dakshina. The lady felt embarrassed. As she had nothing to give, then her husband explained to her that Baba wanted her to surrender the 6 inner enemies, lust, anger, avarice, etc. To him, Baba agreed with this explanation. It is to be noted that though Baba collected a lot of money as dakshina, he would distribute the whole amount the same day, and the next morning he would become a poor fakir again. When Baba took his Maha Samadhi after receiving thousands and thousands of rupees as dakshinas for about 10 years, he only had a few rupees in his possession. In short, Baba's main object in taking dakshinas from his devotees was to teach them the lessons of renunciation and purification. Postscript. Mr. B. Video of Tana, retired Mamlata, and a great devotee of Baba, has written an article on this subject, dakshina, in the Shri Desai Lila magazine. In this, he says, among other things, the following. Baba did not ask for dakshina from anyone. If someone gave dakshina without being asked, he sometimes accepted it, and at other times he refused it. He only asked for it from certain devotees. He never demanded it from those devotees who thought they would offer dakshina only if Baba asked. If anybody offered it against his wishes, he never touched it. And if they still left it there, Baba asked them to take it away. He asked for small or big amounts from devotees according to their wishes, devotion and convenience. He asked for it even from women and children. He never asked, or the rich or all the poor. Baba never got angry with those whom he asked for dakshina and did not give it. If a devotee sent dakshina through a friend who forgot to hand over the same to Baba, he somehow reminded him of it and make him pay it. On some occasion, Baba used to return a certain sum from the amount tendered as dakshina and ask the donor to guard it or keep it in his shrine for worship. This procedure benefited the donor immensely. If anybody offered more than he originally intended to give, Baba returned the extra amount. Sometimes he asked for more dakshina from some than what they originally intended to give, and if they had no money, asked them to get or borrow it from others. From some, he demanded dakshina 3 or 4 times a day. Out of the amount collected as dakshina, Baba spent very little for his own sake to buy tobacco, for his chilim, a clay pipe, and fuel for his journey, sacred fire. The rest he distributed as charity in varying proportions to various persons. All the paraphernalia of Shri's sanstana was brought by various rich devotees. At the instance and suggestions of Radha Krishnamai, Baba always used to get angry and scolded those who brought him expensive articles. He said to Mr. Nana Sahib Chandoka that his properties consisted of one copin, cod piece, one stray piece of cloth, a kafni rope, and a tin pot, and that people trouble him by bringing all these unnecessary, useless, and costly articles. Lust and wealth are the two main obstacles in the way of our Paramatma, spiritual life, and Baba provided in Shri two institutions, Dakshina and Radha Krishnamai. Whenever they came to him, he demanded Dakshina from them and asked them to go to the school, Radha Krishnamai's house. If they stood these two tests well, and if they showed that they were free from attachment for women and wealth, their progress in spirituality was rapid and assured by Baba's grace and blessings. Mr. Dio has also quoted passages from the Gita and Upanishads and shown that charity given in a holy place and to a holy personage benefits the donor's welfare to a great degree. What is more holy than Shri and his presiding deity, Sai Baba? Bow to Shri Sai. Peace be to all.
The readers may remember that mention was made in the 6th chapter regarding the Ram Navami festival in Shirdi. Now the festival originated and how in the early years there was great difficulty in getting a good Haridas for doing Kirtan.
Sima, we can't hear you. Sima,
Is this better?
we can't hear you at all.
Is this better?
No.
Now is it better? Hello. Is it better now?
It's better now. Seema, maybe come closer to the laptop if you're sitting next to it. And speak louder, please.
Chapter 15. The readers may remember that mention was made in the 6th chapter regarding the Navami festival in Shirdi, how the festival originated and how in the early years there was great difficulty in getting a good Haridas for doing Kirtans on those occasions and how Baba permanently entrusted this function, Kirtan, to Das Ganu and how he has been doing it successfully ever since. Now, in this chapter, we shall describe the manner in which Das Ganu has been doing the Kirtan. Naradiya Kirtan Paddhati. Generally, a Haridas, while doing the Kirtan, wear a gala and full dress. They put on a head dress, either a pitha or a turban, a long overflowing coat with a shirt inside, an uparani, short dhotar on the shoulders, and a usual long dhotar from the waist below. After dressing himself in this fashion, for some Kirtan in the Shirdi village, Das Ganu once went to Baba for prostrating him before him. Baba asked him, "Well, bridegroom, where are you going fully dressed so beautifully like this?" for doing a kirtan came the reply. Then Baba said, "Why do you want all this paraphernalia, coat, uparani and peta, etc.? Lay off all that before me. Why wear them on the body?" Das Ganu immediately took them off and placed them at Baba's feet. Thenceforth, Das Ganu never wore these things while doing the kirtan. He was always bare from waist upwards, a pair of chaplis in his hand and a garland around his neck. This is not in consonance with the practice generally followed by all the Haridas, but this is the best and the purest method. The sage Narad, from whom the Kirtan Paddhati originated, wore nothing on his torso and head. He carried a veena in his hand and wandered from place to place, singing the glory of the Lord. Mr. Cholkar's sugarless tree. Initially, Baba was known in Pune and Ahmednagar districts, but Nana Sahib Chandorkar, by his word of mouth, and Das Ganu, by his splendid kirtan, spread the fame of Baba in the Konkan, Mumbai presidency. In fact, it was Das Ganu, may God bless him, who, by his beautiful and inimitable kirtans, made Baba available to so many people there. The audience who came to hear the kirtans had different tastes. Some liked the erudition or learning of the Haridas, some his gestures, some his singing, some his wit and humor, some his preliminary dissertations on Vedanta, and some his main theme, and so on. But among them, there were very few who, by hearing the kirtans, get faith and devotion or love for the God or saints. The effect of hearing Das Ganu's kirtan on the minds of audience was, however electric as it were. We give an instance here. Das Ganu was once doing this kirtan and singing the glory of Sai Baba in the Kaupineshwar temple in Thana. One Mr. Cholkar, a poor man serving as a temporary employee in the civil courts in Thana, was amongst the audience. He heard Das Ganu's kirtan most attentively and was much moved. He there and then mentally bowed and vowed to Baba, saying, "Baba, I am a poor man, unable to support my family. If by your grace I pass the departmental examination and get a permanent post, I shall come to Shirdi, fall at your feet and distribute sugar candy in your name." As luck would have it, Mr. Cholkar did pass the examination and did get the permanent post. And now it remained for him to fulfill his vow. The sooner the better. Mr. Cholkar was a poor man with a large family to support, and he could not afford to pay for the expenses of a Shirdi trip. As is well said, one can easily cross over Nane Ghat in Thane district or even the Sahyadri range, but it is very difficult for a poor man to cross Umbar Ghat, that is the threshold of his house. As Mr. Cholkar was anxious to fulfill his vow as early as possible, he resolved to cut down his expenses and save money. He determined not to use sugar in his diet and began to take his tea without it. After he was able to save some money in this way, he came to Shirdi, took Baba's darshan, fell at his feet, offered a coconut, distributed it with clear conscience, along with sugar candy, as per his vow, and said to Baba that he was much pleased with his darshan and that his desire was fulfilled that day. Mr. Cholkar was in the masjid with his host, Bapu Sahib Jog. When the host and the guests both got up and were about to leave the masjid, Baba spoke to Jog as follows: "Give him, your guest, cup of tea fully saturated with sugar." Hearing these significant words, Mr. Cholkar was much moved. He was wonderstruck. His eyes were bedewed with tears, and he fell at Baba's feet again. Mr. Zog was also curious about his direction. Baba wanted by his words to create faith and devotion in Cholkar's mind. He hinted, as it were, that he got the sugar candy as per his vow, and that he knew fully well his secret determination not to use sugar in his diet. Baba meant to say, "If you spread your palms with devotion before me, I am immediately with you, day and night. Though I am here physically, I still know what you do beyond the 7 seas. Go wherever you wish, over the wide world. I am with you. My abode is in your heart, and I am within you. Always worship me, who is seated in your heart, as well as in the hearts of all beings. Blessed and fortunate indeed is he who knows me thus. What a beautiful and important lesson Baba had thus imparted to Mr. Cholkar. 2 lizards. Now we close this chapter with the story of 2 lizards. Once Baba was sitting in the masjid. A devotee sat in front of him when a lizard tick-ticked. Out of curiosity, the devotee asked Baba whether this tick-ticking of the lizard signified anything good or was it a bad omen. Baba said that the lizard was overjoyed as a sister from Aurangabad was coming to see her. The devotee sat silent, not making out the meaning of Baba's words. Immediately, a gentleman from Aurangabad came on a horseback to see Baba. He wanted to proceed further, but his horse would not go as it was hungry and wanted grams. He took out the bag of grams from his shoulders to bring grams and dashed it on the ground to remove the dirt. A lizard came out from there and in the presence of all climbed up the wall. Baba asked the questionnaire devotee to mark her well. She at once went strutting to her sister. Both sisters met each other after a long time, kissed and embraced each other, whirled around and danced with love. Where is Shirdi and where is Aurangabad for the lizard? How could the man on the horseback come there from Aurangabad with the lizard? And how could Baba make the prophecy of the meeting of the 2 sisters? All this is really very wonderful and proves the omniscience, the all-knowing nature of Baba. Postscript. He who respectfully reads this chapter or studies this daily will get all his miseries removed by the grace of the Sadguru, Sai Baba. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all. Om Sai Ram, Jai Mohanji.
Om Sai Ram. Chapter 16 and 17. Quick Brahma Gyan. These two chapters relate the story of a rich gentleman who wanted Brahma Gyan quickly from Sai Baba. Preliminary, the last chapter described how Mr. Cholkar's vow of small offering was completed and accepted. In that story, Sai Baba showed that he would accept with appreciation any small thing offered with love and devotion, but if the same thing was offered with pride and haughtiness, he would reject it. Being himself full of Satchid Anand, pure consciousness, knowledge and bliss, he did not care much for mere outward formalities, but if an offering was made in a humble spirit, the same was welcome and he accepted it with pleasure and avidity. In fact, there is no person more generous and benevolent than a Sadguru like Sai Baba. He cannot be compared to the Chintamani jewel, the Kalpataru, the celestial tree which fulfills our desires, or the Kamdhenu, the celestial cow which yields what we desire. They give us only what we desire, but the Sadguru gives us the most precious thing that is inconceivable and inscrutable, the reality. Now let us hear how Sai Baba disposed of a rich man who came to him and implored him to give him Brahma Gyan. There was a rich gentleman, unfortunately his name and whereabouts are not mentioned, who was very prosperous in his life. He had amassed a large quantity of wealth, houses and lands, and had many servants and dependents. When Baba's fame reached his ear, he said to a friend of his that he was not in want of anything, and so he would go to Shirdi and ask Baba to give him Brahma Gyan, which if he got, would certainly make him more happy. His friend dissuaded him, saying, "It is not easy to know Brahma, and especially so for an a avaricious man like you, who is always engrossed in wealth, wife and children, who will, in your quest of Brahmagyan, satisfy you, who does not give away even a paisa in charity. Not minding his friend's advice, the fellow engaged a return journey Tonga and came to Shirdi. He went to the masjid, saw Sai Baba, fell at his feet and said, Baba, hearing that you show Brahma to all who come to you, I too have come here all the way from my distant place. I am much fatigued by the journey, and if I get Brahmagyan from you, my troubles will be well paid and rewarded. Baba then replied, O my dear friend, do not be anxious. I shall show you Brahma. Many people come to me and ask for wealth and health and power, honor, position, cure of diseases, and other temporal matters. Rare is the person who comes to me and asks for Brahmagyan. There is no dearth of people asking for worldly things, but people interested in spiritual matters are very rare. I think it is a fortunate and auspicious moment when persons like you come and ask me for Brahmagyan. So forthwith, I show you to you my pleasure, Brahma, with all its accompaniments and complexities. Saying this, Baba started to show him Brahma. He made him sit there and engaged him in some other talk, and thus made him forget his question for the time being. Then he called a boy and told him to go to Nandu Marwadi and get from him a loan of ₹5. The boy left and returned immediately, saying that Nandu was absent and his house was locked. Then Baba asked him to go to Balagrosa and get from him the said loan. This time also the boy was unsuccessful. This experiment was repeated again twice or thrice with the same result. Sai Baba was, as we know, the living and moving Brahma incarnate. Then someone may ask, why did he want the paltry sum of ₹5, and why did he try hard to get it? In reality, he did not want this sum at all. He must have known fully that Nandu and Bala were absent, and he seemed to have adopted this procedure as a test for the seeker of Brahma. That gentleman had a roll or bundle of currency notes in his pocket, and if he was really earnest, he would not have sat quiet and be a mere onlooker. When Baba was frantically trying to get a paltry sum of ₹5, he knew that Baba would keep his word and repay the debt, and that the sum wanted was insignificant. Still, he could not make up his mind and advance the sum. Such a man wanted from Baba the greatest thing in the world, which is Brahmagyan. Any other man who really loved Baba would have given to him ₹5 at once. Instead of being a mere onlooker, it was otherwise with this man. He advanced no money, nor did he sit silent, but began to be impatient, as he was in a haste to return, and implored Baba, saying, "O Baba, please give me Brahmagyan soon." Baba replied, "O my dear friend, did you not understand all the procedure that I went through, sitting in this place for enabling you to see Brahma? It is, in short, this. For seeing Brahma, one has to give 5 things, i.e., surrender 5 things, which is 1, 5 pranas, vital forces, 2, 5 senses, 3, mind, 4, intellect, and 5, ego. This path of Brahmagyan or self-realization is as hard as treading on the edge of a razor. Sai Baba then gave a rather long discourse on the subject, the purport of which is given below. Qualifications for Brahmagyan or self-realization. All persons do not see or realize the Brahma in their lifetime. Certain qualifications are absolutely necessary. 1. Mumukshu, or intense desire to get free. He who thinks that he is bound and that he should get free from bondage and work earnestly and resolutely to that end, and does not care for any other thing, is qualified for the spiritual life. Second, virakti, or a feeling of non-attachment with the things of this world and the next. Unless a man feels disgusted with the things, emoluments, and honors which his actions would bring in this world and the next, he has no right to enter into the spiritual realm. 3. Antarmukha, introversion. Our senses have been created by God with a tendency to move outward, and so man always looks outward, not inward. He who wants self-realization and immortal life must turn his gaze inward and look to his inner self. 4. Catharsis, eliminating all base ideas and emotions. Unless a man has turned away from wickedness and stopped from doing wrong, and has entirely composed himself, and unless his mind is at rest, he cannot gain self-realization, even by means of knowledge. 5. Right conduct. Unless a man leads a life of truth, penance, and insight, a life of celibacy, he cannot get God realization. 6. Preferring Shreyas, the good, to Priyas, the pleasant. There are two sorts of things, which is the good and the pleasant. The former deals with spiritual affairs, and the latter with mundane matters. Both these are open to man for acceptance. He has to think and choose one of them. The wise man prefers the good to the pleasant, but the unwise, through greed and attachment, chooses the pleasant. 7. Control of mind and the senses. The body is the chariot, and the self is its master. Intellect is the charioteer, and the mind is the reins. The senses are the horses, and the sense objects are their paths. He who has no understanding and whose mind is unrestrained, he has his senses unmanageable. Like the stray horse of the charioteer does not reach his destination, get self-realization, but goes through the rounds of births and deaths. But he who has understanding and whose mind is restrained has his senses under control. Like the good obedient horse of a charioteer reaches the destination, i.e. the state of self-realization, whence he is not born again. The man who has understanding as his charioteer guide and is able to rein his mind reaches the end of the journey, which is the supreme abode of all-pervading Vishnu Lord. 8. Purification of the mind. Unless a man discharges satisfactorily and disinterestedly the duties of his station in life, his mind will not be purified, and unless his mind is purified, he cannot get self-realization. It is only in the purified mind that Vivek, disattachment to the unreal, crop up and lead on to self-realization. Unless egoism is dropped, avarice got rid of, and the mind made desireless, pure, self-realization is not possible. The idea that I am the body is a great delusion, and attachment to this idea is the cause of bondage. Leave off this idea and attachment, therefore, if you want to reach the goal of self-realization. 9. The necessity of a guru. The knowledge of the self is so subtle and mystic that no one can, by his own individual effort, ever hope to attain it. So the help of another person, teacher, who has himself got self-realization is absolutely necessary. What others cannot give with great efforts and pains can be easily gained with the help of such a teacher, for he has walked on the path himself and can easily take the disciples step by step on the ladder of spiritual progress. 10. And lastly, grace of the Lord is the most essential thing. When the Lord is pleased with anybody, he gives him Vivek and Vairagya and takes him safe beyond the ocean of mundane existence. The self cannot be gained by the study of Vedas, nor by intellect, nor by learning. He whom the self chooses gains it. To him the self reveals its nature, says the Katha Upanishad. After the dissertation was over, Baba turned to the gentleman and said, "Well, sir, there is in your pocket the Brahma in form of 50 times of 5 rupees, 250 rupees. Please take that out." The gentleman took out from his pocket the bundle of currency notes, and to his great surprise, found on counting them that they were 25 notes of 10 rupees each. Seeing this omniscience of Baba, he was moved and fell at Baba's feet and craved for his blessings. Then Baba said to him, "Roll up your bundle of Brahma, which is currency notes. Unless you completely get rid of your avarice or greed, you will not get the real Brahma. How can he whose mind is engrossed in wealth and progeny and prosperity and expect to know the Brahma without removing his attachment for them? The illusion of attachment or the love for money is a deep eddy whirlpool of pain, full of crocodiles in the form of conceit and jealousy. He who is desireless can alone cross this whirlpool. Greed and Brahma are asunder as poles. They are eternally opposed to each other. Where there is greed, there is no room for thought of meditation of Brahma. Then how can a greedy man get dispassion and salvation? For a greedy man there is no peace, neither contentment nor steadiness. If there be even a little trace of greed in mind, all the sadhanas, spiritual endeavors, are of no avail. Even the knowledge of a well-read man who is not free from the desire of fruit or rewards of his action is futile and can't help him in getting self-realization. The teachings of a guru are of no use to a man who is full of egoism and who always thinks about the sense objects. Purification of mind is absolutely necessary. Without it, all our spiritual endeavors are nothing but useless show and pomp. It is therefore better for one to take only what he can digest and assimilate. My treasury is full, and I can give anyone what he wants. But I have to see whether he is qualified to receive my gift. If you listen to me carefully, you will be certainly benefited. While sitting in this masjid, I never speak any untruth. When a guest is invited to a house, all the members of the household and the other friends and relations that happen to be present are entertained along with the guest. So all those that were present in the masjid at that time could partake of the spiritual feast that was served by Baba for the rich gentleman. After getting Baba's blessings, one and all, including the gentleman, left the place quite happy and contented. Special characteristics of Baba. There are many saints who, leaving their houses, stay in forest caves or hermitages and in solitude in order to get liberation or salvation for themselves. They do not care for other people and are always self-absorbed. Sai Baba was not of such a type. He had no home, no wife, no progeny, nor any relations, near or distant. Still, he lived in the world society. He begged his bread from 4 or 5 houses and always lived at the foot of the neem tree, carried on worldly dealings and taught all the people how to act and behave, living in this world. Rare are the sadhus and saints who, after attaining God vision, strive for the welfare of the people. Sai Baba was the foremost of these, and therefore, says Himatpan, blessed is the country, blessed is the family, and blessed are the chaste parents, where this extraordinary, transcendent, precious, and pure jewel, Sai Baba, was born. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all.
Om Sai Ram. This is Shri Sai Satcharitra, chapter 18 and 19. In the last two chapters, Hemant Pant described how a rich gentleman aspiring for Brahmagyana was treated by Baba. And now in these two chapters, he describes how Hemant Pant was accepted and blessed by Baba, how Baba encouraged good thoughts and fructified them, and gives his teachings regarding self-improvement, slander, and remuneration for labor. Preliminary. It is a well-known fact that the Sadguru looks first at the qualifications of his disciples and then gives them suitable instructions without unsettling their minds in the least, and he leads them on towards the goal of self-realization. In this respect, some say that what the Sadguru teaches or instructs should not be divulged to others. They believe that these instructions become useless if they are published. This view is not correct. The Sadguru is like a monsoon cloud. He pours down profusely his nectar-like teachings. These we should enjoy and assimilate to our heart's content, and then serve others with them without any reserve. We should apply this rule not only to what he teaches us when we are awake, but to the visions he gives us in our dreams. To quote an instance, Buddha Shri composed his celebrated Ram Raksha Stotra based on what he had seen in his dreams. Like a loving mother forcing bitter but wholesome medicines down the throats of her children for the sake of their health, Sai Baba imparted spiritual instructions to his devotees. His method was not veiled or secret, but quite open. Devotees who followed his instructions attained their objective. Sadgurus like Sai Baba broaden our intellect and show us the divine beauty of the self and fulfill our tender longings of devotion. When this is done, our desire for sense objects vanishes. Twin fruits of viveka, discrimination, and vairagya, dispassion or non-attachment, are attained, and knowledge sprouts up even in our sleep. We get all this when we come in contact with saints or sadgurus, serve them and secure their love. The Lord who fulfills the desire of his devotees comes to our aid, gets rid of our troubles and sufferings, and makes us happy. This progress or development is entirely due to the help of the Sadguru, who is regarded as the Lord himself. Therefore, we should always be eager to meet the Sadguru, hear his stories, fall at his feet, and serve him. Now we come to our main story.
योगीराज पर ब्रह्मा श्री सच्चिदानंद सदगुरु मोहन जी महाराज की जय। जय 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 आरती श्री मोहन जी की। भगवन ब्रह्मा विष्णु भगवन ब्रह्मा विष्णु महेश राजे की जय जय श्री स्वामी जी। माथे पे लाल चंदन शोभित सुनहारी स्वामी शोभित सुनहारी। गले में रुद्राक्ष माला गले में रुद्राक्ष माला शोभित बलिहारी स्वामी शोभित बलिहारी। भक्त जन चरण कमल सेवा आरती मोहन स्वामी की। भोग मिल भोग लगावे, सब मिल स्वामी मोहन की, स्वामी मोहन की। विश्वनाथ धरत ध्यान, शरण है तुम्हारी, शरण है तुम्हारी। सुन कर दीन प्रार्थना, सुन कर दीन प्रार्थना, विपत हरी हमारी, स्वामी विपत हरी हमारी। तुम सुनहारी प्रकाशनी, दत्ता तपोवन के स्वामी, दत्ता तपोवन के स्वामी। तुम हो जग कल्याणी, तुम हो जग कल्याणी, तुम ही सृष्टि के स्वामी, तुम ही सृष्टि के स्वामी। तेरे चरणों में अमृत धारा, हर पल स्वामी बहे, हर पल स्वामी बहे। शांति मिले हर पल, शांति मिले हर पल, तेरे चरणों में स्वामी, तेरे चरणों में। संकट मोचन बन कर दूर दुख करना, स्वामी दूर दुख करना। अपने भक्तों का हाथ, अपने भक्तों का हाथ थामे तुम रखना, स्वामी थामे तुम रखना। जय जय आरती श्री मोहन जी की, स्वामी मोहन जी की। भगवान ब्रह्मा विष्णु, भगवान ब्रह्मा विष्णु महेश राजे की, महेश राजे की। योगीराज पर ब्रह्मा श्री सच्चिदानंद सतगुरु मोहन जी महाराज की जय।
सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। घेऊनी पंचारती करू बाबांची आरती, करू साईंची आरती, करू बाबांची आरती। उठा उठा हो बांधव, उभाळू हार माधव, साई माधव, उभाळू हार माधव। करोनिया स्थिर मन, पाहु गंभीर हे ध्यान, साईंचे हे ध्यान, पाहु गंभीर हे ध्यान। कृष्णनाथा दत्त साई, जडो चित्त तुझे पायी, चित्त बाबा पायी, जडो चित्त तुझे पायी। आरती साई बाबा, सौख्यदातार जीवा, रूपी राहे दंग मोक्ष जनादावे निज डोळा श्रीरंग डोळा श्रीरंग आरती साई बाबा जयामनी जैसा भाव तया तैसा अनुभव दाविसी दया घना ऐसी तुझी माव तुझी माव आरती साई बाबा तुमचे नाम ध्याता हरे संस्कृती व्यथा अगाध तव करणी मार्ग दाविसी अनाथा दाविसी अनाथा आरती साई बाबा कलियुगी अवतार सगुण परब्रह्म साचार अवतीर्ण झालासे स्वामी दत्त दिगंबर दत्त दिगंबर आरती साई बाबा आठा दिवसा गुरुवारी भक्त घरी तिवारी प्रभु पद पाहावया भव भय निवारी भय निवारी आरती साई बाबा माझा निज द्रव्य ठेवा तव चरण रज सेवा मागणे हेची आता तुम्हा देवाधिदेवा देवाधिदेवा आरती साई बाबा इच्छित दिन चातक निर्मल तोय निज सुख पाजावे माधवाया सांभाळा पोली भाक आपोली भाक आरती साई बाबा सौख्यदातार जीवा चरणार जातवे द्यावा दासा विसावा भक्ता विसावा आरती साई बाबा जय देव दत्तावधूता हो साई अवधूता जोडून करतव चरणी ठेवी तो माथा जय देव अवतरसी तू येता धर्माते ग्लानी नास्तिकांनाही तुला विसी निज भजनी दाविसी नाना लीला संख्य रूपानी हरिसी दीनांचे तू संकट दिन रजनी जय देव दत्तावधूता हो साई अवधूता जोडून करतव चरणी ठेवी तो माथा जय देव यवन स्वरूपी क्या दर्शन त्वादि भले संशय निरसुनिया तद्वैता घालविले गोपी चंदा मंदा त्वाची उद्धरिले मोमिन वंशी जन्मुनि लोका तार्यले जय देव दत्तावधूता हो साई अवधूता जोडून करतव चरणी ठेवी तो माथा जय देव वेदन तत्वी हिंदू यवनांचा काही दावायासी झाला पुनरपि नरदेही पाहसी प्रेमाने तू हिंदू यवनाही दाविसी आत्मत्वाने व्यापक हा साई जय देव दत्तावधूता हो साई अवधूता जोडून करतव चरणी ठेवी तो माथा जय देव देवा साई नाथा त्वत्पदनत भावे परमाया मोहित जन मोचन झणी भावे त्वत्कृपया सकलांचे संकट निरसावे देशील तरी ते त्वद्यश कृष्णाने गावे जय देव दत्तावधूता हो साई अवधूता जोडून करतव चरणी ठेवी तो शिर्डी माझे पंढरपूर साई बाबा रमावर बाबा रमावर साई बाबा रमावर शुद्ध भक्ती चंद्रभागा भाव पुंडलिक जागा पुंडलिक जागा भाव पुंडलिक जागा याहो याहो अवघे जना करू बाबाशी वंदन साई श्री वंदन करू बाबाशी वंदन गणू म्हणे बाबा साई भाव पाव माझे आई पाव माझे आई धाव पाव माझे आई घालील लोटांगण वंदीन चरण डोळ्यानी पाहिन रूप तुझे प्रेमी अलंगीन आनंदे पूजिन भावे वाणीन म्हणे नावा त्वमेव माता पिता त्वमेव त्वमेव बंधु सखा त्वमेव त्वमेव विद्या द्रविणं त्वमेव त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव देव कायेन वाचा मनसेन्द्रियेर्वा बुद्ध्यात्मना वा प्रकृति स्वभावात् करोमि यद्यत् सकलं परस्मै नारायणायति समर्पयामि अच्युतं केशवं रामनारायणं कृष्णदामोदरं वासुदेवं हरिं श्रीधरं माधवं गोपिकावल्लभं जानकीनायकं रामचन्द्रं भजे हरे राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे श्री गुरुदेव दत्त हरि ओम यज्ञेन यज्ञमयजन्त देवास्तानि धर्माणि प्रथमान्यासन्न तेहनाकं महिमान सचन्त यत्र पूर्वे साध्या सन्ति देवाः ॐ राजाधिराजाय प्रसय साहिने नमो वयो वै श्रवणाय कुर्महे समे कामान् कामकामाय मह्यं कामेश्वरो वै श्रवणो दधातु कुबेराय वै श्रवणाय महाराजाय नमः ॐ स्वस्ते साम्राज्यं भोज्यं स्वराज्यं वैराज्यं पारमेष्ठ्यं राज्यं महाराज्यमाधिपत्यमयं समन्तवर्या ईशा सार्वभौमः सर्वाय शान्तार्धापरार्धात् पृथिव्यै समुद्रपर्यन्ताया एकराळिति तदप्येष श्लोकोऽभिगीतो मरुतः परिवेष्टारो मरुतस्यावसङ्ग्रहे आवीक्षितस्य कामप्रियैर्विश्वे देवाः सभासदेति श्रीनारायण वासुदेवाय सच्चिदानन्द सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय अनंता ते कसे स्तवावे अनंता ते कसे नमावे अनंता मुखांचा श्रीशेष गाथा नमस्कार साष्टांग श्री साईनाथा स्मरावे मनी त्वत्पदानित्य भावे पुरावे तरी भक्तीसाठी स्वभावे तरावे जगातारुणी मायताता नमस्कार साष्टांग श्री साईनाथा वसे जो सदा गावया संत लीला दिसे अज्ञ लोकान् परिजो जनाला परिअंतरी ज्ञान कैवल्य दाता नमस्कार साष्टांग श्री साईनाथा बराला धरा जन्म हा मानवाचा नरा सार्थका साधनी भूत साचा धरू साई प्रेमा गळाया अहंता नमस्कार साष्टांग श्री साईनाथा धरावे करी सान अल्पज्ञ बाला करावे अमाधन्य चुंबो निघाला मुखी घाल प्रेमे खरा ग्रास आता नमस्कार प्रयागादितीर्थे पदे नम्र होता नमस्कार साष्टांग श्री साईनाथा तुझ्या ज्या पदा पाहता गोपबाली सदा रंगली चित्स्वरूपी मिळाली करी रास क्रीडा सवे कृष्णनाथा नमस्कार साष्टांग श्री साईनाथा तुला मागतो मागणे एक द्यावे करा जोडितो दीन अत्यंत भावे भवी मोहनी राज हा कार्याता नमस्कार साष्टांग श्री साईनाथा ऐसा येई बासाई दिगंबरा अक्षय रूपावतार सर्व हि व्यापक तू श्रुती सारा अनुसया त्रिकुमारा बाबा येई बा काशी स्नान जप प्रतिदिवशी कोल्हापूर भिक्षेशी निर्मल नदी तुंगा जलप्राशी निद्रा माहुर देशी ऐसा येई बा जोडी लोंबतसे वाम करी त्रिशूल डमरुधारी भक्ता वरद सदा सुखकारी देशील मुक्तिचारी ऐसा येई बा पायी पादुका जपमाला कमंडलो मृगछाला धारण कैशी बा नागजटा मुकुट शोभतो माथा ऐसा येई बा तत्पर तुझाया जे ध्यानी अक्षय त्यांचे सदनी लक्ष्मी वास करी दिनरजनी रक्षिषि संकट वारुणी ऐसा येई बा या परिध्यान तुझे गुरुराया दृश्य करी नयनाया पूर्णानंद सुखे ही काया लाविसी हरि गुण गाया ऐसा येई बा साई दिगंबरा अक्षय रूपावतारा सर्व हि व्यापक तू श्रुती सारा अनुसया त्रिकुमारा बाबा येई बा सदा सस्वरूपं चिदानन्दकन्दं जगत्सम्भवस्थान संहार हेतुं स्वभक्तेच्छया मानुषं दर्शयन्तं नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथं भवद्वान्तविद्वां समार्तण्डमीड्यं मनोवागतीतं मुनिर्ध्यानगम्यं जगद्व्यापकं निर्मलं निर्गुणत्वां नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथं भवाम्भोधिमग्नार्दितानां जनानां स्वपादाश्रितानां स्वभक्तिप्रियाणां समुद्धारणार्थं कलौ सम्भवन्तं नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथं सदा निम्बवृक्षस्य मूलाधिवासात् सुधास्राविणं तेक्तमप्यप्रियन्तं तरुं कल्पवृक्षाधिकं साधयन्तं नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथं सदा कल्पवृक्षस्य तस्याधिमूले भवद्भावबुद्ध्या सपर्यादिसेवां ऋणां कुर्वतां मुक्तिप्रदन्तं नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथं अनेकाश्रुतातर्क्यलीला विलासै समाविष्कृतेशान भास्वत्प्रभावम् अहं भावहीनं प्रसन्नात्मभावं नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथं सतां विश्वमाराममेवाभिरामं सदा सज्जनैः संस्तुतं सन्नमद्भिः जनामोददं भक्तभद्रप्रदन्तं नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथम् अजन्माद्यमेकं परब्रह्म साक्षात् स्वयं सम्भवं राममेवावतीर्णं भवद्दर्शनात् सम्पुनीता प्रभोऽहं नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथम् श्री साईश कृपानिधे किल नृणां सर्वार्थसिद्धे प्रदा युष्मत्पादरज प्रभावमतुलं धातापि वक्ता क्षमः सद्भक्त्या शरणं कृताञ्जलिपुट सम्प्रापितोऽस्मि प्रभो श्रीमत्साई परेश पादकमलान् न्यान्यच्छरण्यं मम साईरूपधर राघवोत्तमम् भक्तकामविबुधद्रुमं प्रभुं माययोपहत चित्तशुद्धये चिन्तयाम्यहमर्निशं मुदा शरत्सुधांशुप्रतिमं प्रकाशं कृपातपत्रं तव साईनाथ त्वदीयपादाब्जसमाश्रितानां स्वच्छायया तापमपाकरोतु उपासनादैवत साईनाथ स्तवैर्मयोपासनिना स्तुतस्त्वं रमेन्मनो मे तव पादयुग्मे भृङ्गो यथाब्जे मकरन्दलुब्धः अनेकजन्मार्जितपापसंशयो भवेद्भवत्पादसरोजदर्शनात् क्षमस्व सर्वानपराधपुञ्जकान् प्रसीद साई सद्गुरो दयानिधे श्री साईनाथ चरणामृतपोत चित्तास्तत्पादसेवनरतः सततं च भक्त्या संसारजन्यदुरितोर्धवनिर्गतास्ते कैवल्यधाम परमं समवाप्नुवन्ते स्तोत्रमेतत्पठेद्भक्त्या यो नरस्तन्मना सदा सद्गुरो साईनाथस्य कृपापात्रं भवेद्ध्रुवम् करचरणकृतं वा कायजं कर्मजं वा श्रवणनयनजं वा मानसं वापराधं विहितमविहितं वा सर्वमेतत् क्षमस्व जय जय करुणाब्धे श्री प्रभो साईनाथ श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय।
Om Sai Ram. This is Sai Satcharitra, chapter 18 and 19, continued. How Hemant was accepted and blessed. Mr. Sathe's story. There was a gentleman named Mr. Sathe who had attained some publicity many years ago during the Crawford regime. Lord Ray, the governor of Bombay at the time, quashed Mr. Sathe's popularity, and Mr. Sathe suffered severe losses in his trade. Other adverse circumstances also gave him a lot of trouble and made him sad and dejected. Restless, he thought of leaving home and going to a distant place. Man does not generally think of God, but when difficulties and calamities overtake him, he turns to God and prays for relief. If his evil actions have come to an end, God arranges his meeting with a saint who gives him proper directions regarding his welfare. Mr. Sathe had a similar experience. His friends advised him to go to Shri, where so many people were flocking to receive Sai Baba's darshan, which helped them attain peace of mind and the satisfaction of their wants. He liked the idea and at once came to Shri in 1917. Upon seeing Baba's form, which was like eternal Brahma, self-luminous, spotless and pure, his mind lost its restlessness and became calm and composed. He thought that it was the accumulation of merits in his former births that had brought him to Baba's holy feet. He was a man of strong will. He at once began to study the Guru Charitra. When the reading was finished in 7 days, Baba gave him a vision one night. It was to this effect. Baba, with the Guru Charitra in his hand, was explaining its contents to Mr. Sathe, who was sitting in front of Baba and listening carefully. When he woke up, he remembered the dream and felt very happy. He thought that it was extremely kind of Baba to awaken souls like his that were snoring away in ignorance and make them taste the nectar of the Guru Charitra. The next day, he informed Kakasaheb Dixit of this vision and requested him to consult Sai Baba regarding its meaning or significance and whether 1 week's reading was sufficient or whether he should begin again. Kakasaheb Dixit, when he got a suitable opportunity, asked Baba, Deva, what did you suggest to Mr. Sathe by this vision? Should he stop or continue the sapta? He is a simple devotee. His desires should be fulfilled, and the vision explained to him. He should be blessed. Then Baba replied, he should read 1 more sapta of the book. If the work is studied carefully, then the devotee will become pure and will be benefited. The Lord will be pleased and will rescue him from the bondage of mundane existence. At this time, Hemant Pant was present there. He was shampooing Baba's legs. When he heard Baba's words, he thought to himself, what? Mr. Sathe read for just a week and got a reward, and I have been reading it for 40 years with no result. His 7 days stay here becomes fruitful, while my 7-year stay is worth nothing. Like a chatak bird, I'm always waiting for the merciful cloud Baba to pour its nectar on me and bless me with his instructions. No sooner did this thought cross his mind that Baba knew what Hemant Pant was thinking. It was the experience of Baba's devotees that Baba read and understood all their thoughts, and that he suppressed the negative thoughts and encouraged the good ones. Having read Hemant Pant's mind, Baba at once asked him to get up, go to Shama, Madhavrao Deshpande, get 15 rupees as dakshina from him, sit and chat with him for a while, and then return. Mercy dawned in Baba's mind, and so he issued this order, and who could disobey Baba's orders? Hemant Pant immediately left the masjid and went to Shama's house. Shama had just bathed and was wearing a dhotar. He came out and asked Hemant Pant, how is it that you are here now? It seems that you have come from the masjid. Why do you look restless and dejected? And why are you alone? Please sit and rest while I do my worship. In the meanwhile, please help yourself to panvida, leaves with betel nuts, and let us then have a pleasant chat. After saying this, he went inside, and Hemant Pant sat alone in the front veranda. He saw a well-known Marathi book named Nath Bhagwat on the windowsill. This is a commentary by the saint Eknath on the 11th chapter of the bigger Sanskrit work, the Bhagwat. At Sai Baba's suggestion, Bapusaheb Jog and Kakasaheb Dixit read daily in Shri the Bhagavad Gita with its Marathi commentary named Bhavarta Deepika or Gyaneshri, a dialogue between Krishna and his devotee and friend Arjun. Nath Bhagwat, a dialogue between Krishna and his servant devotee Uddhava, and also Eknath's other big work, Bhavarta Ramayana. When devotees came to Baba and asked him certain questions, he sometimes answered them in part and asked them to go and listen to the readings of the above mentioned works, as these are the main treatises of Bhagavad Dharma. When the devotees went and listened, they got full and satisfactory replies to their questions. Hemant Pant also used to read daily a few portions of the book Nath Bhagwat. That day he had not completed the daily portion of his reading, but had left it unfinished in order to accompany certain devotees who were going to the masjid. When he took the book from Shama's windowsill and casually opened it, he found to his surprise that the unfinished portion turned up. He thought that Baba had sent him very kindly to Shama's house to enable him to complete his daily reading. So he went through the unfinished portion and completed it. As soon as this was over, Shama, after performing his worship, came out, and the following conversation took place between them. Hemant Pant, I have come with a message from Baba. He has asked me to return with 15 rupees as dakshina from you, and also to sit with you for a while, have a pleasant chat, and then return to the masjid with you. Shyama surprised. I have no money to give. Please take my 15 namaskars or bows in lieu of dakshina. Hemant Pant. All right, your namaskars are accepted. Now let us chat for a while. Tell me some stories and leelas of Baba which will destroy our sins. Shyama. Then sit here for a while. Wonderful is the leela of this god Baba. You know it already. I'm a village rustic, while you are an enlightened citizen. You have seen some leelas since you came here. How could I describe them to you? Well, eat the panida when I go in and get dressed. In a few minutes, Shyama came out and began talking to Hemant Pant. He said, the leela of this god, Baba, is inscrutable. There is no end to his leelas. Who can really see them? He plays with his leelas, and yet he is unaffected by them. What do we rustics know? Why does Baba not tell stories himself? Why does he send learned men like you to fools like me? His ways are inconceivable. I can only say that they are not human. With this preface, Shyama added, I now remember a story which I shall relate to you. I know it personally. As a devotee is resolute and determined, so is Baba's immediate response. Sometimes Baba puts the devotees to severe tests and then gives them upadesh or instructions. As soon as Hemant Pant heard the word upadesh, a flash of lightning crossed through his mind. He at once remembered the story of Mr. Sate's Guracharitra reading and thought that Baba might have sent him to Shyama in order to bring peace to his restless mind. However, he curbed this feeling and began to listen to Shyama's stories. They all showed how kind and affectionate Baba was to his devotees. Hemant Pant began to feel a sort of joy while hearing them. Then Shyama began to tell the following story. Mrs. Radhabai Deshmukh's story. There was an old woman named Radhabai. Upon hearing of Baba's fame, she came to Shirdi with the people of Sangamner. She received Baba's darshan and was very satisfied. She loved Baba dearly and resolved in her mind that she would accept Baba as a guru and get some upadesh or spiritual advice from him. She knew nothing else. She was determined to fast herself unto death until Baba accepted her and gave her some upadesh or mantra. She stayed in her lodging and stopped eating any food or drinking water for 3 days. I was frightened by this ordeal of the old woman and interceded with Baba on her behalf. I said, Deva, what is this you have started? You drag so many people here. You know that old lady. She's very obstinate and depends on you entirely. She has resolved to fast unto death if you don't accept and instruct her. If anything worse happens, people will blame you and say that Baba did not instruct her and she thus met her death. So please have some mercy on her, bless her and instruct her. On seeing her determination, Baba sent for her and changed her mind by addressing her as follows. Oh mother, why are you subjecting yourself to unnecessary tortures and hastening your death? You are really my mother and I am your child. Take pity on me and hear me through. I shall tell you my own story, which, if you listen to it carefully, will do you good. I had a guru. He was a great saint and was very merciful. I served him for very long, and yet he still would not blow any mantra into my ears. I had a keen desire never to leave him, but to stay with him and serve him, and at all costs receive some instructions from him. But he had his own way. He first got my head shaved and asked me for 2 paisa as dakshina. I gave the same at once. Since my guru was perfect, why should he ask for money, and how should he then be called desireless? I replied that he never cared for coins. What had he to do with them? His 2 paisa were firm faith and patience or perseverance. I gave these 2 paisa or things to him, and he was pleased. I resorted to my guru for 12 years. He raised me. There was no dearth of food and clothing. He was full of love and was love incarnate. How can I describe it? He loved me the most. Rare is a guru like him. When I looked at him, he seemed as if he was in deep meditation, and then we were both filled with bliss. Night and day I gazed at him with no thought of hunger and thirst. Without him, I felt restless. I had no other object to meditate on or any other thing than my guru to attend to. He was my sole refuge. My mind was always fixed on him. This is 1 paisa of the dakshina. Saburi, patience or perseverance is the other paisa. I waited patiently and very long on my guru and served him. This saburi will ferry you across the sea of mundane existence. Saburi is the manliness in man. It removes all sins and afflictions, gets rid of calamities in various ways, and casts aside all fear, and ultimately gives you success. Saburi is the mine of virtues and the consort of good faith, good thought. Nishta, faith, and Saburi, patience, are like twin sisters that love each other very intimately. My guru never expected any other thing from me. He never neglected me, but protected me at all times. I lived with him and was sometimes away from him, yet I never felt the want or absence of his love. He always protected me by his glance, just as the tortoise feeds her young ones, whether they are near her or away from her on the other side of the riverbank. Oh, mother, my guru never taught me any mantra, then how can I blow any mantra into your ears? Just remember that the guru's tortoise-like loving glance gives us happiness. Do not try to get a mantra or upadesh from anybody. Make me the sole object of your thoughts and actions, and you will no doubt attain Paramartha, the spiritual goal of life. Look at me wholeheartedly, and I, in turn, look at you similarly. Sitting in this masjid, I speak the truth and nothing but the truth. No sadhanas or proficiency in the 6 shastras are necessary. Have faith and confidence in your guru. Believe fully that the guru is the sole actor or doer. Blessed is he who knows the greatness of his guru and thinks him to be Hari, Hara, and Brahma, Trimurti incarnate. Instructed in this way, the old lady was convinced. She bowed to Baba and gave up her fast. Hearing this story carefully and attentively, and noting its significance and appropriateness, Hemant Pant was moved from top to toe. He was overflowing with joy. His throat was choked, and he was unable to say a single word. Shama, on seeing him in this condition, asked him, "What is the matter with you? Why are you silent? How many leelas of Baba do you want me to describe?" Just at that time, the bell in the masjid began to ring, announcing that the noon worship and Arati ceremony had begun. Therefore, Shama and Hemant Pant hurried to the masjid. Bapu Sahib Jog had just started the worship. Women were standing inside the masjid, men were standing below in the open courtyard, and they were all singing the Arati loudly in chorus to the accompaniment of drums. Shama walked up, pulling Hemant Pant with him. He sat to the right and Hemant Pant in front of Baba. On seeing them, Baba asked Hemant Pant to give the dakshina brought from Shama. He replied that Shama gave namaskaras in lieu of rupees and that he was there in person. Baba said, "All right, now let me know whether you both had a chat, and if so, tell me all that you talked about." Not minding the sounds of the bells, the drums, and the singing, Hemant Pant was eager to tell Baba what they had talked about and started to narrate it. Baba also appeared anxious to hear about it, and so he leaned forward to listen. Hemant Pant said everything that they talked about was very pleasant, and the story of the old lady was especially wonderful. He said that on hearing it, he thought that Baba's leelas were inexplicable, and that under the guise of that story, he had in fact received a blessing. Baba then said, "Wonderful is that story. How were you blessed? I would like to know everything in detail from you, so tell me all about it." Then Hemant Pant related in full the story which he had heard a little while before and which had made a lasting impression on his mind. Hearing this, Baba was very pleased and asked him, "Did the story strike you and did you catch its significance?" He replied, "Yes, Baba, the restlessness of my mind has vanished and I have got true peace and rest and come to know the true path." Then Baba spoke as follows. "My method is quite unique. Remember well this one story and it will be very useful. To get the knowledge, realization of the self, dhyana, meditation, is necessary. If you practice it continuously, the vrittis, the thoughts, will be pacified. Then being quite desireless, you should meditate on the Lord who is in all creatures, and when the mind is concentrated, that goal will be achieved. Meditate always on my formless nature, which is knowledge incarnate, consciousness, and bliss. If you cannot do this, meditate on my form from top to toe as you see here. As you go on doing this, your vrittis will concentrate on one point, and the distinction between the dhyata, meditator, dhyana, act of meditation, and dheya, the object meditated upon, will be lost, and the meditator will be one with the consciousness and will be merged in the Brahma. The mother tortoise is on one bank of the river, and her young ones are on the other side. She gives neither milk nor warmth to them. A mere glance gives them nutrition. The young ones do nothing but remember, meditate upon their mother. The tortoise glance is to the young ones a downpour of nectar, their only source of sustenance and happiness. Similar is the relationship between the Guru and his disciples. As Baba finished saying these last words, the chorus of the Arati stopped and everyone shouted out loudly in one voice, "Victory to our Sadguru Sai Maharaj, who is existence, knowledge and bliss." Dear readers, let us imagine that we are at this time standing among the crowd in the masjid, and let us join them in this Jai Jaikar. After the Arati ceremony was over, prasad was distributed. Baba Sahib Jog advanced as usual, and after bowing to Baba, gave into his hand a handful of sugar candy. Baba gave this entire quantity to Hemant Pant and said to him, "If you take this story to heart and remember it well, your state will be as sweet as the sugar candy. All your desires will be fulfilled and you will be happy." Hemant Pant bowed before Baba and implored, "Do favor me like this, bless and protect me always." Baba replied, "Hear this story, meditate on it, and assimilate its spirit. Then you will always remember and meditate on the Lord, who will manifest himself to you." Dear readers, Hemant Pant got the prasad of sugar candy then, and we now get the prasad of this sugar candy, this story. Let us drink it to our heart's content, meditate on it, assimilate it, and be strong and happy by Baba's grace. Towards the end of the 19th chapter, Hemant Pant has dealt with some other matters which are given below. Baba's advice regarding our behavior. The following words that Baba said are general and invaluable. If they are remembered and acted upon, they will always do you good. Unless there is some relationship or connection, nobody goes anywhere. If any men or creatures come to you, do not discourteously drive them away, but receive them well and treat them with due respect. God will certainly be pleased if you give water to the thirsty, bread to the hungry, clothes to the naked, and give strangers a place to rest. If anybody wants any money from you and you are not inclined to give, do not give, but do not bark at them like a dog. Let anybody speak hundreds of things against you. Do not resent by giving them any bitter reply. If you always tolerate such things, you will certainly be happy. Let the world go topsy-turvy, you remain where you are, standing or staying in your own place. Watch calmly the show of all things passing before you. Demolish the wall of difference, then the road for our meeting will be clear and open. The sense of differentiation as I and thou is the barrier that keeps the disciple away from his guru. And unless that is destroyed, the state of union or atonement is not possible. Allah Malik. God is the sole proprietor. Nobody else is our protector. His method of work is extraordinary, invaluable, and inscrutable. His will be done, and he will show us the way and satisfy our heart's desires. It is on account of a past relationship that we have come together. Thus, let us love and serve each other and be happy. He who attains the supreme goal of life is immortal and happy, while all others merely exist. Encouraging good thoughts. It is interesting to note how Sai Baba encouraged good thoughts. You have to surrender yourself completely to him with love and devotion, and then you will see how he helps you with so many things. A saint once said that when you get a good thought immediately after awakening from your sleep, and if you cultivate the same thought during the day, your intellect will unfold and your mind will attain calmness. Hemant Pant wanted to try this. On a Wednesday night, before going to bed, he thought, "Tomorrow is Thursday, an auspicious day, and the place Shri is so holy. So let me remember and chant the Ram Nam, various holy names of Rama, all day." When he woke up the next morning, he remembered without any effort the name of Rama and was very pleased. Then, after finishing his morning duties, he went to see Baba with flowers. When he left Dixit's Wada and was passing by Bhuti's Wada, the present Samadhi Mandir, he heard a beautiful song that was being sung in front of Baba in the masjid by Aurangabad. The song was Guru Kripanjan Payo Mere Bhai by Eknath, in which Eknath says that he got bliss in the form of the Guru's grace, which opened his vision and made him see Rama in his dreams and everywhere. There were so many songs, and yet why was this particular song chosen by Aurangabad? Is this not a miracle arranged by Baba to feed Hemant Pant's desire to sing Ram Nam all day? All saints agree on and stress the efficacy of chanting God's name. It is effective in fulfilling devotees' ambitions, and in protecting and saving them from all calamities. Variety in Upadesh, a slanderer is corrected. Sai Baba required no special place or special time to give instructions. Whenever any occasion demanded it, he gave them freely. Once it so happened that a devotee reviled another behind his back. Forgetting merits, he dwelt on the faults of his brother and spoke so sarcastically that those who heard him were disgusted. Generally, we see that people have a tendency to scandalize others unnecessarily, and this brings on hatred and ill will. Saints see scandal in another light. They say that there are various ways of cleansing or removing dirt, but scandalmonger has a way of his own. He removes the dirt or faults of others by his tongue. Thus, in a way, he obliges the person whom he reviles, and for this he is to be thanked. Sai Baba had his own method of correcting the scandalmonger. He knew by his omniscience what the slanderer had done, and when he met him at noon near the Lendi, Baba pointed out to him a pig that was eating filth near the fence and said to him, "Behold how with relish it is gorging dung. Your conduct is similar. You go on reviling your own brethren to your heart's content. After performing many deeds of merit, you're born a man. And if you act like this, will Shri help you in any way?" Needless to say, the devotee took the lesson to heart. In this way, Baba gave instructions whenever necessary. If these are born in our minds and acted upon, our spiritual goal, self-realization, is not far off. There is a proverb which says, "If my Lord exists, he will feed me on my cot." This proverb is only true with respect to food and clothing. If anyone trusts in this and sits idly and does nothing in spiritual matters, he will be ruined. One has to exert himself to the utmost in order to attain self-realization. The more he endeavors, the better for him. Baba said that he was omnipresent and was not limited. To resolve the misunderstanding of those who thought that Baba was only his body, he incarnated himself in this form, and if any devotee meditated on him day and night with complete self-surrender, he experienced union with him. He who wants to get rid of the cycle of birth and death should lead a righteous life with his mind calm and composed. He should always engage himself in good actions, should do his duties and surrender himself, heart and soul, to Baba. He need not then be afraid of anything. He who trusts Baba wholeheartedly, hears and expounds his leelas, and does not think of anything else, is sure to attain self-realization. Baba asked many to remember his name and to surrender to him. But to those who wanted to know who they were, he advised Shravanam, study, and Mananam, meditation. To some, he advised remembering God's name, to others hearing his leelas, and to some the worship of his feet, while to others reading and studying Adhyatma Ramayan, Gyaneshwari, and other sacred scriptures. He made some sit near his feet, while he sent some to Khandoba's temple, and to others he advised the repetition of the 1,000 names of Vishnu, and to some the study of Chanda Yoga Upanishad and the Gita. There were no limits of restrictions to his instructions. To some he gave them in person, and to others through visions in their dreams. To one addicted to alcohol, he appeared in his dreams, sat on his chest, pressed on it, and only let him go after the devotee promised not to touch liquor anymore. To some he explained mantras like Guru Brahma in their dreams. To other devotees who were practicing Hatha Yoga, he sent word that they should stop Hatha Yoga practices, sit quietly and wait, saburi. It is impossible to describe all his ways and methods. In ordinary worldly dealings, he set examples by his actions, one of which is given below. Remuneration for labor. One day at noon, Baba walked up to Radha Krishna Mai's house and said, "Bring me a ladder." A few men brought one and leaned it against a wall as directed by Baba. He climbed up on the roof of Vaman Gonkar's house, walked over the roof of Radha Krishna Mai's house, and then climbed off from the other side. No one knew why Baba did this. Radha Krishna Mai was at that time suffering from malaria. It may have been to drive off that fever that he climbed on the roof. Immediately after getting off the ladder, Baba paid 2 rupees each to the persons who brought the ladder. Somebody asked Baba why he paid so much for this. He replied that nobody should take the labor of others in vain. The worker should be paid his dues promptly and liberally. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all. Om Sai Ram.
Om Shri Sai Nathaya Namaha. Jai Mohanji. Sai Satcharitra, Chapter 20. Preliminary. Sai was originally formless. He assumed a form for the sake of his devotees. With the help of the actress Maya, he played the part of the lead actor in the big drama of the universe. Let us remember and visualize Shri Sai. Let us go to Shirdi and watch carefully the programs after the noon Arati. After the Arati ceremony was over, Sai used to come out of the masjid, stand at its edge, distribute udi, that is ashes from the fire Baba kept burning all day in the masjid, to his devotees with very kind and loving looks. The devotees also got up with equal fervor, clasped his feet, and stood there staring at him, enjoying the shower of udi. Baba passed handfuls of udi into the palms of his devotees and marked their foreheads with udi with his fingers. The love he bore for them was boundless. Then he addressed each of the devotees individually as follows. O Bahu, go and have your lunch. Anna, go to your lodgings. Bapu, enjoy your dishes. In this way, he accosted each and every devotee and sent them home. Even now, one can enjoy these sights. If one brings into play their imagination, they can visualize and enjoy them. Now bringing Sai before our mental vision, let us meditate on him from his feet up to his face and prostrate before him humbly and lovingly. Let us now respectfully revert to the story of this chapter. The Ishavasya Upanishad. Das Ganu once started to write a Marathi commentary on the Ishavasya Upanishad. Let us first give the readers a brief summary of this Upanishad before proceeding further. It is called a Mantra Upanishad as it is embodied in the mantras of Vedic Samhita. It constitutes the last chapter of the Vajasanayi Samhita, Yajurveda, and it is therefore called the Vajasanayi Samhita Upanishad. Since it is embodied in Vedic Samhitas, it is regarded as superior to all other Upanishads, which occur in the Brahmanas and Aranyakas, that is, explanatory treatises on mantras and rituals. Other Upanishads are considered to be commentaries on the truths mentioned briefly in the Ishavasya Upanishad. For instance, the biggest of the Upanishad, that is the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, is considered by Pandit Satavlekar to be a running commentary on the Ishavasya Upanishad. Professor R.D. Ranade says, the Upanishad is quite a small Upanishad, yet it contains many hints which show an extraordinarily piercing insight. Within the short compass of 18 verses, it gives a valuable mystical description of the Atman, a description of the ideal sage who stands unruffled in the midst of temptations and sorrow, and in the adumbration of the doctrine of Karma Yoga as later formulated. And finally, a reconciliation of the claims of knowledge and worth. The most valuable ideas that lie at the root of the Upanishad are that of a logical synthesis between the two opposites of knowledge and worth, which are both required according to the Upanishads, as stated page 24 of the Constructor Survey of the Upanishad Philosophy. In another place, he says that the poetry of the Isha Upanishad is a co-mixture of moral, mystical, and metaphysical. From the brief description given above, one can see how difficult it is to translate this Upanishad from Sanskrit into a vernacular language and summarize its exact meaning. Das Ganu translated it into Marathi verse by verse, but as he did not comprehend the gist or essence of the Upanishad, he was not satisfied with his performance. He therefore consulted some learned men regarding his doubts and difficulties and discussed it with them at great length. They did not solve his doubts, and nor did they give him any rational, satisfactory explanation. So Das Ganu was a little restless about this matter. The Sadguru is the only one competent and qualified to explain. As we have seen, this Upanishad is the quintessence of the Vedas. It is a science of self-realization. It is the weapon which can rend asunder the bondage of life and death and set us free. Therefore, Das Guru thought that only he who has himself attained self-realization could give him the true interpretation of this Upanishad. When nobody could satisfy Das Guru, he resolved to consult Sai Baba about this. When he got an opportunity to go to Shri, he saw Sai Baba prostrated before him and mentioned his difficulties about the Ishavasya Upanishad and requested Baba to give him the correct solution. Sai Baba blessed him and said, "You need not be anxious, as there will be no difficulty in this matter. Kakas, that is Kaka Sahib Dikshit's maid, will solve your doubts at Ville Parle in Mumbai on your way home." The people who were there heard this and thought that Baba was probably joking and said, "How could an illiterate male solve difficulties of this nature?" But Das Guru thought otherwise. He was sure that whatever Baba said must come true, as Baba's words was the decree of the Brahma, that is the Almighty. Since Das Guru fully trusted Baba's words, he left Shirdi and came to Ville Parle, which is a suburb of Mumbai, and stayed with Kaka Sahib Dikshit. The next day when Das Guru was enjoying a nap, some say when he was engaged in worship, he heard a poor girl singing a beautiful song in a clear and melodious voice. The subject matter of the song was a crimson-colored sari, how nice it was, how fine its embroidery was, how beautiful its ends and borders were. He liked the song so much that he came out of his room and saw it was being sung by a young girl, the sister of a servant of Kaka Sahib. The girl was cleaning vessels and only had a torn rag on her person. On seeing her impoverished condition and her jovial temperament, Das Guru felt pity for her, and when Rao Bahadur MV Pradhan gave him a pair of dhotars the next day, he requested Mr. Pradhan to give the poor little girl a sari. Rao Bahadur bought a good sari and presented it to her. Like a starving person getting good dishes to eat, her joy knew no bounds. The next day she wore the new sari and with great joy and merriment, whirled, danced, played with the other girls. The following day, she kept the new sari in a box at home and came with the old torn rags. But she looked just as merry as she did the previous day. On seeing this, Das Guru's pity was transformed into admiration. He thought that since the girl was poor, she had to wear a torn rag. But now she had a new sari, which she kept in reserve, and despite wearing the old rag, showed no trace of sorrow or dejection. Thus he realized that all our feelings of pain and pleasure depend on the attitude of our mind. On thinking deeply about this incident, he realized that man ought to enjoy whatever God has bestowed on him with the firm conviction that God besets him on all sides, and that whatever is bestowed on him by God must be for his good. In this particular case, the impoverished condition of the poor girl, her torn rag, the new sari, the donor, and the acceptance were all pervaded by the Lord. Hence, Das Guru got a practical demonstration of the lessons of the Upanishad, the lesson of contentment with one's lot, in the belief that whatever happens is ordained by God and is ultimately good for us. Unique method of teaching. From the above incident, the reader will see that Baba's method was unique and varied. Though Baba never left Shirdi, he sent some to Mashindragarh, Kolhapur, or Sholapur to practice sadhanas. To some he appeared in his usual form, but to others he appeared when they were awake or dreaming and satisfied their desires. It is impossible to describe all the methods that Baba used in imparting instructions to his devotees. In this particular case, he sent Das Guru to Ville Parle, where he solved Das Guru's problem through the maid's sister. To those who say that it was not necessary to send Das Guru to Ville Parle and that Baba could have personally taught him, we say that Baba followed the best course. How else could Das Guru have learned such a great lesson? How could he have learned that the poor maid and her sari were pervaded by the Lord in such a practical way? Now we close the chapter with another beautiful extract about this Upanishad. The ethics of Ishavasya Upanishad. One of the main features of the Ishavasya Upanishad is the ethical advice it offers. And it is interesting to note that the ethics of the Upanishad are definitely based upon the metaphysical position advanced in it. The very opening words of the Upanishad tell us that God pervades everything. As a corollary from this metaphysical position, the ethical advice it offers is that man ought to enjoy whatever God bestows on him, in the firm belief that whatever is bestowed on him by God must be good. It flows naturally that the Upanishad should forbid us from coveting other man's property. In fact, we are fittingly taught here a lesson of contentment with one's own lot, in the belief that whatever happens is divinely ordained, and hence it is good for us. Another moral lesson is that man must spend his lifetime always performing actions, especially the karmas enjoined in the Shastras, with a mood of resignation to his will. Inactivity, according to Upanishad, would be the canker of the soul. It is only when a man spends his lifetime in doing actions in this manner that he can hope to attain the ideal of nishkarma. Finally, the text goes on to say that a man who sees all beings in the self, sees the self as existing in all beings, and from whom everything that exists has become the self, can never suffer infatuation. What ground would such a man have for grief? Anger, infatuation, and grief verily proceed from our not being able to see the Atman in all things. But a man who realizes the oneness of all things, from whom everything has become self, must ipso facto cease to be affected by the common foibles of humanity. Page 169-170 of the creative period by Mr. Velvarkar and Ranade. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all. Thank you, Baba. Om Shri Sai Om. Jai Mohanji.
Om Sai Ram. Jai Mohanji. Sai Satcharitra, chapter 21. In this chapter, Hemda Pant relates the stories of Vinayaka Harishchandra Thakur, Anantrao Patankar of Pune, and a pleader from Pandharpur. All these stories are very interesting, and if carefully read and grasped, will lead the readers onto the spiritual path. Preliminary. As a general rule, it is a result of the accumulation of merits in our past births that enables us to seek the company of saints and profit thereby. To illustrate this rule, Hemda Pant gives his own instance. He was a registered magistrate in Bandra, a suburb of Bombay, for many years. A famous Muslim saint named Pir Maulana lived there, and many people who followed different religions used to go to him and receive his darshan. The Maulana's priest tried to persuade Hemda Pant many a times to go and see the saint. But for some reason or the other, he was not able to receive the Maulana's darshana. After many years, his turn came and he was called to Shri, where he was permanently enlisted in Sai Baba's darbar. Unfortunate people do not get to meet saints. It is only fortunate ones who receive his grace. Saints working in unison. There have been saints in this world from time immemorial. Various saints incarnate in various places to carry out the missions allotted to them. And though they work in different places, they work in unison. They work in unison under the common authority of the Almighty Lord and know exactly what each of them is doing in his place and supplement his work where necessary. An instance illustrating this is given below. Mr. Thakur. Mr. V.S. Thakur was a clerk in the revenue department, and he once came to town named Vadgawe with a survey team. There he met a Kannada saint, Appa, and bowed before him. The saint was explaining a portion from the book Vichar Sagar by Nischal Das to the audience. When Thakur was about to leave, Appa said to him, "You should study this book, and if you do so, your desires will be fulfilled. And when you go to the north in the discharge of your duties, in the future, you will be fortunate enough to come across a great saint. Then he will show you the future path and give rest to your mind and make you happy. Then he transferred to Junnar, where he had to cross the Nanak Ghat every day to get to work. This ghat was very steep and almost impassable, and no conveyance, other than a buffalo, was of use in crossing it. So he had to take a buffalo ride through the ghat. This trip inconvenienced him greatly. He was later transferred to Kalyan on the promotion, and there he met Nana Sahib Chandorkar. He heard a lot about Sai Baba from Chandorkar and wished to see Baba. The next day, Nana Sahib had to go to Shirdi, and he asked Thakur to accompany him. Thakur could not do so, as he had to appear in the Thana civil court for a case. So Nana Sahib went alone. Thakur went to Thana, but there was a case was postponed. Then he regretted not accompanying Nana Sahib. Nevertheless, he left for Shirdi, and when he arrived, he found that Nana Sahib had left the previous day. Some of his friends, whom he met there, took him to Baba. He saw Baba, fell at his feet, and was overjoyed. His eyes were full of tears of joy, and his hair stood on end. Then after a while, the omniscient Baba said to him, "The path of this place is not as easy as the teaching of the Canarus Saint Appa, or even as easy as the buffalo ride in the Nanak Ghat. On this spiritual path, you have to put in your best effort, as it is very difficult." When Thakur heard these significant words, which no one else knew, he was overwhelmed with joy. He immediately knew that the words of Canarus Saint had turned out to be true. Then joining both hands and placing his head at Baba's feet, he prayed that he should be accepted and blessed. Baba then said, "What Appa told you was right, but these things have to be practiced and lived. Mere reading won't do. You have to think through and carry out what you need. Otherwise, it will be of no use. Mere book learning without the grace of the Guru or without self-realization is of no avail." The theoretical portion was read from the work Vichar Sagar, but the practical way was shown him at Shirdi. Another story given below will bring out this truth more forcibly. Anantrao Patankar. A gentleman from Pune named Anantrao Patankar wished to see Baba. He came to Shirdi and received Baba's darshan. His eyes were appeased and he was very pleased. He fell at Baba's feet and after performing proper worship, said to Baba, "I have read a lot, studied the Vedas, Vedantas and Upanishads and heard all the Puranas, and yet I still have not got any peace of mind. Thus, I think that all my reading was useless. Simple, ignorant, devout persons are better than me. Unless the mind becomes calm, all book reading is of no avail. I have heard from many people that you easily give peace of mind to so many people by your mere glance and playful words. So I have come here. Please take pity on me and bless me." Then Baba told him a parable, which was as follows. The parable of 9 balls of stool, Navavidha Bhakti. Once a merchant came here, and right before him, his maid passed her stool. The merchant, intent of his quest, spread the end of his dhotar and gathered all the 9 balls in it, and thus he got peace of mind. Mr. Patankar could not understand the meaning of the story, so he asked Ganesh Damodar, alias Dada Kelkar, "What does Baba mean by this?" He replied, "I too do not know all the Baba says and means, but I will say what he inspires me to. The mere is God grace, and the 9 balls excited are the 9 forms of bhakti. Shravana, Kirtana, Smarana, Padasevana, Archana, Namaskara, Dasya, Sakhyata, and Atmanivedana. If any of this is faithfully followed, the Lord will be pleased and will manifest himself in the home of the devotee. All the sadhanas like japa, tapa, yoga, and studying the scriptures and expounding them are quite useless unless they are accompanied by bhakti. Knowledge of the Vedas or fame as a great gnani and mere formal bhajan are of no avail. What is wanting? What there is loving devotion. Consider yourself as the merchant or seeker after the truth and be anxious and eager like him to collect or cultivate the 9 types of devotion. Then you will attain stability and peace of mind. The next day, when Patankar went to Baba, he was asked whether he collected the 9 balls of stool. Then he said that he, as a poor soul, should first be grazed by Baba, and then only could they be collected. Then Baba blessed and comforted him, saying that he would attain peace of mind and serenity. After hearing this, Patankar became overjoyed and happy. The Pandharpur pleader. We shall close this chapter with a short story showing Baba's omniscience and his using it to correct people and set them on the right path. Once, a pleader from Pandharpur came to Shirdi, went to the masjid and received Sai Baba's darshan. He fell at Baba's feet and without being asked, offered some dakshina. Then he sat in a corner, eager to hear the conversation that was going on. Then Baba turned towards the man and said, "How cunning people are. They fall at my feet, offer dakshina, and yet insult me behind my back. Is this not wonderful?" This remark fitted the pleader, and he had to take it. No one understood the remark, but the pleader grasped it and remained silent. When they returned to the Wada, the pleader said to Kaka Sahib Dikshit, "Baba's remark was perfectly accurate. The dart was aimed at me. It was a hint that I should not indulge in reviling or scandalizing others. When the subject of Pandharpur came and stayed in Shirdi for the improvement of his health, a discussion about this matter was going in the bar room at Pandharpur. The lawyers discussed whether the subject's ailment would ever be cured without medicines. Would he be cured merely by seeking Sai Baba's aid? And was it proper for an educated man like the subject to resort to such methods? The subject was taken to task and was criticized, and so was Sai Baba. I also took some part in this affair, and now Sai Baba showed me the impropriety of my conduct. This is not a rebuke to me, but a favor. It is advised that I should not indulge in any scandal or slander of others, and not interfere unnecessarily in others' affairs. Shri is 300 miles from Pandharpur, and yet Baba, due to his omniscience, knew what transpired there in the bar room. The intervening places were not an impediment of his all-pervading sight, and he could read everyone's mind and see through their hearts. Nothing was secret or veiled from him. Everything, far or near, was as plain and clear to him as broad daylight. Let a man be far or near, he cannot avoid the all-pervading gaze of Sai Baba. Through this incident, the pleader learned the lesson that he should never speak ill of others or unnecessarily criticize them. Thus, his evil tendency was removed and he was set on the right path. Through the story, though the story refers to a pleader, it is applicable to everyone. Everyone should take this lesson to heart and profit thereby. Sai Baba's greatness is unfathomable, and so are his wonderful leelas. His life is also such, as is Parabrahma incarnate. Woe to Sri Sai, peace to be all. Om Sai Ram.
Om Sai Ram and Jai Mohanji. I'm reading from Sai Satcharitra, chapter 22. rescues from serpent bites, Bala Saheb Mirkar, Babu Saheb Bhuti, Amir Shakar, Ahmed Pant, and Baba's opinion regarding the killing of serpents. How does one meditate on Baba? No one has been able to fathom the nature or the form of the Almighty. Even the Vedas and the thousand-tongued Shesha are not able to describe it fully. But the devotees cannot but know and look at the form of the Lord, for they know that his feet are the only means of their happiness. They know no other method of attaining the supreme goal of life except meditating on the holy feet of the Lord. Ahmed Pant suggests an easy way of devotion and meditation, which is as follows. Look at Baba's posture. See how fine it is. He is sitting with his legs folded, the right leg across the left knee. The fingers of his left hand are spread on the right foot. On the right toe are spread his two fingers, the index and middle ones. By this posture, Baba means to say that if anyone wants to see his light, be egoless, very humble, and meditate on his toe through the opening between the two branches. This is the easiest means of attaining devotion. Now let us turn for a moment to Baba's life. Shirdi had become a place of pilgrimage on account of Baba's stay. People from all quarters flocked there, and both the rich and the poor began to be benefited in more ways than one. Who can describe Baba's boundless love, his wonderful knowledge, and his all-pervasiveness? Blessed is he who could experience one or all of these. Sometimes Baba observed long silences, which were in a way his dissertation on the Brahman, and at other times it was consciousness of bliss incarnate. Sometimes he spoke in parables, and at other times indulged in wit and humor. At times it was quite unambiguous, clear, and at times he seemed enraged. Sometimes he gave his teaching in a nutshell, while at other times he argued at length. Many times he was very direct. In this way, he gave varied instructions to people according to their requirements. His life was therefore inscrutable, beyond the ken of our mind and beyond our intellect and speech. Our longing to see his face, to speak with him, and hear his leelas was never satisfied, and yet we are overflowing with joy. We can count the showers of rain and encircle the wind in a leather bag, but who can gauge or measure his leelas? Now we deal here with one aspect of them. How he anticipated or forestalled the calamities of his devotees and warded them off in time. Bala Saheb Mirkar, Shirdi Kaka Saheb Mirkar's son, was Mamlatar of Copenhagen. He was going on tour to Chitali. On the way, he came to Shirdi to see Sai Baba. When he went to the masjid and prostrated himself before Baba, the usual conversation regarding health and other matters commenced, when Baba suddenly sounded a note of warning as follows: "Do you know our Dwarka Mai?" As Bala Saheb did not understand what Baba meant, he kept quiet, and Baba continued, "Our Dwarka Mai is where you are seated. She wards off all the dangers and anxieties of the children who sit on her lap. This masjid, its presiding deity, is very merciful. She is the mother of simple devotees whom she will save in calamities. Once a person sits on a lap, all his troubles are over. He who rests in a shade gets bliss." Then Baba gave him Udi and blessed him by placing his protecting hand on Mirkar's head. When Bala Saheb was about to depart, Baba again said, "Do you know the Lamba Baba, the serpent?" And then closing his left arm like a fist, he brought it near his right elbow, and moving his left arm like the hood of a serpent, he said, "He is so terrible, but what can he do to the children of Dwarka Mai? When the Dwarka Mai protects, what could the serpent possibly do?" Everyone who was present there was curious to know the meaning of all this and its reference to miracle, but no one had the courage to ask Baba about this. Then Bala Saheb bowed before Baba and left the masjid with Shama. Baba called Shama back and asked him to accompany Bala Saheb and enjoy the Chitali trip. Shama went up to Bala Saheb and told him that he would travel with him according to Baba's orders. Bala Sahib replied that he need not come, as it would be inconvenient. Shama returned to Baba and told him what Bala Sahib had said. Baba said, "All right, do not go. We should mean well and do well. Whatever is destined to happen will happen." In the meanwhile, Bala Sahib thought over it again and asked Shama to accompany him. Then Shama went to Baba again and took his leave and left with Bala Sahib in the Tonga. They left Chitali at 9 a.m. and encamped in the Maruti temple. The office workers had not arrived, so they sat quietly in the temple chatting. Bala Sahib was sitting on a mat reading a newspaper. His Uparani, upper daughter, was spread across his waist, and on a part of it a snake was sitting unobserved. It began to move with a rustling sound, which was heard by the peon. He brought a lantern, saw the snake, and raised an alarm. Bala Sahib was frightened and began to shiver with fear. Shama was also stunned. Then Shama and the others moved stealthily and picked up sticks and clubs. The snake slithered slowly off Mirika's waist, and it was immediately done to death. Thus, this calamity, which was predicted by Baba, was averted, and Bala Sahib's love for Baba increased immensely. Babu Sahib Bhuti, a great astrologer named Nana Sahib Bengali, said to Baba Sahib Bhuti one day, "Today is an inauspicious day for you. There is danger to your life." This made Babu Sahib restless. When Babu Sahib came to the masjid that day, Baba said to him, "What does this Nana say? He foretells death for you? Well, you need not be afraid. Tell him boldly. Tell him boldly. Let us see how death kills." Then later in the evening, when Babu Sahib went to relieve himself, he saw a snake. His servant saw it too and lifted a stone to strike at it. Babu Sahib asked him to get a big stick, but before the servant returned with the stick, the snake was seen slithering away and soon disappeared. Babu Sahib remembered with joy Baba's words of fearlessness. Amir Shakar was a native of the village of Kerala. He worked as a commission agent in Bandra and was well known there. He once suffered from rheumatism, which gave him a lot of pain. He was then reminded of God, so he left his business and went to Shri and prayed to Baba to relieve him from his malady. Baba then stationed him in the Chavadi, which was then a damp, unhealthy place unfit for such a patient. Any other place in the village would have been better for Amir, but Baba's word was the deciding factor and the chief medicine. Baba did not allow him to come to the masjid, but asked him to remain in the Chavadi, where he got the great advantage of Baba's regular darshan. Baba passed by the Chavadi every morning and evening, and he stayed there overnight, every alternate day. So Amir received Baba's contact very often. Amir stayed there for a full 9 months, and then somehow or the other, he had a disgust for the place. So one night, he stealthily left the place and came to Copenhagen and stayed in a dharmashala. There he saw an old dying fakir who asked him for water. Amir brought him some water and gave it to the fakir. As soon as the fakir drank it, he passed away. Then Amir was in a fix. He thought that if he went and informed the authorities, he would be held responsible for the death, as he was the first and sole informant. He repented leaving Shirdi without Baba's leave and prayed to Baba. He then decided to return to Shirdi that same night and ran back to Shirdi, remembering Baba and chanting Baba's name on the way. Then he lived in the Chavadi in perfect accordance with Baba's wishes and orders and eventually cured. One night, it so happened that Baba cried out at midnight, "Oh, Abdul, some devilish creature is dashing against the side of my bed." Abdul came with a lantern and examined Baba's bed, but found nothing. Baba asked him to look carefully and began to strike the ground with his sadka. Seeing Baba's lila, Amir knew that Baba sensed a serpent had come there. Amir knew through close and long contact with Baba the meaning of Baba's words and actions. Baba then saw something moving near Amir's pillow. He asked Abdul to bring the light, and when he brought it, he saw the coil of a serpent moving its head up and down. The serpent was immediately beaten to death. Thus, Baba gave timely warning and saved Amir. Himmat Pants experienced the scorpion and serpent. At Baba's recommendation, Kaka Sahib Dixit read two works of Shri Eknath Maharaj, the Bhagavad and Bhavarta Ramayana. Every day an Ahmed Pant had the good fortune of being amongst the audience. Once, when a portion from the Ramayana about Hanuman's testing Rama greatness, according to his mother's instructions, was being read, all the listeners were spellbound. Ahmed Pant was one of them. A big scorpion, no one knew where it came from, sat on his Uparani, Apadutar, which was on Ahmed Pant's right shoulder. At first, it was not noticed, but as the Lord protects those who are intent on hearing his stories, Ahmed Pant casually cast a glance over his right shoulder and noticed him. He was dead silent and did not move at all. It seemed as if it too was enjoying the reading. Then, with the Lord's grace, Ahmed Pant stealthily took the two ends of his dotard, folded them, and enclosed the scorpion within. Then he went out and freed out of the garden. On another occasion, a few people were sitting on the upper floor of Dixit Wada just before nightfall, when a serpent crept through a hole in the window frame and sat coiled up. A light was brought, and the snake was first dazzled by the light. However, it sat still and only moved its head up and down. Then many people rushed there with sticks and cudgels. But as it sat in an awkward place, no blow could be dealt. But upon hearing the commotion, the serpent went out hastily through the same hole. Then everyone there felt relieved. Baba's opinion. A devotee named Muktaram then said that it was good that the poor creature escaped. Ahmed Pant challenged him, saying that serpents should be killed. There was a heated discussion between them, the former contending that serpents and such creatures should not be killed, the latter that they should be. As night fell, the discussion came to an end without any decision being arrived at. The next day, the question was referred to Baba, who gave his opinion, which was as follows. God lives in all beings and creatures, whether they are serpents or scorpions. He is the master wild puller of the universe, and all beings obey his commands. Unless he wills it, nobody can do any harm unto others. The world is all dependent on him, and no one is independent. So we should take pity on and love all creatures, not engage in adventurous fights and killings, and be patient. The Lord God protects everyone. Both to Shri Sai, peace be to all. Jai Mohanji.
Om Sai Ram, Jai Mohanji. This is Satcharitra chapter 23. We're going to hear about yoga and the onion, Shama cured of snake bite, Baba breaks the cholera ordinance, and the ordeal of Guru Bhakti. Preliminary. In reality, this jiva, human soul, transcends the three qualities, sattva, rajas, and tamas. But being deluded by Maya, he forgets his nature, in which is existence, knowledge, bliss, and thinks that he is the one who does things, and thus entangle himself in endless misery, and does not know the way of deliverance. The only way of deliverance is loving devotions towards the Guru's feet. The great player or actor, the Lord Sai, has blessed his bhaktas and transformed them into himself, his nature. We regard Sai Baba as an incarnation of God for reasons already stated, but he always said that he was an obedient servant of God. Though an incarnation, he showed people the way to behave satisfactorily and carry out the duties of their respective stations in this life. He never emulated others in any way, nor asked others to have something done for him. For him, who saw the Lord in all movable and immovable things of this world, humility was the most appropriate. He did not disregard or disrespect anybody. He saw Narayan, the Lord in all beings. He never said, I am God, but that he was a humble servant and that he always remembered God and always said the words, Allah Malik, God is the sole proprietor or owner. We do not know saints well enough, how they behave or what they do. We only know that by God's grace, they manifest themselves in the world to liberate ignorant or bound souls like us. If there is a store of merit on our account, we get a desire to listen to the stories and the leelas of saints. Let us now turn the main stories of this chapter, Yoga and the Onion. Once it so happened that a keen scholar of yoga came to Shri with Nana Sahib Chandukar. He had studied all the works on yoga, including the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, but had no practical experience. He could not concentrate his mind and attain Samadhi even for a short time. He thought that if Sai Baba was pleased with him, he would show him the way to attain Samadhi for a longer time. With this object in mind, he came to Shri and went to the masjid. There he saw Sai Baba sitting, eating bread with onion. On seeing this, a thought arose in his mind. How can this man who eats stale bread with raw onion solve my issues and help me? Sai Baba read his mind immediately and said to Nana Sahib, Nana, only he who has the power to digest onion should eat it, and none else. Hearing this remark, the yogi was wonderstruck, and he fell at Baba's feet in complete surrender. With a pure and open mind, he explained his difficulties and had them solved by Baba. Thus, being satisfied and happy, he left Shri with Baba's udi and blessings. Shama cured of a snake bite. Before Hemadpant begins the story, he says that the jiva is very similar to a parrot, since they are both bound, one in the body and the other in a cage. Both think that the present bound state is good for them. It is only when a helper, the guru, comes along with God's grace, opens their eyes and liberates them from the bondage, that their eyes are open to a greater and larger life. In the last chapter, we saw how Baba anticipated the calamity that was to befall Mr. Miriga and rescued him from it. Now let the readers hear an even grander story. Once Shama was bitten by a poisonous snake. His little finger was stung, and the poison began to spread in his body. The pain was severe, and Shama thought that he would die soon. His friend wanted to take him to the god Vitoba, where such cases were often sent, but Shama ran to the masjid to his Vitoba, Sai Baba. When Baba saw him, he began to yell at him. He got enraged and said, "Oh, vile Paturja, priest, do not climb up. Beware if you do so." And then roared, "Go, get away, come down." Seeing Baba thus red with wrath, Shama was greatly puzzled and disappointed. He thought that the masjid was his home and that Sai Baba was his sole refuge. But if he was driven away like this, where should he go? He lost all hope of life and sat there dejected. After a while, Baba became normal and calm, and Shama went up and sat near him. Then Baba said to him, "Don't be afraid. The merciful fakir will save you. Go and sit quietly at home. Don't go out, and believe in me. Remain fearless and have no anxiety." Then he was sent home. Soon after this, Baba sent Taja Patil and Kakashev Dixit to Shama with instructions to the effect that he should eat and drink what he liked, should move freely inside his house, but should not lie down and sleep. Needless to say, these instructions were accepted upon, and Shama soon recovered. The only things to be remembered in this case are the words Baba used. The words "go," "get away," "come down" were not addressed to Shama as it appeared then, but were a direct order to the snake and its poison to not go up and circulate through Shama's body. Like others well-versed in mantra shastra, Baba did not have to use any incantation, charged rice, or water. His words by themselves were most efficacious in saving Shyama's life. Anyone who hears this story and other similar ones will develop firm faith in Baba's feet. And the only way to cross the ocean of Maya is to always remember Baba's holy feet. The cholera epidemic. Once cholera was raging virulently in Shri. The residents were very frightened and they stopped all communication with the outside world. The elders of the village assembled and decided upon 2 ordinances as a remedy to stop the epidemic. The ordinances were that no fuel cart should be allowed to come into the village and that no goat should be killed there. If anybody disobeyed these ordinances, they were to be fined by the village elders. Baba knew that all this were mere superstition, and therefore he did not care for it at all, for all the cholera ordinances. While the ordinances were in force, a fuel cart came there and wanted to enter the village. Everybody knew that there was a shortage of fuel in the village, yet people began to drive the fuel cart away. Baba came to know of this. He came to the spot and asked the cart driver to take the fuel cart to the masjid. No one dared to raise his voice against Baba. He wanted fuel for his duni, and so he purchased it. Like a Brahmin keeping his sacred fire alive throughout his life, Baba kept his duni burning all day and night, and for this he always stocked fuel. Baba's home, the masjid, was free and open to everyone. It had no lock and key, and poor people took some firewood from there for their use. Baba did not grumble about this. Baba knew that the whole universe was pervaded by the Almighty, so he never bore enmity or ill will towards anybody. Though perfectly detached, he behaved like an ordinary householder to set an example for his people. The ordeal of Guru Bhakti. Let us now see how the second cholera ordinance fared with Baba. While it was in force, somebody brought a goat to the masjid. It was weak and old and about to die. At this time, Fakir Pir Muhammad of Malagaon, alias Bade Baba, was there. Sai Baba asked him to behead it with one stroke and offer it as an oblation. Bade Baba was respected by Sai Baba. He always sat right next to Sai Baba. After the chillum pipe was first smoked by Sai Baba, it was then offered to Bade Baba and then the others. After the dishes were served at noon, Baba respectfully called Bade Baba and made him sit on his left side, and then everyone partook of the food. Baba paid him 50 rupees every day out of the amount collected as dakshina. Baba accompanied him 100 paces wherever he was leaving. Such was his position with Baba. But when Baba asked him to behead the goat, he flatly refused, saying, "Why should it be killed for nothing?" Then Baba asked Shyama to kill it. He went to Radha Krishna Mai and brought a knife from her and placed it before Baba. When he discovered the purpose for which the knife was taken, she recalled it. Then Baba went to get another knife. Then Shyama went to get another knife but remained in the water and did not return for a while. Then came Kakashep Dix's turn. He was undoubtedly as good as gold, but had to be tested. Baba asked him to get a knife and kill the goat. He went to Sadevada and returned with a knife. He was ready to kill it at Baba's bidding. He was born in a pure Brahmin family and had never in his life killed anything. Though quite averse to perform any act of violence, he made himself bold enough to kill the goat. Everyone looked in astonishment to see that Badi Baba, a Muslim, was unwilling to kill it, while this pure Brahmin was making preparations to do so. He tightened his dhota and with a circular motion raised the knife and looked at Baba for the final signal. Baba said, "What are you waiting for? Go on, strike." Then as the hand was just about to come down, Baba said, "Stop! How cruel you are! Being a Brahmin, you are going to kill a goat." Kakashev obeyed and put the knife down and said to Baba, "Your nectar-like word is a law unto us, for we do not know other ordinance. We remember you always, meditate on your form, and obey you day and night. We do not know or consider whether it is right or wrong to kill, and we do not want to reason or discuss things. We implicitly and promptly comply with our Guru's orders. This is our duty and dharma." Then Baba said to Kakashev that he would himself do the offering and killing business. It was settled that the goat would be disposed of near at a place called Takya, where fakirs used to sit. When the goat was being taken to that place, it died on the way. He says that there are three kinds: the best, the mediocre, and the ordinary. The best kind of disciples are those who guess what their guru wants and immediately carry it out and serve them without waiting for an order from them. The mediocre disciples are those who carry out the orders of their guru to the letter without any delay. And the third kind of the disciples are those who keep postponing carrying out their orders and make mistakes at every step. Disciples should have firm faith backed by intelligence, and if they add patience to these, the spiritual goal will not be distant. Control of breath and other difficult practices are not at all necessary. When the disciple gets above the above-mentioned qualities, they become ready for further instructions, and the masters then appear and lead them to their spiritual path for perfection. In the next chapter, we will deal with Baba's interesting wit and humor. Bow to Shri, Sai Baba, peace be to all.
Chapter 24, Baba's wit and humour, Chanalila, Hamadpant, Sudama, and a Chinchaka versus MCB. Preliminary. Unless we surrender our ego to the feet of our Sadguru, we will not succeed in our undertaking. If we become egoless, then our success is assured. By worshipping Sai Baba, we attain both the objects, worldly and spiritual, and are fixed in our true nature and get peace and happiness. Therefore, those who want to accomplish or gain their welfare should respectfully hear Sai Baba's leelas or stories and meditate on them. If they do this, they will easily attain the object of their life and get bliss. Generally, all people like wit and humour, but they don't like that jokes should be cut at their expense. But Baba's method was peculiar. When it was accompanied with good gestures, it was very interesting and instructive, and the people therefore didn't mind, even they were held up to ridicule. Hamad Pant gives his own instance below. Chana Leela. In Shirdi, a special bazaar was held every Sunday, and people from the neighbouring villages came there, erected booths and stalls in the open streets, and sold their wares and commodities. Every noon the masjid was crowded, but on Sunday it was crowded to suffocation. On one such day, Hamad Pant sat in front of Baba, shampooing his legs and muttering God's name. Shama was on Baba's left, Vamran Rao to his right, Shriman Bhuti and Kaka Sahab Dixit and others were also present. Then Shama laughed and said to Anna Sahab, "See that some grains seem to have stuck to the sleeve of your coat." So saying, he touched the sleeve and found that there were some grains. Hemadpant straightened his left forearm to see what the matter was, and to the surprise of all, some grains of gram came rolling down and were picked up by the people who were sitting there. This incident furnished a subject matter for a joke. Everybody present began to wonder and say something or other as to how the grains found their way into the sleeve of the coat and lodged there so long. Hemadpant also couldn't guess. When nobody could give any satisfactory explanation in this matter and everybody was wondering about this mystery, Baba said as follows: "This fellow has got the bad habit of eating alone. Today is Bazaar Day and he came here chewing grams. I know his habit and these grams are proof of it. What wonder is there in this matter?" Hemadpant said, "Baba, I never know of eating things alone. Then why should you shoulder this bad habit on me? I've never yet seen Shirdi Bazaar. I never even went to the bazaar today. Then how could I buy grams and how could I eat them if I had not bought them? I never eat anything unless I share it with others present around me at the time of my meals." Baba said, "It's true that you do give to persons present, but if none are nearby, what could you or I do? But do you remember me before eating? Am I not always with you? Then do you offer me anything before you eat?" The moral: let us mark and note carefully what Baba's taught us by this incident. He has advised us that before the senses, mind and intellect enjoy their objects, first he should be remembered, and this can be done in a way by making an offering to him. The senses, etc., can never remain without their objects, but if those objects are first offered to the Guru, the attachment for them will naturally vanish. In this way, all the subtle thoughts regarding desire, anger, avarice, etc., should first be offered and directed to the Guru. And if this practice be followed, the Lord will help you in eradicating all these vrittis. When, before enjoyment of the object, you think that Baba is present, the question whether the object is fit to be enjoyed or not will also at once arise. Then the object that is not fit to be enjoyed will be shunned, and in this way our vicious habits or vices will disappear and our character will improve. Then love for the Guru will grow and pure knowledge will sprout up. When this knowledge grows, the bondage of body consciousness will snap and our intellect will be merged in spirit consciousness. Then we shall get bliss and contentment. There's no difference between Guru and God. He who sees any difference in them finds God nowhere. So leaving aside all ideas of difference, we should regard Guru and God as one. And if we serve our Guru, as stated above, God will certainly be pleased, and by purifying our minds will give us self-realization. To put the matter in a nutshell, we should not enjoy any object with our senses without first remembering our Guru. When the mind is trained in this way, we will always be reminded of Baba, and our meditation on Baba will grow apace. The Sagam form of Baba will forever be in front of our eyes, and then devotion, non-attachment and salvation will all be ours. When Baba's form is thus fixed before our mental vision, we forget hunger, thirst, and this world. The consciousness of worldly pleasures will disappear, and our mind shall attain peace and happiness. Sudama's story. When the above story was being narrated, Hemadpant was reminded of a similar story which illustrates the same principle. Therefore, it's given here. Shri Krishna and his elder brother Balaram are living with a co-student named Sudama in the ashram of their guru, Sandipani. Once Krishna and Balaram were sent to the forest for bringing fuel. Then the wife of Sandipani sent Sudama also for the same purpose, with some quantity of grams for 3 people. When Krishna met Sudama in the forest, he said to him, "Dada, I want water as I'm thirsty." Sudama replied, "No water should be drunk on an empty stomach, so it's better to rest a while." He didn't say that he'd got grams with him and that Krishna should have some. As Krishna was tired, he lay down for a rest on the lap of Sudama and was soon snoring. On seeing this, Sudama took out the grams and began to eat. Then Krishna suddenly asked him, "Dada, what are you eating? What is this chitter-chatter sound?" He replied, "What is there to eat? I'm shivering with cold and my teeth are chattering. I can't even repeat Vishnu Sahasranam." Hearing this, the omniscient Krishna said, I just had a dream in which I saw a man eating things of another. And when asked about this, he said, "What dust should we eat?" Meaning that he had only nothing to eat. The other man said, "Let it be so." "Dada, this is only a dream. I know you wouldn't eat anything without me. Under the influence of a dream, I asked you what you were eating." If Siddhartha had known the omniscient Shri Krishna and his Leelas, he would not have acted as he did. Therefore, he had to suffer. Though he was a chum of Shri Krishna, he had to pass his later life in utter poverty. But when he later offered Krishna a handful of parched rice earned by his wife with her own labour, Krishna was pleased and gave him a golden estate to enjoy. This story should be remembered by those who have the habit of eating things alone without partaking them with others. The Shruti also emphasizes this lesson and asks us to offer things first to God and then enjoy them after they are announced by him. Baba also has taught us the same lesson in his inimitable and humorous way. Anachinka versus Maushibi. Hamid Pant now describes another witty incident in which Baba played a peacemaker's part. There was one devotee by the name Damodar, alias Anna Chinchanka. He spoke plainly, simple, rustic and straightforward. He cared for nobody and carried all dealings in cash. Though he looked outwardly harsh and uncompromising, he was good-natured and guileless, so Sai Baba loved him. He has willed away all his property to Shri Sai Baba Santan Shirdi. One day, like others serving Baba in their own way, this Anna was shampooing the left arm of Baba, which rested on the railing. On the right side, one old widow named Venubai Kujagli, whom Baba called Mother, and all others called Maushibai, was serving Baba in her own way. She was an elderly woman of pure heart. She clasped the fingers of both her hands around the trunk of Baba and was at that time massaging his abdomen. She did this so forcibly that Baba's back and abdomen became flat, and Baba moved from side to side. Anna on the other side was steady, but Maushibai's face moved up and down with her strokes. Once it so happened that her face came very close to Anna's. Being of a witty disposition, she remarked, "Oh, this Anna is a lewd fellow. He wants to kiss me. Even being so old with grey hair, he feels no shame in kissing me." These words enraged Anna, and he pulled up his sleeves and said, "You say that I'm a bad old fellow. Am I quite a fool? It's you who's picked up a quarrel with me." All the persons present there were enjoying this encounter between them. Baba, who loved both of them equally and wanted to pacify them, managed the affair very skillfully. Lovingly, he said, "Oh, Anna, why are you unnecessarily raising this hue and cry? I don't understand what harm or impropriety is there when the mother is kissed." Hearing these words of Baba, both of them were satisfied, and all the persons laughed merrily and enjoyed Baba's wit to their heart content. Baba's characteristics, his dependency on bhaktas. Baba allowed his devotees to serve him in their own way and did not like any other persons interfering in this. To quote an instance, the same Maushibai was on another occasion kneading Baba's abdomen. Seeing the force used by her, all other devotees felt nervous and anxious. They said, "Oh, Mother, be more considerate and moderate, otherwise you'll break Baba's arteries and nerves." At this, Baba got up at once from his seat and dashed his satka on the ground. He got enraged and his eyes became red like live embers. None dared to stand before Baba. Then he took one end of the satka with both hands and pressed it into the hollow of his abdomen. The other end he fixed to the post and began to press his abdomen against it. The satka, which was about 2 or 3 feet in length, seemed all ready to go into the abdomen, and the people feared that the abdomen would be ruptured in a short time. The post was fixed and immovable, and Baba began to go closer and closer to it and clasped the post firmly. Every moment the rupture was expected, and they were all dismayed, did not know what to do, and stood dumb with wonder and fear. The other devotees wanted only to give a hint to the Maushibai to be moderate in her service and not cause any trouble or pain to Baba. They were surprised to see that their well-intentioned effort had resulted in this crisis, and they could do nothing but wait and watch. Fortunately, Baba's rage soon cooled. He left the Satko and resumed his seat. From this time onwards, the devotees took the lesson that they should not meddle with anybody but allow him to serve Baba as he chooses, as he was capable to gauge the merits and worth of the service rendered unto him. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 25. Damu Anakasara's speculations and Amra Leela, miracle of the mangoes. Preliminary. We begin this chapter with a bow with all our 8 limbs to Sai Baba, who is an ocean of mercy, the God incarnate, the Para Brahma, and the great Yogeshwara, Lord of Yoga. Victory be unto Sai Baba, who is the crest jewel of the saints, the home of all auspicious things, our Atmaram, dear self, and the able refuge of his devotees. We prostrate ourselves before him, who has attained the aim and end of life. Sai Baba is always full of mercy. What is wanted on our part is wholehearted devotion to him. When a devotee has got firm faith and devotion, his wishes are soon fulfilled. When the desire arose in Hemadpant's mind to write the life and leelas of Sai Baba, Baba immediately got it written by him. When the order to keep memos was given, Hemadpant was inspired. His intellect acquired the strength, and he had the boldness to undertake and finish the work. He was not, he says, qualified to write the work, but the gracious blessings of Baba enabled him to complete the undertaking, and thus you have this Satcharitra, which is a Somkant jewel. From this jewel, nectar in the form of Sai Leela oozes out for the readers to drink to their heart's content. Whenever a devotee has complete and wholehearted devotion to Sai Baba, all his calamities and dangers are warded off, and his welfare is attended to by Baba. The story of Damodar Savalaram Rasaine of Ahmednagar, alias Damu Anna, illustrating the above statement, is given below. Damu Anna. The readers may remember that this gentleman was mentioned in the 6th chapter with regards to the celebration of the Ram Navami festival in Shirdi. He went to Shirdi around the year 1895 when the Ram Navami celebration began, and from that time on he provided an ornamental flag for the festival for several years. He also fed the poor who came there for the festival. His speculations. Cotton. A broker who knew Damu Anna wrote to him that they should work in partnership on a cotton speculation business, which would bring them about 200,000 rupees as profit. Damu Anna says in his statement made around the year 1936 to Mr. B.V. Narasimha Swami that the proposal to speculate in cotton was from a broker who was not to be a partner and that he was to be the sole adventurer. The broker wrote that the business was good and involved no risks and the opportunity should not be lost. Damu Anna was considering this opportunity. He could not at once determine whether to venture into the speculation. He thought about this, and as he was a devotee of Baba, he wrote a detailed letter to Shama explaining all the facts and requested him to consult Baba and get his advice in the matter. Shama got the letter the next day, and he came with it at noon to the masjid and placed it before Baba. Baba asked Shama what the matter was and what the letter was about. Shama replied that Damu Anna wanted to consult him about something. Then Baba said, "What does he write and what does he plan?" "It seems that he wants to reach the sky and that he is not content with what God has given him." "Read his letter." Shama then said, "The letter contains what you just said." "O Deva, you sit here calm and composed and agitate devotees, and when they get restless, you draw them here, some in person and others through letters. If you know the contents of the letter, why do you then press me to read it?
Baba said, "Oh Shama, please read it. I speak at random, and who believes me?" Then Shama read the letter, and Baba heard it attentively and said with great emotion, "Dhammu Anna has gone mad. Write him a reply that nothing is wanting in his house. Let him be content with the half loaf he has now, and let him not bother about hundreds of thousands of rupees." Shama sent the reply, which Dhammu Anna was anxiously waiting for. Upon reading it, he found that all his hopes and prospects about grand profits were dashed. He thought he had made a mistake in consulting Baba. But as Shama had hinted in the reply, there was always a big difference between seeing and hearing, and therefore he should come to Shirdi personally and see Baba. He thought it advisable to go to Shirdi and consult Baba personally about the affair. So he went to Shirdi, saw Baba, prostrated himself before him, and sat shampooing Baba's legs. He had no courage to ask Baba openly about the speculation, but he thought that it would be better if some share in the business be given to Baba, if Baba were to help him in this transaction. Dhammu Anna was thus thinking about this, and yet nothing was veiled from Baba. Everything about the past, present, and future were crystal clear to him. A child wants sweets, but its mother gives it bitter medicine. The former spoils its health, while the latter improves it. So the mother, looking after the welfare of her infant, coaxes it and gives it medicine. Baba, the kind mother that he was, knew the present and future prospects of his devotees, and therefore read Dhammu Anna's mind and said, "Bapu, I do not want to be entangled in any such worldly things, sharing profits." Seeing Baba's disapproval, Dhammu Anna dropped the enterprise. Grain. Then he thought of trading in rice, wheat, and other grains. Baba read this thought too and said to him, "You will be buying at 5 seers and selling at 7 seers a rupee." So this business was also abandoned. The rise in the prices of grain was kept up for some time, and Baba's prophecy seemed to be false. But in a month or two, there was abundant rain everywhere, and the prices suddenly fell. Therefore, those who stored grain suffered a severe loss. Dhammu Anna was saved from this fate. Needless to say, this cotton speculation, which was conducted by the broker with the help of another merchant, also collapsed, with a severe loss to the investors. After seeing that Baba had saved him from 2 severe losses in cotton and grain speculations, Dhammu Anna's faith in Baba grew strong, and he remained a true devotee. Amra Leela, the miracle of the mangoes. Once a parcel of about 300 good mangoes was received at Shirdi. It was sent from Goa by a Mamlatar named Raleigh to Sai Baba, and the package was addressed to Shama. When it was opened, all the mangoes were found to be in good condition. They were left in Shama's charge, and only 4 were retained and placed in a pot by Baba. He then said, "These 4 fruits are for Dhammu Anna. Let them remain here." Dhammu Anna had 2 wives and no children at that point. He had consulted many astrologers, studied astrology to some extent, and found that as there was an inauspicious planet in his horoscope, there was no prospect of having children in this life. But he had great faith in Baba. When he went to Shirdi 2 hours after the receipt of the mango parcel, Baba said, "Though other people are looking for mangoes, they are Dhammu Annas. The person whom they are meant for should eat them and die." Dhammu Anna, on hearing these words, was first shocked. But when Masapalti, a prominent Shirdi devotee, explained to him that death meant the death of the little self or ego, he said that he would accept the fruits and eat them. But Baba said to him, "Do not eat them alone, share them with your youngest wife. This Amra Leela, miracle of 4 mangoes, will give her 4 sons and 4 daughters." This was done, and ultimately it was found that Baba's words turned out true and not those of the astrologers. Baba's Speech established its efficacy while he was living in the flesh, but it also did the same even after his passing away. Baba said, "Believe me, that though I will pass away, the bones in my tomb will give you hope and confidence. My tomb will be speaking, moving, and communicating with those who surrender themselves wholeheartedly to me. Do not be anxious that I will be absent from your life. You will hear my bones speaking about and discussing your welfare. But remember me always, believe in me, heart and soul, and then you will benefit greatly." In this regard, the following extract from Dhammavana's statement is worth reading. Page 76. "Once, when I sat at his feet, I had two questions in my mind, and he gave answers to both. There are so many who come to see Sai Baba. Are they all benefited from seeing him? To this he replied, look at the mango tree in blossom. If all the flowers bore fruit, what a splendid crop it would be. But do they? Most fall off, either as flowers or as unripe fruits. Very few remain. The second question was about myself. If Baba were to pass away, how hopelessly adrift would I be, and how am I to fare then? To this Baba answered that he would be with me whenever and wherever I thought of him. That is a promise he kept up before 1918 and has been keeping up after 1918. He is still with me. He is still guiding me. This was about 1910 to 11 when my brothers separated from me, my sister died, there was a theft in my house and a resulting police inquiry, all of which upset me very much. I was most upset when my sister died. I did not care for life and enjoyments. When I went to Baba, he pacified me with his upadesh and made me eat a feast of Puran Puli at Appa Kulkarni's house and had sandal paste applied to my body. Then there was a theft in my house. A close friend of mine stole my wife's jewelry box, including her auspicious nose ring. I wept before Baba's photo. The next day, the man returned the jewelry box and prayed for forgiveness. Prayer. Hamid Pant closes this chapter with a prayer. O Sai Sadguru, the wish-fulfilling tree of the Bhaktas, let us never forget and lose sight of your feet. We have been troubled by the ins and outs, births and deaths in this samsara. Now free us from this cycle of births and deaths. Restrain us from the outgoing nature of our senses to their objects and introvert us and bring us face to face with the Atma, self. As long as this outgoing tendency of the senses and the minds is not checked, there is no prospect of self-realization. Neither son, wife, nor friend will be of any use in the end. It is only you who will give us salvation and happiness. Destroy completely our tendency for discussions and other evil matters, and let our tongue get a passion for chanting your name. Drive out our thoughts, good or otherwise. Make us forget our bodies and houses and do away with our egoism. Make us always remember your name and forget all other things. Remove the restlessness of our mind and make it steady and calm. If you clasp us, the darkness of our ignorance will vanish, and we shall live happily in your light. The fact that you made us drink the nectar of your leelas and awakened us from our slumber is due to your grace and our store of merits in our past births. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be all.
Please unmute Meeta. It's gone back to mute.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we
Can
can
you
hear
hear me
you
now?
now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sai Ram,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay. Sai Ram. Om Shri Sai Ram. Sai Satcharitra, Chapter 26. Preliminary. All the things that we see in the universe are nothing but Maya's games, the creative power of the Lord. These things do not really exist. What really exists is the real absolute. Just as we mistake a rope for a garland or a stick for a serpent in the darkness, we always see things as they outwardly appear and not as what underlies all those visible things. It is only the Sadguru who opens the eyes of our understanding and enables us to see things in their true light and not as they appear. Let us therefore worship the Sadguru and pray to him to give us true vision, which is God vision. Inner worship. Hemad Pant was given a novel form of worship. Let us, he says, use warm water in the form of tears of joy to wash the Sadguru's feet, and let us besmear his body with the sandal paste of pure love. Let us cover his body with the cloth of true faith. Let us offer 8 lotuses in the form of our 8 sattvic emotions, and fruit in the form of our concentrated mind. And let us apply to his head bukka, black powder, in the form of devotion, and tie the waistband of bhakti, and place our head on his feet. After decorating the Sadguru with jewelry in this way, let us offer our all to him and wave the fan of devotion to ward off the heat. After such blissful worship, let us pray thus. Introvert our mind, turn it inward, help us to discriminate between the unreal and the real, and attain non-attachment for all worldly things, and thus enable us to attain self-realization. We surrender ourselves, body and soul, body consciousness and ego, to you. Make our eyes yours, so that we shall never feel pleasure and pain. Control our body and mind as you wish. Let our mind attain peace at your feet. Let us now turn to the stories of this chapter. Bhakta Pant. Once it so happened that a devotee named Pant, a disciple of another Sadguru, had the good fortune of visiting Shri. He had no desire to go to Shri, but man proposes one way and God disposes the other. He was traveling in a train where he met many friends bound for Shri. They all asked him to accompany them, and he couldn't refuse. They alighted at Bombay, while Pant got down at Virar. There, he asked his Sadguru for permission to go to Shirdi, and after rearranging for the expenses, left with his friends for Shirdi. They all reached the place in the morning and went to the masjid at about 11 a.m. Upon seeing the concourse of devotees assembled for Baba's worship, they were all pleased. But Pant suddenly had a fit and fainted. They were all frightened, but they tried their best to bring him to his senses. With Baba's grace and with pitchers of water poured over his head, he regained his consciousness and sat upright, as if he had just been awakened from deep sleep. The omniscient Baba, knowing that he was a disciple of another Guru, assured him fearlessness and confirmed his faith in his own Guru by addressing him as follows. Come what may, stick to your bolster, support, that is his Guru, and always remain steady and in union with him. Pant at once knew the significance of this remark, and thus he was reminded of his Sadguru. he never forgot Baba's kindness in this regard. Harishchandra Pittale. There was a gentleman named Harishchandra Pittale who lived in Bombay. He had a son who suffered from epilepsy. He tried many allopathic and Ayurvedic doctors, but was unable to cure his son's epilepsy. There remained only one remedy, resorting to the saints. It has been stated in chapter 15 that Das Ganu, by his inimitable and splendid kirtans, songs in praise of the Lord, spread Sai Baba's fame in the Bombay presidency. Mr. Pittale heard some of the kirtans in 1910 and learned therefrom and from others that Baba, by his touch and mere glance, cured many incurable diseases. Then a desire arose in his mind to see Sai Baba. After making the necessary preparations, which included presents and fruit baskets for Baba, Mr. Pittale came to Shirdi with his wife and children. He then went to the masjid with them, prostrated before Baba, and placed his sick son at Baba's feet. As soon as the child was placed before Baba, the child immediately rolled his eyes and fell down senseless. His mouth began to foam, and his whole body began to perspire profusely, and it seemed as if he had breathed himself out. Seeing this, the parents became very nervous. The boy used to get such fits very often, but this fit seemed to last much longer. Tears began to flow ceaselessly from the mother's eyes, and she began to wail, crying that her condition was like that of a person who, being afraid of robbers, ran into a house which collapsed on him, or like a cow who, fearing a tiger, ran into the hands of a butcher, or like a traveler who, being tormented by the heat of the sun, took refuge under a tree which fell on him. Then Baba comforted her, saying, "Do not wail like this. Wait a bit and have patience. Take the boy to our lodging, and he will come to his senses within half an hour." They did as directed by Baba and found it that his words came true. As soon as he was taken to the Wada, the boy recovered, and the whole Pittale family was very delighted, and all their doubts disappeared. Then Mr. Pittale came with his wife to see Baba and prostrated himself before Baba. He very humbly and respectfully sat shampooing Baba's legs, mentally thanking Baba for his help. Baba then smilingly said, "Aren't all your thoughts, doubts, and apprehensions calmed now? The Lord will protect those who have faith and patience." Mr. Pittale was a rich and well-to-do gentleman. He distributed sweets on a large scale and gave Baba excellent fruits and pan, betel leaves. Mrs. Pittale was a very simple, loving, and faithful lady. She used to sit near the post, staring at Baba with tears of joy flowing from her eyes. Seeing that she had an amicable and loving nature, Baba was very pleased with her. Like gods, saints are always dependent on their devotees, who surrender and worship them with their heart and soul. After spending a few happy days in Baba's company, the Pittale family came to the masjid to ask for Baba's leave. Baba gave them uddi and blessings and called Mr. Pittale close and said to him, "Bapu, I had given you 2 rupees a while back, and now I give you 3. Keep these in your shrine for worship, and you will be benefited." Mr. Pittale accepted these as prasad, prostrated himself again before Baba, and prayed for his blessings. He was puzzled by the fact that this was his first trip to Shirdi and couldn't understand that Baba meant what Baba meant when he said that he had given him 2 rupees previously. He was curious to have his mystery solved, but Baba never explained it. When Mr. Pitale returned to Bombay, he narrated to his old mother all that had happened at Shirdi and the mystery about Baba giving him 2 rupees previously. The mother too didn't understand the mystery initially, but upon thinking about it more seriously, she was reminded of an old incident which solved the mystery. She said to her son, "As you now went to Sai Baba with your son, so had your father. He took you to Akalkot for the darshan of the Maharaj many years ago. The Maharaj was also a Siddha, a perfect yogi, omniscient and liberal. Your father was pure and devout, and his worship was accepted. He then gave your father 2 rupees to keep in the shrine and worship. Your father worshipped them accordingly till his death, but thereafter the worship was neglected, and the rupees were lost. After a few years, the memory of these 2 rupees also disappeared. And now, as you are very fortunate, the Akalkot Maharaj has appeared to you in the form of Sai Baba, just to remind you of your duties and worship, and to ward off all dangers. Now be aware, henceforth leave off all doubts and bad thoughts. Follow the path of your ancestors and behave well. Go on worshipping the family gods and the rupees and take pride in blessings of the saints. Sai Samartha has kindly revived the spirit of bhakti in you. Cultivate it to your benefit." Hearing his mother's remarks, Mr. Pitale was very delighted. He was convinced about Baba's all-pervasiveness and the significance of his darshan. From that time on, he became very careful about his behavior. Mr. Ambedkar. Mr. Gopal Narayan Ambedkar of Pune was Baba's devotee. He worked for 10 years in the Abkari department in the Thana district, from where he had to retire. He tried to get another job, but didn't succeed. He was overtaken by other calamities, and his condition grew from bad to worse. He endured 7 years in this condition, visiting Shirdi every year and placing his grievances before Baba. In 1916, his situation got to its worst point, and he decided to commit suicide in Shirdi. So he came there with his wife and had been living there for 2 months. One night, while sitting in a bullock cart in front of Dikshit's Wada, he decided to end his life by throwing himself into a nearby well. He proposed to do one thing, but Baba had other plans for him. Just a few paces from his place, there was a hotel whose proprietor was a man named Mr. Sagun. Just as Mr. Ambedkar was thinking about ending his life, Sagun approached Ambedkar with a book in his hand and said, "Have you ever read about Akalkot Maharaj's life?" Ambedkar took the book from Sagun and began to read it. Casually, or we may say providentially, he came across a story which was to this effect. During the lifetime of Akalkot Maharaj, a certain devotee suffered very much from an incurable disease, and when he could no longer endure the agony and pain, he became desperate, and to end his miseries, threw himself into a well one night. Immediately, the Maharaj appeared and took him out with his own hands and advised him thus: "You must enjoy the fruit, good or bad, of your past actions. If the enjoyment is incomplete, suicide won't help you. You will have to take another birth and suffer again. So, instead of killing yourself, why not suffer for some time? Exhaust the store of fruit of your past deeds and be done with it once and for all." Upon reading this appropriate and timely story, Ambedkar was very surprised and moved. Had he not got Baba's hint through the story, he would have been no more. On seeing Baba's all-pervasiveness and benevolence, his faith in Baba was confirmed, and he became a staunch devotee. His father was a devotee of Akalkot Maharaj, and Sai Baba wanted him to walk in his father's footsteps and continue his devotion to him. He then got Sai Baba's blessings, and his prospects began to improve. He studied astrology and gained proficiency in it, and thereby improved his lot. He was able to earn sufficient money and passed his later life in ease and comfort. Bow to Sri Sai. Peace be to all. Sai Ram.
Satcharitra, chapter 27. Preliminary. When a man dives into the sea, he gets the merit of bathing in all the sacred rivers. Similarly, when a man takes refuge at the feet of the Sadguru, he gets the merit of bowing to the Trinity, Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh, and also the Parabrahma. May victory be unto Sai, Shri Sai, the wish-fulfilling tree and the ocean of knowledge who gives us self-realization. O Sai, create in us a regard for your stories and let the reader devour them with the same relish with which the chatak bird drinks water from the clouds and becomes happy. While listening to your stories, let them and their families get all the swatic emotions. Let their bodies perspire. Let their eyes be full of tears. Let their prana be steady. Let their minds be composed. Let their hair stand on end. Let them cry, sob, and shake, and let their hostilities and distinctions vanish. If these things happen, that is a sign of the grace of the Guru drawing upon them. When these emotions develop in you, the Guru is greatly pleased and will certainly lead you on to the goal of self-realization. The best way, therefore, to free yourself from the shackles of Maya is complete and wholehearted surrender to Baba. The Vedas cannot take you across the ocean of Maya. It is only the Sadguru who can do so and make you see the Lord in all creatures. Granting a consecrated book. The varieties of the methods by which Baba imparted devices has already been mentioned in the previous chapters. In this one, we shall deal with one such method. It was the habit of some devotees to bring religious books they wanted to study to Baba and have them consecrated by him. While reading such books every day, they felt that Baba was with them. Kaka Mahajani came to Shirdi with a copy of the Eknath Bhagwat. Shama borrowed the book and read it and took it with him when he went to the masjid. There, Baba took it from him, touched it, and after flipping through a few pages, gave it back to Shama and asked him to keep it with him. When Shama said that it belonged to Kaka and that it had to be returned, Baba said, "No, no, I have given it to you and you better keep it with you for your safe custody. It will be of use to you." In this way, many books were entrusted to Shama. Kaka Mahajani, after a few days, brought another copy of the Bhagwat and gave it to Baba. Baba then gave it back as prasad and asked him to preserve it well and assured him that it would benefit him greatly. Kaka accepted it with a bow. Shama and Vishnu Sahasra Namaha. Shama was a very close devotee of Baba and wanted to bless him by giving him a copy of Vishnu Sahasra Nama as prasad. It was done in the following way. Once a Ramdasi, follower of Saint Ramdas, came to Shirdi and stayed there for some time. Every day he woke up early in the morning, washed his face, bathed, and then, after wearing saffron-colored clothes and besmirching himself with sacred ashes, read the Vishnu Sahasra Nama, a book that gives 1,000 names in praise of Lord Vishnu, held second only in importance to the Bhagavad Gita and the Adhyatam Ramayana, the esoteric version of Rama's story, with faith. After a few days, Baba brought thought of favoring and initiating Shama with the Vishnu Sahasras Nama. He therefore called the Ramdasi and said to him that he was suffering from intense stomach pains and that unless he took senna pods, a mild purgatory drug, the pain would not stop. And thus he requested the Ramdasi to go to the bazaar and bring the drug. The Ramdasi closed his book and went to the bazaar. Then Baba descended from his seat, came to where the Ramdasi had been sitting and took the copy of the Vishnu Sahasra Nama, and then he returned to his seat and said to Shama, "Oh, Shama, this book is very valuable and efficacious, so I present it to you. You must read it. I once suffered intensely, and my heart began to palpitate, and my life was in danger. At the critical time, I hugged this book close to my heart, and then, Shama, what a relief it gave me. I thought that Allah Himself had come down to save me, so I gave this to you. Read it slowly, read it one name at least daily, and it will do you good." Shama replied that he did not want it, and that its owner, the Ramdasi, who was mad, obstinate, and an irascible fellow, would certainly pick a quarrel with him for taking the book. Besides, he was a rustic, and he could not easily read the Sanskrit letters in the book. Shama thought that Baba wanted to set him up against the Ramdasi by this act of his, but he had no idea of what Baba felt for him. Baba wanted to tie the necklace of the Vishnu Sahasra Nama around Shama's neck, as he was an intimate devotee, and therefore save him from the misery of worldly existence. The efficacy of God's name is well known. It saves us from all sins and bad tendencies and frees us from the cycle of birth and death. There is no easier sadhana than this. It is the best purifier of the mind. It requires no paraphernalia and no restrictions. It is so easy and so effective. Baba wanted Shama to practice this sadhana, so Baba forced this on him. It is believed that long ago, Eknath Maharaj similarly forced the Vishnu Sahasra Nama on a poor Brahmin neighbor and thus saved him. The reading and study of the Vishnu Sahasra Nama is a broad and open way of purifying the mind, and hence Baba thrust this on his Shama. The Ramdasi soon returned with the Senapods. Anna Chinchan Ikar, who was then present and who wanted to play the part of Narada, the celestial sage who was notorious for setting up quarrels between gods and demons, informed the Ramdasi of what had happened. The Ramdasi at once flared up. He came down to Shama with all his fury. He said that it was Shama who had asked Baba to send him away under the pretext of a stomachache and thus took the book. he began to scold and abuse Shama and remarked that if the book was not returned, he would dash his head before them. Shama calmly remonstrated with him, but in vain. Then Baba spoke kindly to him as follows. "Oh Ramdasi, what is the matter with you? Why are you so turbulent? Is it not Shama, our boy? Why do you scold him unnecessarily? How is it that you are so quarrelsome? Can you not speak soft and sweet words? You read these sacred books daily, and yet your mind is impure and your passions uncontrolled. What sort of Ramdasi are you? You ought to be indifferent to the things. It is not strange that you should covet this book so strongly. A true Ramdasi should not have no mamata, attachment, but should have samata, equality towards everything. You are not quarreling with Shama for a mere book. Go and take your seat. Books can be had in plenty, but not men. Think carefully and be considerate. What is your book worth? Shama has no concern with it. I took it myself and gave it to him. You know it in your heart. I thought Shama might read it and profit thereby, and I gave it to him. How sweet were Baba's words, soft, tender, and nectar-like. Their effect was wonderful. The Ramdasi calmed down and said to Shama that he would take the Panch Ratani Gita in return. Shama was very pleased and said, "Why take one? I shall give you 10 copies in return." So the matter was ultimately settled. The question for consideration is, why should the Ramdasi press for the Panch Ratani Gita, the God in which he never cared or know? And why should he, who reads religious books in the masjid every day in front of Baba, quarrel with Shama? Why do not know how to apportion the blame and who to blame? We can only say that this not happened. The importance of the subject, the efficacy of God's name, and the study of the Vishnu Sahasranama should not have been brought home to Shama. So we see that Baba's method of teaching and initiating was unique. In this case, Shama gradually studied the book and mastered its contents so that to such an extent that he was able to explain it to Professor G. Narki, the son-in-law of Shama Shirman Bhuti and a devotee of Baba. Dixie Vital's version. One day while Kaka Sahib Dixie was meditating after the morning bath on his wada at Shirdi, he was a vision of Vital. When he went to see Baba afterwards, Baba asked him, Did Vital Patil come? Did you not see him? He is very elusive. Hold him fast, otherwise he will give you the slip and run away. Then at noon, a hawker came to sell pictures of Vital. Mr. Dixie was surprised to see that that form of Vital he saw in the vision exactly matched that in the picture, and he was also reminded of Baba's words. He therefore brought a picture willingly and kept it in his shrine for worship. Gita Rahasya. Baba always loved and encouraged those who studied Brahma Vidya, metaphysics. Bapu Sahib Jog once received a received a parcel via post. It contained a copy of the Gita Rasaya by Loka Manya Talik. Carrying it under his armpit, he came to the masjid and prostrated himself before Baba. The parcel accidentally fell at Baba's feet. Baba asked him what it was. It was opened and the book was placed at Baba's hands. He paged through the book casually for a few minutes and took a rupee from his pocket, placed it on the book and handed both to Jog and said to him, "Read this in its entirety and you will benefit greatly." Mr. and Mrs. Kapradi. Let us close this chapter with the description of the Kapradis. Dada Saheb Kapradi once came with his family and lived in Shirdi for a few months. The diary of his stay has been published in English in the Shri Sai Leela magazine, volume 1. Dada Saheb was not an ordinary man. He was the richest and most famous advocate in Amrotiya and was a member of the State Council of State, Delhi. He was very intelligent and a very good speaker, yet he dared not open his mouth before Baba. Most devotees spoke and argued with Baba, but only 3 of them, Kaka Pradi, Nurla Kar and Bhuti, always kept quiet. They were meek, modest, humble and good-natured. Dada Saheb, who could expound the Panchidasi, a well-known Sanskrit treatise on the Advaitic philosophy by the famous Vidyarayana, to others, said nothing when he came to the masjid and was there and was before Baba. In reality, a man, however learned he may be, fades away before one who has realized the Brahman and become one with it. Learning cannot shine before self-realization. Dada Sahib stayed 4 months, but Mrs. Kapradi stayed for 7. Both were highly pleased with their Shirdi stay. Mr. Kapradi was faithful and devout and loved Baba deeply. Every noon, she brought Navidyam to the masjid, and after it was accepted by Baba, she used to return and have her meals. Seeing her steady and firm devotion, Baba waited to acknowledge it in front of everyone. One day, she brought a dish containing sanza, wheat pudding, puris, rice, soup, kheer, rice pudding, and a few other items to the masjid. Baba, who usually waited for hours before eating anything, immediately got up, went to his dining seat, and removed the outer cover from the dish, began to partake of the food zealously. Shama then said to him, "Why this particularly? You throw away the dishes others bring and do not take care to look at them, but this you draw to you earnestly and do justice to it. Why is this dish of this woman so sweet?" This is a problem for us. Baba then explained, "This food is really extraordinary. In a former birth, this lady was a merchant's fat cow that yielded a lot of milk. When she passed on and took birth in a gardener's family, then in a Kshatriya family, and then married a merchant. Later, she was reborn in a Brahmin family. I am meeting her after a very long time, so let me take some sweet morsel of love from her dish." Saying this, Baba did full justice to her dish, washed his mouth and hands, belched as a mark of satisfaction, and resumed his seat. Then she bowed before Baba and began to shampoo his legs, and Baba began to talk to her and knead her arms, which were shampooing his legs. On seeing this reciprocal service, Shama began to joke. It is going on well. It is a wonderful sight to see the God and his devotees serving each other. Pleased with her sincere service, Baba asked her in a low and fascinating voice tone to constantly chant the words Rajam Rama, Rajam Rama. And then Baba said, if you do this, your life's objectives will be gained. Your mind will attain peace and you will benefit immensely. To persons unfamiliar with spiritual matters, this might appear to be an affair, but this was not. This was a case of what is technically called Shaktipat, the transfer of power from Guru to the disciple. How forcible and effective were Baba's words. In an instant, they pierced her heart and found a place there. This case illustrates the nature of the relationship which exists between the Guru and the disciple. Both should love and serve each other as one. There is no distinction or difference between them. Both are one and the same, and one cannot live without the other. The disciple placing his head on the Guru's feet is an outward vision. In reality, they are both one and the same. Those who see any difference between them are yet unripe and not perfected. Bow to Shri Sai. Peace to all.
Sai Ram, Jai Mohanji. Sai Satcharitra, Chapter 28. Sparrows drawn to Shri, Lakshmi Chand, the lady from Burhanpur, and Mega. Preliminary. Sai is not finite or limited. He dwells in all beings, from ants and insects to the god Brahma. He pervades every being on earth. Sai was well versed in the knowledge of the Vedas, as well as in the science of self-realization. As he was proficient in these, he was well suited to be a Sadguru. Any person, however, learned, unable to awaken disciples and establish them in self-realization, does not deserve to be called a Sadguru. The Sadguru does away with both life and death, and thus he is more kind and merciful than anybody. Sai Baba often said that no matter where his devotees went, he would be drawn to Shri like a sparrow with a thread tied to his feet. This chapter describes the stories of 3 such sparrows. Lala Lakshmi Chand. This gentleman first worked in the railways and afterwards in the Sri Venkateshwara Press in Bombay, and thereafter in the firm of Messrs. Raleigh Brothers as a clerk. He received Baba's darshan in 1910. A month or 2 before Christmas, he had a dream in which an old man with a beard was standing surrounded by his devotees. A few days later, he went to the house of his friend, Mr. Dattatreya Manjunath Bijur, to hear kirtans by Das Ganu. It was Das Ganu's practice to keep Baba's picture in front of him, facing the audience while he sang kirtan songs in praise of the Lord. Lakshmi Chand was surprised to see that the old man he saw in his dream was the man in the picture. Thus he came to the conclusion that the old man he saw in his dream was Sai Baba himself. The sight of this picture, Das Ganu's kirtan, and the life of the Saint Tukaram, on which Das Ganu discoursed, all made a deep impression on his mind, and he longed to go to Shri. It is always the experience of devotees that God helps them with the search for a Sadguru and other spiritual endeavors. That very night at 8 p.m., a friend named Shankar Rao knocked at Lakshmi Chand's door and asked him whether he would accompany him to Shirdi. His joy knew no bounds, and he at once decided to go to Shirdi. He borrowed some money from his cousin, and after making due preparations, left for Shirdi. On the train, he and his friend Shankar Rao sang some bhajans, religious songs, and inquired about Sai Baba with a fellow passenger who were returning to their homes near Shirdi. They all said that Sai Baba was a great saint who had been living in Shirdi for many years. When they reached Kopagaon, he wanted to buy good guavas to offer to Baba, but he was so distracted by the scenery and sights that he forgot to purchase them. When they were nearing Shirdi, he was reminded of the guavas. Just then he saw an old woman with a basket of guavas on her head running after the tanga, small horse-drawn cart, in which he was traveling. The tanga was stopped and he gladly purchased a few select fruits, and then the woman said, "Take the rest and offer them on my behalf to Baba." The fact that he had intended to purchase guavas, but that he had forgotten to do so, the old woman running after the tanga, and her devotion to Baba surprised both men. Sorry. However, Lakshmi Chand reasoned that the old woman might be some relative of Sai Baba's. Then they drove on and reached Shirdi. With puja materials in hand, they went to the masjid and worshipped Baba with due formality. Lakshmi Chand was greatly moved and was extremely happy to see Baba. He was enwrapped with Baba's feet as a bee is with a sweet-smelling lotus. Then Baba spoke as follows: "Cunning fellow, he sang bhajans on the way and inquires from others. Why ask others? Shouldn't we see everything with our own eyes? What is the necessity to ask others? Just ask yourself whether your dream was true or not. What was the necessity of darshan when a loan had to be taken to receive it? Is the heart's desire now satisfied?" Hearing these words, Lakshmi Chand was wonderstruck at Baba's omniscience. He was at a loss to know how Baba came to know about all these things that had happened on his way to Shirdi. The main thing to note in this respect is that Baba never liked people running into debt to receive his darshan, to celebrate a holiday, or to go on a pilgrimage. Sansa. One day at noon, when Lakshmi Chand was waiting for meals to be served, he got some sansa, wheat pudding, from a devotee as prasad. He was pleased to have it. The next day he expected it again, but got nothing. So he was anxious to receive it again. Then on the third day, during the noon arati, Babu Sahib Jog asked Baba what Naveda he should bring. Baba told him to bring sansa. Then the devotees brought 2 big pots of sansa. Lakshmi Chand was very hungry and there was some pain in his back. Then Baba said to him, "It's good that you are hungry. Have some sansa and take some medicine for the pain in your back." He was wonderstruck to see that Baba again read his mind and spoke what was passing therein. How omniscient he was. Evil eye. On one occasion, Lakshmi Chand witnessed the procession to the Chavadi. Baba was suffering from a severe cough. Lakshmi Chand felt that Baba's ailment might be due to some evil eye. The next morning when Lakshmi Chand went to the masjid, Baba said to Shyama, I suffered last night from a cough. Is it due to an evil eye? I think that somebody's evil eye has worked on me, thus I'm suffering. In this case again, Baba figured out what was passing in Lakshmi Chand's mind. On seeing this proof of Baba's omniscience and kindness to his bhaktas, he fell prostrate at Baba's feet and said, I'm greatly pleased with your darshan. Always be kind and merciful to me and protect me always. There's no other God for me in the world except you. Let my mind always be wrapped in your bhajan and feet. Let your grace protect me from the miseries of the world, and let me always chant your name and be happy. After receiving Baba's udi and blessings, he returned home with his friend, pleased and content, and singing Baba's glory on the way. He remained a staunch devotee of Baba afterwards, and always sent garlands of flowers, camphor, and dakshina with any acquaintance bound for Shirdi. The lady from Burhanpur. Now let us turn to another sparrow. Baba's words referring to a devotee. A lady in Burhanpur dreamt of Sai Baba coming to her door and begging for khichdi, rice cooked with dal and salt. On awakening, she found nobody at her door. However, she was pleased with the vision and told her husband about it. He was employed in the postal department, and when he was transferred to Akola, both husband and wife, who were devout, decided to go to Shirdi. On a suitable day, they left for Shirdi, and after visiting the Gomati Tirth on the way, reached Shirdi and stayed there for 2 months. Every day they went to the masjid, performed Sai Baba's worship, and passed their time happily. The couple came to Shirdi to offer khichdi as Navida, but for the first 14 days, for some reason or the other, it could not be offered. The lady did not like this delay. Then on the 15th day, she came at noon to the masjid with her khichdi. Then she found that Baba and others were already seated and ready to have their meals, and that the curtain was down. Nobody usually dared to enter when the curtain was down, but the lady could not wait. She pushed the curtain aside and entered. Strangely enough, Baba seemed to want khichdi that day when the lady came in with the dish. Baba was delighted and ate every morsel of the khichdi served to him. On seeing Baba's earnestness in this respect, everybody was wonderstruck, and those who heard the story of the khichdi were convinced about his extraordinary love for his devotees. Mega. Now let us go to the third and biggest of the sparrows. Mega was a simple and illiterate Brahmin cook who worked for a man named Rao Patur H.V. Sati. He was a devotee of Shiva and always chanted the 5-syllable mantra, Om Namah Shivaya. He did not know the Sanjya or its chief mantra, the Gayatri. Rao Patur Sate was interested in helping him and taught him the Sanjya and the Gayatri. Sati told him that the Sai Baba was the embodied form of Lord Shiva and convinced him to visit Shirdi. At the railway station, he learned that Sai Baba was a Muslim, and his simple and orthodox mind was very perturbed at the prospect of bowing to a Muslim. So he pleaded with his boss not to send him to Shirdi. His boss, however, insisted on his going there and gave him a letter of introduction to his, Sati's father-in-law, Ganesh Damodar, alias Dada Kelka. When he reached Shirdi and went to the masjid, Baba was very indignant and would not allow him to enter. "Kick this rascal out," roared Baba, and then said to Megha, "You are a high caste Brahmin and I am a low Muslim. You will lose your caste by coming here, so go away." Hearing these words, Megha began to tremble. He was astonished as how Baba had come to know about what was passing in his mind. He stayed there for a few days serving Baba in his own way, but was not convinced. Then he went home, and after that he went to Triambak in Nasik district and stayed there for a year and a half. Then he again returned to Shirdi, this time at the intercession of Dada Kelkar. He was allowed to enter the masjid and stay in Shirdi. Sai Baba's help to Megha was not through any verbal instructions. He worked upon Megha internally, mentally, with the result that he was considerably changed and benefited. Then Megha began to look upon Sai Baba as an incarnation of Shiva. In order to worship Shiva, Bila leaves are required, and Megha used to walk several miles every day to bring them and worship his Shiva Baba. Megha's practice was to worship the gods in the village and then come to the masjid. And after bowing before Baba, he worshipped Baba, and after shampooing his legs, drank the water used to rinse Baba's feet. Once it so happened that he came to the masjid without worshipping God Kanduba, as the door of the temple was closed. Baba did not accept his worship and sent him back saying, "The door is open now." Megha went, found the door open, worshipped the deity, and then returned to Baba as usual. Bath in the Ganges. On a Makar Sankranti day, Megha wanted to besmear Baba's body with sandal paste and bath him with water from the Ganges. Baba was first unwilling to undergo this ritual, but upon Megha's repeated request, he consented. Megha had to traverse a distance of 24 miles to bring the sacred water from the Gomati river. He brought the water, made all preparations for the bath at noon, and asked Baba to get ready for the bath. Then Baba again asked him to be freed from this bath, saying that as a fakir, he had nothing to gain from Ganges water. But Megha did not listen. He knew that Shiva would be pleased with a bath in the Ganges water, and that he must give his Shiva Baba a bath on this auspicious day. Baba then consented, came down and sat on a wooden board and leaning forward, saying, "Oh, Megha, do me a favor at least. The head is the most important organ of the body, so pour the water over only that. It is equivalent to the whole bath." "All right," said Megha, and lifting the pot began to pour it onto Baba's head. But while doing this, he was so overwhelmed with love that he cried out, "Hare Ganga!" and emptied the entire pot on Baba's whole body. He put the pot aside and began to look at Baba. But to his surprise and amazement, he found that Baba's head was drenched, but the rest of his body was completely dry. The Trident and Pindi. Megha worshipped Baba in two places. He worshipped Baba in person in the masjid, and he worshipped Baba's big picture in the Vada. He did this continuously for 12 months. Then, in order to appreciate his devotion and to confirm his faith, Baba gave him a vision. Early one morning, when Megha was still lying in bed with his eyes closed, but internally awake, he saw Baba's form clearly. Baba, who knew he was awake, threw akshata, rice-grained colors red with kumkum, and said, Mega, draw a trident, and disappeared. Hearing Baba's words, he eagerly opened his eyes and did not see Baba, but saw red rice grains scattered all over. He then went to Baba, told him about the vision, and asked for permission to draw the trident. Baba said, Did you not hear my words asking you to draw a trident? It was not a vision, but rather a direct order, and my words are always pregnant with meaning and never hollow. Mega said, I thought you woke me up, but all the doors were closed, so I thought it was a vision. Baba rejoined, I require no door to enter. I have no form or extension. I always live everywhere. I am the controller of all action of the man who trusts me and merges into me. Mega returned to the Vada and drew a right trident on the wall near Baba's picture. The next day, a Ramdasi devotee came from Pune, bowed before Baba and offered him a pindi, an image of Shiva. Mega also turned up at that very moment. Baba said to him, See, Shankar has come, worship him now. Mega was surprised to see the pindi following the trident immediately. At the same time in the Vada, Kakashep Dixit was standing with a towel around his head after bath. He was remembering Sai when he saw a pindi in his mental vision. While he was thinking about this, Mega came and showed him the pindi presented to him by Baba. Dixit was happy to know that the pindi exactly matched the one he had seen a few minutes before in his vision. A few days after the drawing of the trident was complete, Baba installed the pindi near the big picture which Mega was worshipping. The worship of Shiva was dear to Mega, and by arranging the drawing of the trident and the installation of the pindi, Baba confirmed his faith therein. After continuously serving Baba for many years, having performed regular worship and arati every noon and evening, Mega passed away in 1912. Baba touched Mega's corpse and said, This was a true devotee of mine. Baba also ordered that the usual funeral dinner should be served to the Brahmins and that this dinner would be provided at Baba's own expense. This order was carried out by Kakashep Dixit. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all.
Jai Mohanji, Sai Satcharitra, chapter 29. This chapter describes some more of the interesting and wonderful stories of Sai Baba. The Madrasi Bhajani Mela. It was in the year 1916 that the Madrasi Bhajan group started on a pilgrimage to the holy city of Banaras. The group consisted of a man, his wife, daughter, and sister-in-law. Unfortunately, their names are not mentioned. On their way, the group heard that there lived in Shirdi a great sage named Sai Baba, who was very liberal. They heard that he distributed money every day to his devotees and to skillful persons who displayed their skill in front of him. A lot of money in the form of dakshina was collected daily by Sai Baba. And out of this amount, he gave 1 rupee daily to a 3-year-old girl, Amani, the daughter of a devotee, Kondaji, 6 rupees to Jamali, Amani's mother, and rupees 10, 20, or even 50 to other devotees. Upon hearing all this, the party came to Shirdi and stayed there. The group sang very good bhajans, devotional songs, but inwardly they craved money. The 3 of the 4 people in the party were full of avarice, but the man's wife was a very different nature. She had great regard and love for Baba. Once it so happened that when the noon Arati was going on, Baba was very pleased with her faith and devotion and decided to give her darshan of her beloved deity. To her, Baba appeared as on seeing her beloved deity, she was greatly moved. Tears began to flow from her eyes and she clapped her hands in joy. The people around her began to wonder about the cause of her sudden joyful mood, but were unable to guess its cause. Later in the afternoon, she disclosed everything to her husband. She told him how she saw Sri Rama in place of Sai Baba. He thought that she was very simple and devout, and her seeing Rama might be a hallucination. He made fun of her, saying that it was not possible that she alone would see Rama, while everyone else saw Sai Baba. She did not resent this remark, as she was fortunate enough to receive similar vision when her mind was calm and composed and free from avarice. The wonderful vision. One night, the husband had a wonderful dream. He was in a big city and the police there had arrested him, tied his hand with a rope and put him in a cage. As the police were closing the door, he saw Sai Baba standing on the other side of the cage. On seeing Baba so close, he said in a plaintive tone, "Hearing of your fame, I came to your feet. And why then should a calamity befall me when you are standing here in person?" Baba said, "You must suffer the consequences of your actions." The man answered, "I have not done anything in this life which would bring such misfortune on me." Baba said, "If not in this life, you must have committed some sins in your past life." He replied, "I do not know anything about my past, but assuming that I did commit some sin, shouldn't it be burnt and destroyed in your presence? Just as dry grass is burnt by fire." Baba replied, "Have you got such faith?" "Yes," said the man. Baba then asked him to close his eyes. As soon as he shut his eyes, he heard the thumping sound of something falling. And upon opening his eyes, he saw that he was free and that the policemen had fallen down and were bleeding. Rather frightened, he began to look at Baba, who said, "Now you are truly caught, and officers will now come and arrest you." Then the man begged Baba, "There is no other savior except you. Please save me somehow." Then Baba asked him to close his eyes again. He did so, and when he opened them, he saw that he was free out of the cage, that Baba was by his side. He then fell at Baba's feet. Baba asked him, "Is there any difference between this namaskar and your previous ones? Think about it carefully and reply." The man replied, "There is a lot of difference. My former namaskars were offered with the aim of getting money from you. But the present namaskar is one offered to you as God. Besides this, I formerly thought resentfully that you, being a Muslim, were ruining us Hindus." Baba then responded, "Do you not believe in Muslim gods?" The man replied, "No." Then Baba said, Have you not got a panja emblem of a hand in your house? Do you not worship the same in the tabut? There is also in your house another Muslim deity named Kabdid Bibi, whom you propitiate and appease on your marriage and other festivals. Is it not so?"
The man admitted to all this. Then Baba said, "What more do you want?" Then a desire arose in man's mind. He wanted to receive the darshan of his Guru Ram Das. And then Baba asked him to turn back and look. And when he turned, Ramadas was in front of him. As soon as he began to fall at his feet, Ramdas vanished. Then he inquisitively asked Baba, "You look old. Do you know your age?" Baba explained, "What? You say I am old? Just run a race with me and see." Saying this, Baba began to run and he followed. Baba disappeared in the dust raised by his footsteps, and the man was then awakened from his sleep. After awakening, he began to think seriously about the vision. His attitude was completely changed, and he realized Baba's greatness. After this, his greedy and doubting vices disappeared, and true devotion to Baba's feet emerged in his mind. The vision was a mere dream, but the question and answers therein were very significant and interesting. The next morning, when all the devotees were assembled in the masjid for the Arati, Baba gave the man as prasad sweets and 2 rupees from his pocket and blessed him. He made him stay for a few more days and gave him his blessings, saying, "Allah, God, will give you plenty and he will take care of you." He did not get any more money there, but he got far better things. Baba's blessing, which served him well for the rest of his life. The group got plenty of money afterwards, and their pilgrimage was successful. As they did not suffer any trouble or inconvenience during their journey, they all returned home safely and sound, thinking of Baba's words and blessing, and the bliss they had experienced by his grace. The story illustrates one of the methods which Baba used in some cases to improve and reform his devotees. The Tendulkar family. The Tendulkar family lived in Bandra, a suburb of Bombay. The entire family was devoted to Baba. Mrs. Savitri Bai Tendulkar wrote and published a Marathi book named Shri Sai Bhajan Mala, which describes the Leelas of Baba. It is a book worth reading by those who are interested in Baba. The son, Babu Tendulkar, was studying hard day and night and wanted to appear for the medical entrance examination. He consulted a few astrologers in this regard. Upon examining his horoscope, they told him that the stars were not favorable that year and that he should appear for the examination next year, when he would certainly be successful. This cast gloom over him and made him anxious and restless. A few days after this, his mother went to Shri and met Baba. Among other things, she mentioned the gloomy and morose condition of her son, who was to appear for the examination in a few days. Hearing this, Baba said to her, "Tell your son to believe in me. Throw aside horoscopes and prediction of astrologers and palmists and go on with his studies. Let him appear for examination with a calm mind. He is sure to pass this year. Ask him to trust in me and not to get disappointed." The mother returned home and communicated Baba's message to her son. Then he studied hard in due course, appeared for the examination. In the written paper, he did well, but being overwhelmed by doubt, he thought that he would not secure enough marks to pass. So he did not bother to appear for the verbal examination. But the examiner was persistent. He sent words through a fellow student stating that he had passed in the written examination and that he would appear for the verbal part. The son, being thus encouraged, appeared for the verbal examination and was successful in both. Thus, he got through the examination successfully that year by Baba's grace. Though the stars were supposedly aligned against him, it is to be noted here that doubts and difficulties surround us just to move us and confirm our faith. Difficulties test our faith. It is only if we steadily hold on to Baba with full faith and continue our endeavor that our efforts will ultimately be crowned with success. The father of this boy, Raghunatha Rao, was working in some foreign mercantile firm in Bombay. As he grew old, he was not able to attend his work properly, and so he had to take leave and rest. As he did not improve during the period of leave, a further extension of leave or retirement from service was inevitable. The manager of the firm decided to retire him on a pension as he was an old and reliable employee. The manager was considering an amount of pension to be paid. He was making 150 rupees a month, and his pension half the amount, 75 rupees, would not have been enough to meet the expenses of the family. So they were all anxious about this matter. 15 days before the final settlement, Baba appeared in Mrs. Tendulkar's dream and said, "I wish that 100 rupees to be paid as pension. Will this satisfy you?" She replied, "Baba, why ask me this? We fully trust in you, Baba." Though we fully trust in you, so Baba said 100 rupees, he was given 10 rupees more, 110 rupees as a special case. Such was Baba's wonderful love and concern for his devotees. Captain Haight, a resident of Bikaner, was a great devotee of Baba. Once Baba appeared to him in his dream and said, "Have you forgotten me?" Haight then immediately held Baba's feet and replied, "If a child forgets his mother, how could it be saved?" Then Haight went into the garden, plucked fresh wal papri, vegetables, and after arranging for siddha, ghee, wheat flour, and dal, and Dakshina was about to offer all this to Baba. Suddenly he was awakened and came to know that the whole thing was a dream. Then he decided to send all these things to Baba at Shirdi. When he went to Gwalior, a few days later, he sent 12 rupees by money order to a friend with instructions that 2 rupees should be spent in buying siddha and wal papri vegetables, and those should be offered to Baba with 10 rupees as dakshina. The friend went to Shirdi and purchased all the other things mentioned by wal papri vegetables were not easily available. However, a woman suddenly turned up with a basket on her head, which curiously enough contained the vegetables. They were purchased, and then all these things were offered to Baba on behalf of Captain Haight. Mr. Namonkar prepared the Naivedya, rice and wal papri vegetables the next day and offered it to Baba. Everyone was surprised to see that Baba only ate the wal papri vegetables and did not eat the rice and the other things on his plate. Haight's joy knew no bounds when his friend told him about this. The consecrated coin. On another occasion, Captain Haight wanted a coin that had been consecrated by Baba. He came across a friend who was bound for Shirdi, and Haight sent his rupee with his friend. The friends went to Shirdi, and after the usual salutation, first gave Baba his own dakshina, which Baba pocketed it. Then he gave Baba Haight's rupees. Baba held it in his hand and began to stare at it. He held it in front of his face, tossed it with his right thumbs, and played with it. Then he said to the friend, "Return this to its owner with the prasad of Udi, and tell him that I want nothing from him. Ask him to live in peace and contentment." The friend returned to Gwalior, handed over the consecrated rupee to Haight, and told him all that happened at Shirdi. Hate was very pleased and realized that Baba always encouraged good thoughts as he wished intently. Baba fulfilled the same accordingly. Vaman Narvekar. Now let the readers hear a different story. A gentleman named Vaman Narvekar loved Baba very much. He once brought a coin and wanted to have it consecrated by Baba. On one side of it were engraved figures of Rama, Lakshman, and Sita. On the other side, the figure of Maruti with folded hands. He offered it to Baba in the hopes that he would consecrate it with his touch and return it with Udi. But Baba immediately pocketed it. Then Shama spoke to Baba regarding Vaman Rao's intention and requested him to return it. Then Baba said, why should it be returned to him? We shall keep it ourselves. If he gives 25 rupees for it, it will be returned. Then, for the sake of that rupee, Vaman Rao somehow found 25 rupees and placed it before Baba. Then Baba said, the value of that rupee far exceeds 25 rupees. Shama, take this rupee. Let us have it in our store. Keep this in your shrine and worship it. No one had the courage to ask Baba why he did this. Only he knows what is best and most suitable for everyone. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Jai Mohanji.
Om Sai Ram, Chapter 30. Drawn to Shirdi. Kakaji Vaidya of Vani, Ramlal Punjabi of Mumbai. In this chapter, the story of two more devotees who were drawn to Shirdi is narrated. Bow to the kind Sai, who is the abode of mercy and who is affectionate towards his devotees. By his mere darshan, he does away with their fear of worldly illusions, samsar, and destroys their calamities. He was the first nirgun, that is the formless. He was first nirgun, that is formless, but on account of his devotion, on account of the devotion of his bhaktas, he was obliged to take a form. To give liberation, self-realization to the bhaktas is the mission for all the saints. And for Sai, the chief of them, that mission is inevitable. Those who take refuge in his feet have all their sins destroyed, and their progress is certain. Remembering his feet, Brahmins from holy places come to him and read scriptures and chant the Gayatri mantra in his presence. We who are weak and without any merits do not know what bhakti is, but we know this much, that though all others may leave us, Sai won't forsake us. Those whom he favors get enormous strength, discrimination between the unreal and the real, and knowledge. Sai knows fully the desire of his devotees and fulfills the same. Hence, they get what they want and are grateful. So we invoke him and prostrate ourselves before him. Forgetting all our faults, let him free us from all our anxieties. He who, being overcome with calamities, remembers and prays to Sai thus, will get his mind calmed and pacified through his grace. This Sai, the ocean of mercy, says Hemad Pant, favored him, and the result of this is the present work, Sai Satcharitra. Otherwise, what qualifications had he to undertake this enterprise? But as Sai took all the responsibility, Hemad Pant felt no burden, no care about this. When the powerful light of knowledge was there to inspire his speech and pen, why should he entertain any doubt or feel any anxiety? Sai got the service in the form of this book done by him. This is due to the accumulation of his merits in the past births, and therefore he thinks himself fortunate and blessed. The following story is not a mere tale, but pure nectar. He who drinks it will realize Sai's greatness and all-pervasiveness. Those who want to argue and criticize should not go in for this. What is wanted here is not discussion, but unlimited love and devotion. Learned, devout, and faithful believers, or those who consider themselves as servants of the saints, will like and appreciate these stories. Others will take them to be fables. The fortunate bhaktas of Sai will find the Sai Leelas as the Kalpataru, the wish-fulfilling tree. Drinking in or devouring this nectar of Sai Leelas will give liberation to the ignorant jivas, satisfaction to the householders, and a sadhana to the aspirants. Now, we come to the story of this chapter. Kakaji Vaidya. There lived in Vani, Nashik district, a man named Kakaji Vaidya. He was the priest of the goddess Saptashringi temple there. He was so overpowered by adverse circumstances and calamities that he lost peace of mind and became quite restless. Under such circumstances, one evening, he went into the temple of the goddess and prayed unto her from the bottom of his heart and invoked her aid to free him from anxiety. The goddess was pleased with his devotion, and the same night appeared to him in his dream and said to him, "You go to Baba, and then your mind will become calm and composed." Kakaji was anxious to know from her who this Baba was. But before he could get any explanation, he was awakened. Then he began to think as to who might be this Baba to whom the goddess had asked him to go. After some thinking, he resolved that this Baba might be Triambakeshwar, Lord Shiva. So he went to the holy place Triambak in the Nashik district and stayed there for 10 days. During this period, he bathed early in the morning, chanted the Rudra hymns, did the Abhishek, that is, pouring fresh water over the pindi, and did other religious rites. But with all this, he was as restless as before. Then he returned to his place and again invoked the goddess most pitifully. That night, she again appeared in his dream and said, "Why did you go to Triambakeshwar in vain? I mean by Baba, Shri Sai Samarth of Shirdi." The question before Kakaji now was how and where to go to Shirdi and how to see Baba. If anybody is in real earnest to see a saint, not only the saint, but God also fulfills his wish. In fact, the Sant, the saint, and the Anant, God, are one and the same. There is not the least difference between them. If anybody thinks that he will go on his own wish and see a saint, that will be a mere boast. Unless the saint wills it, no one is able to go and see him. Even the leaf of the tree won't move without his bidding. The more anxious a bhakta is for the visit to the saint, the more devout and faithful he is, the more speedily and effectively is his wish satisfied to his heart's content. He who invites anybody for a visit also arranges everything for his reception. And so it happened with Kakaji. Shama's vows. When Kakaji was thinking about his intended visit to Shirdi, a guest came to him at his place to take him to Shirdi. He was no other than Shama, a very close and intimate devotee of Baba. How he came to Vani at this juncture, we shall just see. Shama was severely ill when he was very young, and his mother had taken a vow to her family goddess, goddess Saptashringi at Vani, that if her son got well, she would bring him and dedicate him at her feet. Then, after some years, the mother herself suffered much from ringworm on her breasts. At that time, she again took another vow to the deity that if she got all right, she would offer her 2 breasts made of silver. These 2 vows remained unfulfilled. At her deathbed, she called her son Shama and drew his attention to the vows. And after taking a promise from him that he would fulfill them, she breathed her last. After some time, Shama forgot about these vows, and thus 30 years elapsed. About this time, a famous astrologer had come to Shirdi and stayed there for a month. His predictions in the case of Shriman Bhuti and others came true, and everybody was satisfied. Shama's younger brother, Babaji, consulted him and was told about his mother's vows, which his elder brother had promised to fulfill at her deathbed and had not yet fulfilled. Hence, the goddess was displeased with them and that she was bringing troubles on them. Babaji told this to his brother Shama, who was then reminded of the unfulfilled vows. On thinking that any further delay would be dangerous, he called a goldsmith and got a pair of silver breasts prepared. Then he went to the masjid, prostrated himself in front of Baba, and placing before him the 2 silver breasts, requested him to accept them and free him from the vows. As to him, he was his Saptashringi goddess. Then Baba insisted upon him to go himself to the temple of Saptashringi and offer them at the feet of the goddess. Thus, after taking Baba's permission and Udi, he left for Vani, and while searching for the priest, reached Kakaji's house. Kakaji was then very anxious to visit Baba, and Shama was there to see him at that very time. What a wonderful coincidence was this. Kakaji asked him who he was and whence did he come. And on learning that he came from Shirdi, he at once embraced him. So overwhelmed was he with love. Then they talked about Sai Leelas, and after finishing the rites of Shama's vows, they both started for Shirdi. On reaching the place, Kakaji went to the masjid and fell at Baba's feet. His eyes were soon bedewed with tears, and his mind attained calmness. According to the vision of the goddess, no sooner did he see Baba than his mind lost all its restlessness and became calm and composed. Kakaji began to think in his mind, What a wonderful power is this! Baba spoke nothing. There was no question and answer, no benediction pronounced. The mere darshan itself was so conducive to happiness. The restlessness of my mind disappeared by his mere darshan. Consciousness of joy came upon me. That is what is called the greatness of darshan. His vision was fixed on Sai's feet, and he could utter no word. Hearing Baba's leelas, his joy knew no bounds. He surrendered himself completely to Baba, forgot his anxiety and cares, and got undiluted happiness. He lived there happily for 12 days, and after taking Baba's leave, Udi and blessings, returned home. Kushal Chand of Rahata. It is said that a dream which we get in the wee hours of the morning generally comes true in the waking state. This may be so, but regarding Baba's dreams, there is no restriction of time. To quote an instance, Baba told Kaka Sahib Dikshit one afternoon to go to Rahata and fetch Kushal Chand to Shirdi, as he had not seen him since long. Kaka Sahib accordingly took a tonga and went to Rahata. He met Kushal Chand and gave him Baba's message. On hearing it, Kushal Chand was surprised and said that while he was taking a noon nap after his meals, Baba had appeared in his dream and asked him to come to Shirdi immediately, and that he was anxious to go. As he had no horse of his own nearby, he had sent his son to inform Baba. When his son was just out of the village border, Dikshit's tonga turned off. Dikshit then said that he was sent specially to bring them. Then they both went in the tonga back to Shirdi. Kushal Chand saw Baba and all were pleased. Seeing this Leela of Baba, Kushal Chand was much moved. Ramlal Punjabi of Mumbai. Once, a Punjabi Brahmin of Mumbai named Ramlal got a dream in which Baba appeared and asked him to come to Shirdi. Baba appeared to him as a Mahant, that is, a saint, but he did not know his whereabouts. He thought that he should go and see him, but as he did not have his address, he did not know what to do. But he who calls anybody to him also makes the necessary arrangements for the same. The same happened in this case. The same afternoon, when he was strolling in the street, he saw a picture of Baba in a shop. The features of the Mahant he saw earlier in the dream tallied exactly with those of the picture. Then, on making inquiries, he came to know that the picture was of Sai Baba of Shirdi. He went soon after this to Shirdi and stayed there till his death. In this way, Baba brought his devotees to Shirdi for darshan and satisfied their wants, material as well as spiritual. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all.
Sai Ram, Jai Mohanji. This is chapter 31, Sai Satcharitra. The passing away in Baba's presence. Sannyasi Vijayanand, Balaram Mankar, Nulkar, Megha, and the tiger. In this chapter, Hemant Pant describes the passing away of certain persons and a tiger in Baba's presence. Preliminary. The last wish or thought that a man has at the hour of death determines his future course. Shri Krishna said that in Gita, that who remembers me in the last moments comes verily to me, and he that meditates otherwise at that time goes to what he looks for. We cannot be certain that we can entertain a particular good thought at a last moment. For one, more often than not, we are more likely to be frightened and terrified by many causes. Hence, constant practice is necessary for enabling us to fix our mind on any desired good thought at any or the last moment. All saints, therefore, recommend us to remember God and chant his name always, so that we may not be puzzled when the time for departure comes. The devotees, on their part, surrender themselves completely to the saints, fully believing that the all-knowing saints would guide them and help them in their last moments. A few such cases will be noted here. Number 1, Vijayanand. A Chennai sannyasi named Vijayanand started on pilgrimage to Mansa Sarovar. En route, on hearing Baba's fame, he halted at Shirdi. There, he met one Somadev Swami of Haridwar and inquired from him about the particulars of the Mansa Sarovar trip. The Swami told him that the Sarovar was 500 miles above the Gangotri and described to him the difficulties of the journey, with plenty of snow, change of dialect every 50 kos, and the suspicious nature of the people of Tibet, who give a lot of trouble to the pilgrims on the way. On hearing this, the sannyasi was dejected and cancelled the trip. Then, when he went to Baba and prostrated himself before him, Baba got enraged and said, "Drive out this useless sannyasi. His company is of no use." The sannyasi did not know Baba's nature. He felt discomforted, but sat there watching things that were going on. It was the morning darbar and the masjid was overcrowded. Baba was being worshipped in various ways. Some were washing his feet and taking the teeth, holy water from his toe and drinking it heartily, and some touching their eyes with it. Some were applying sandal paste and some scents to his body, and all were doing these things, forgetting the distinction of caste and creed. Though Baba got enraged with him, he was filled with affection for Baba, and he did not like to leave that place. He stayed in Shirdi for 2 days. When he got a letter from Chennai stating that his mother was very ill, he felt very dejected and wanted to be by his mother's side, but he could not leave without Baba's permission. So he saw Baba with the letter in hand and asked for his permission to return home. The omniscient Baba, knowing the future, said to him, "If you so loved your mother, why did you take sannyas? Fondness or attachment makes ill of an ochre garb. Go and sit quiet at your lodging. Wait with patience for a few days. In the Wada, there are many robbers. Hold your doors. Be very vigilant. The thieves will carry everything. Wealth and prosperity are transient, and the body is subject to decay and death. While knowing this, do your duty, leaving all attachment to the things of the world. And next, he who does this and surrenders himself to the feet of Hari, Lord, will get free from all troubles and attain bliss. The Lord runs and helps him who remembers and meditates on him with love and affection. Your store of past merit is considerable, so you have come here. Now, attend to what I say and realize the end of your life. After being desireless, begin from tomorrow the study of Bhagavad. Do three saptahas, that is, 3 readings during 3 weeks. Conscientiously, the Lord will be pleased with you and will destroy your sorrows, your illusions will vanish you and will get peace. On seeing that his end was approaching, Baba prescribed this remedy and made him read Rama Vijaya, which pleases the god of death. Next morning, after bathing and other purifying rites, he commenced to read Bhagavad in a secluded part in the Lendi garden. He completed 2 readings and thereafter felt much exhausted. He returned to the Wada and stayed in his lodgings for 2 days, and on the 3rd day, he breathed his last on Fakir Bade Baba's lap. Baba asked the people to preserve the body for a day for a good reason. The police afterwards came and make a proper inquiries, gave permission for the disposal of the body. It was buried in a proper place with due rites. In this way, Baba helped the sannyasi and ensured him Sadgati, salvation. Number 2, Balaram Mankar. There was a householder devotee of Baba by name Balaram Mankar. When his wife passed away, he got dejected and entrusting his household to his son, left his home and came to Shirdi and lived with Baba. Being pleased with his devotion, Baba wanted to give him a good turn to his life, and he did this in this wise. He gave him rupees 12 and asked him to go and live in Machendragarh, district Satara. Mankar was first unwilling to go and to stay away from Baba, but Baba convinced him that he was giving the best course for him and asked him to practice meditation thrice a day on the Gad. On believing in Baba's words, Mankar went to the Gad. He was much pleased with the lovely sight, pure water, healthy air, and the surroundings of the place, and began to practice assiduously the meditations as recommended by Baba. After some days, he got a revelation. Generally, bhaktas get revelation in the Samadhi or trance state, but in Mankar's case, he got it when he came down to his ordinary consciousness from his trance. Baba appeared to him in person. Not only that, Mankar saw him, but he also asked him why he was sent here. Baba replied, in Shirdi, many thoughts and ideas began to raise in your mind, and I sent you here to rest your unsteady mind. You thought that I was in Shirdi with the body composed of the 5 elements, 3.5 cubits in length, and not outside of it. Now you see and determine for yourself whether the person you see here now is the same you saw at Shirdi. It is for this reason I sent you here. Then after the period was over, Mankar left the Gad and proceeded to his native place, Bandra. He wanted to travel by rail from Pune to Dadar, but he went to the booking office to get a ticket. He found it very much crowded. He could not get his ticket soon when a villager with a langoti, a piece of cloth on his waist and kambali on his shoulder, turned up and said, where are you going? To Dadar, replied Mankar. Then he said, please take this Dadar ticket of mine as I have some urgent work here and I've cancelled my Dadar trip. Mankar was very glad to receive the ticket and was just taking out money from his pocket when the rustic disappeared in the crowd. Mankar tried to find him out in the crowd, but in vain. He waited for him till the train left the station, but found no trace of him. This was the second revelation Mankar got in a strange form. Then Mankar, after visiting his home, again returned to Shirdi and remained there at Baba's feet, always following his bidding and advice. In the end, he was very fortunate to leave this world in the presence with the blessings of Baba. Third story is Tatya Sahib Nulkar. Hemant Pant gives no particulars regarding Tatya Sahib Nulkar except the bare mention of the fact that he gave up his ghost in Shirdi. A brief summary of this account that appeared in the Sai Leela magazine is given here. Tatya Sahib was a sub-judge at Pandharpur in 1909 AD when Nana Sahib Chandorkar was a mamlatar there. Both met often and exchanged talks. Tatya Sahib did not believe in saints while Nana Sahib loved them. Nana Sahib often told him the Leelas of Sai Baba and pressed him to go to Shirdi and see Baba. He finally agreed to go to Shirdi on 2 conditions. Number 1, he must get a Brahmin cook. And number 2, he must get good Nagpur oranges for the presentation. Both these conditions were providentially fulfilled. A Brahmin came to Nana Sahib for service and he was sent to Tatya Sahib, and a fruit parcel containing 100 beautiful oranges was received by Tatya Sahib, the consigner being not known. As the conditions were fulfilled, Tatya Sahib had to go to Shirdi. At first, Baba was much enraged with him, but by and by, Tatya Sahib got such experiences that he was convinced that Baba was God incarnate. So he was enamored of Baba and stayed there till his death. As his end was approaching, sacred literature was read out to him, and at the last hour, Baba's Padatirth was brought to him and given to him for drinking. Baba, on hearing of his death, said, "Oh, Tatya went ahead of us. He won't be reborn." Number 4 story, Megha. The story of Megha has already been described in chapter 28. When Megha died, all the villagers followed the funeral procession. Baba also accompanied them and showered flowers on Megha's body. After the obsequies were performed, tears flowed from Baba's eyes, just like an ordinary mortal. Baba showed himself, overcome with grief and sorrow. Then, covering the body with flowers and crying like a near relation, Baba returned to the masjid. Many saints have been giving Sadgati to men, but Baba's greatness is unique. Even a cruel animal like a tiger came to Baba's feet for being saved. It is this story which will be narrated now. Number 5, Tiger. 7 days after Baba passed away, a wonderful incident occurred. Before Baba passed away, a wonderful incident occurred at Shirdi. There came a country cart and stopped in front of the masjid. A tiger was on the cart, fastened with iron chains, with his fierce face turned to the rear. It was suffering from pain or agony. Its keepers, 3 darveshis, were taking it from place to place and making money for exhibiting it. It was the means of their subsistence. They tried all sorts of remedies to cure it from the malady it was suffering from, but all in vain. Then they heard of Baba's fame and came to him with the animal. They got it down in chains, the chains in the hand, and made it stand at the door. It was naturally fierce, besides disease-ridden, so it was restless. The people began to look at it with fear and amazement. The Darveshis went in, told Baba everything about the animal, and with his consent, brought it before him. As it approached the steps, it was taken aback on account of the luster on Baba's and hung its head down. When both saw each other, it got on the step and looked at Baba with affection. Immediately, it moved the tuft of his tail and dashed it thrice against the ground, and then fell senseless. On seeing it dead, the Darveshis were very much dejected and full of sorrow, but on mature thought, they came to their senses. They considered that as the animal was diseased and nearing its end, it was very, very meritorious on the part that it should meet its death at the feet and in the presence of Baba. It was their debtor, and when the debt was paid off, it was free and met its end at Sai's feet. When any creature bow down their heads at saints' feet and meet death, they are saved. And unless they've got a good store of merit on their account, how could they get such an happy end? Bow to Shri Sai, peace to be all. Thank you, Baba.
Om Sai Ram, Jai Mohanji, Sai Satcharitra, chapter 32. How Baba met his Guru in the woods and thereby met God. In the quest for the Guru and God, fasting disapproved. How Baba made Mrs. Gokhale break her fast. Baba Sirkar. Preliminary. In the beginning, Hemant Pant describes the visible world using the allegory of the banyan tree, which has, in the phraseology of the Gita, roots above and branches below. Its branches are spread both downwards and upwards, and are nourished by the qualities. Its sprouts are the objects of the senses. Its roots, leading to actions, are extended downwards to this world of men. Its form cannot be known in this world, and nor can its beginning or end be seen. After severing these strong roots with the sharp weapon of non-attachment, one should seek the path beyond which there is no return. To traverse this path, the help of a good guide, a guru, is absolutely necessary. However learned a man may be, or however deep he might study the Vedas and the Vedangas, sacred literature, he cannot get to his destination safely without a guide. If a guide is there to help him and show him the right path, he can avoid the pitfalls and the wild beasts on the journey, and everything will be smooth sailing. Baba's experience in this matter, a story which he himself tells, is truly wonderful. When remembered, it will give you faith, devotion, and salvation. The quest. Once, the 4 of us were studying religious scriptures and other books, and thus feeling enlightened, we began to discuss the nature of the Brahman. One of us said that we should raise the self by the self and not depend on others. To this, the second replied that he who controls his mind is blessed. Thus, we should be free from thoughts and ideas, and there is nothing in the world without us. The third said that the world is always changing. The formless is eternal, and thus we should discriminate between the unreal and the real. And the fourth, Baba himself, urged that bookish knowledge is worthless and added, let us do our prescribed duty and surrender our body, mind, and 5 pranas, life forces, at the Guru's feet. The Guru is God and is all-pervading. To attain this conviction, strong and unbounded faith is necessary. While discussing this, we began to ramble through the woods in our quest for God. The 3 others wanted to make the quest with their free and unaided intellect. On the way, a Vanjari, a traveling vendor who sells things such as grain, met us and asked us, It is hot now. Where and how far are you going? To search the woods, we replied. He inquired, on what quest are you bound? We gave him an ambiguous and evasive reply. Seeing us rambling aimlessly, he was moved and said, since you do not know the woods well, you should not wander at random. If you want to walk through forests and jungles, you should take a guide with you. Why do you exert yourselves unnecessarily at this hot noon hour? You may not want to tell me about your secret quest, but you can still sit down, eat bread, drink water, and rest. Then resume your search. Always be patient at heart. Though he spoke with so much affection, we discarded his offer and marched on. We thought that we were self-contained men and needed nobody's help. The woods were vast and trackless, and the trees therein grew so close and tall, and the sun's rays could not penetrate through them. So we lost our way and wandered for a long time. Ultimately, through sheer good luck, we came back to the place from where we started. The Vanjari met us again and said, relying on your own skills, you lost your way. A guide is always necessary to show us the right way in small or great matters, and no quest can be successfully carried out on an empty stomach. Unless God wills it, no one meets us on the way. Do not discard offers of food. Served dishes should not be thrust away. Offers of food should be regarded as auspicious signs of success. Saying this, he again offered us food and asked us to be calm and patient. Again, the others did not like this hospitality and discarded his offer and went away. They were very obstinate. I was hungry and thirsty, and I was moved by the Vanjari's extraordinary love. We thought ourselves very learned, but were strangers to pity and kindness. The Vanjari was an illiterate fellow, and yet he had love in his heart and invited us to share his bread. In this way, he who loves others disinterestedly is really enlightened, and I thought acceptance of his hospitality was the best way to begin gaining knowledge. So very respectfully, I accepted the loaf of bread and drank water. Then all of a sudden, the Guru appeared before us and asked, what was the dispute about? I told him everything that had happened. Then he said, would you like to come with me? I will show you what you want. But he alone who believes in what I say will be successful. I bowed to him reverently and accepted his dictum. Then he took me to a well, tied my feet with a rope and hung me, head downwards and feet up, from a tree near the well. I was suspended 3 feet above the water, which I could not reach with my hands. Suspending me in this manner, he went away, no one knew where. After 4 or 5 hours, he returned, took me out quickly and asked me how I had fared. It was bliss supreme. How can a fool like me describe the joy I experienced? I replied. On hearing my answer, the Guru was very pleased with me, drew me near him, and stroking my body with his hand, kept me with him. He took care of me as tenderly as a mother bird does of her young ones. He enrolled me in his school. How beautiful it was! There I forgot about my family, all my attachment was destroyed, and I was liberated easily. I thought that I should embrace his neck and remain staring at him always. If his image were not fixed in my pupils, I would prefer to be blind. Such was the school. No one who entered it once could return empty-handed. My Guru became everything, my home, property, mother and father, everything. All my senses left their places and concentrated themselves in my eyes, and my sight was centered on him. Thus my Guru was the sole object of my meditation, and I was conscious of none else. While meditating on him, my mind and intellect were stunned, and I kept quiet and bowed to him in silence. There are other schools where you see an altogether different spectacle. The disciples go there to seek knowledge and spend their money, time and labor, but ultimately they have to repent. The Guru there boasts of his secret knowledge and his straightforwardness. He makes a show of his sacredness and holiness, but he is not tender at heart. He speaks a lot and sings his own glory, but his own words do not touch the disciples' hearts. As far as self-realization is concerned, that Guru has none. How can such schools be of any use to disciples, and how are they benefited? The master or Guru mentioned above was of a very different nature. By his grace, realization came to me by itself, without effort or study. I did not have to seek anything, and everything became as clear to me as broad daylight. The Guru alone knows how suspending a person upside down can bring happiness. Among the four, one was a karmata ritualist, one who knew how to observe and abstain from certain rites. The second was a jnani, who was puffed up with the pride of knowledge, and the third was a bhakta, who surrendered himself completely to God, believing that he was the sole doer. When they were arguing, the question of God turned up, and they, depending on their unaided knowledge, went in search of him. Sai, who was discrimination and dispassion incarnate, was one of the four. Since Baba was Brahman incarnate, some may ask, why did he mix with them and act foolishly? He did this to set them an example to follow. Though a great incarnation himself, he respected a lowly Vanjari by accepting his food. He firmly believed that food is Brahman and showed how those who rejected the Vanjari's hospitable offer suffered and how it was impossible to get jnana without a guru. The Shruti, Taittiriya Upanishad, exhorts us to honor and worship our mother, father, and preceptor, and to study, learn, and teach the sacred scriptures. These are the means of purifying our minds, and unless this purification is effected, self-realization is not possible. Neither the senses nor the mind and intellect reach the self. It is the grace of the Guru that counts. The objects of our life, such as Dharma, Artha, and Kama, are attainable with our effort. But the fourth object, moksha or liberation, can only be attained with the help of a Guru. In the Darbar of Sri Sai, many personalities appear and play their part. Astrologers come and give their predictions. Princes, noblemen, poor men, sannyasis, yogis, singers, and others come to receive darshan. Many others like jugglers, the blind, the lame, dancers, and other players come and are given suitable reception. Within his own time, the Vanjari also appeared and played the part assigned to him. Let us now turn to another story. Fasting and Mrs. Gokhale. Baba never fasted, and nor did he allow others to do so. The mind of the faster is never at ease. So how then could he or she attain his paramartha, goal of life? God is not attained on an empty stomach, for the soul has to be appeased. If there is no moisture and nutrition of food in the stomach, with what eyes should we see God? With what tongue should we describe his greatness? And with what ears should we hear the same? In short, when all our organs get their proper nutrition and are sound, we can practice devotion and other sadhana, spiritual means, to attain God. Therefore, neither fasting nor overeating is good. Moderation in diet is really wholesome, both for the body and the mind. Mrs. Gokhale came to Shirdi with an introductory letter from Mrs. Kashibai Kantkar, a devotee of Baba, to Dada Kelkar. She came to Baba, determined to sit at Baba's feet and observe a 3-day fast. The previous day, Baba said to Dada Kelkar that he would not allow his children to starve during the holy holidays, and that if they had to starve, why was he there? The next day, when the woman went with Dada Kelkar and sat at Baba's feet, Baba at once said to her, "What is the necessity of fasting? Go to Dada Bhat's house, prepare the dish of puran polis, wheat rotis with gram flour and jaggery, and feed his children and yourself." Mrs. Kelkar was then in her menses and there was nobody to cook in Dada Bhat's house. So Baba's advice was very timely. Mrs. Gokhale had to go to Dada Bhat's house and prepare the dish as directed. She cooked that day and fed everyone. What a good story and how beautiful its import. Baba Sirkar, true boss. Baba once told a story of his boyhood which was as follows. When I was a youngster, I was in search of bread and went to Beedgaum, where I got work doing embroidery. I worked hard and spared no pains to do my work well. The employer was very pleased with me. 3 other boys had worked there before me. The first got 50 rupees, the second 100 rupees, and the third 150 rupees. And I was given twice the sum of their amounts, 600 rupees. After noticing my extraordinary skill, The employer loved me, praised me, and honored me with full dress, a turban for my head, and a dress. I kept this dress intact and did not use it right away. I thought that what a man might give does not last long, and it is always imperfect. But what God gives lasts till the end of time. No other gift from any man can be compared to his. My Lord says, take, take. But everybody comes to me and says, give, give. Nobody attends carefully to the meaning of what I say. My Lord's treasury of spiritual wealth is full. It is overflowing. He says, dig it out and take away this wealth in cartloads. The skill of my fakir, the leela of my Bhagavan, and the aptitude of my sirkar are quite unique. And what about me? My body will mix with the earth and my breath with the air. This time won't come again. I go somewhere and sit somewhere, and the hard Maya troubles me greatly. And yet, I still always feel anxious for my devotees. He who does anything spiritually will reap its fruit, and he who remembers these words of mine will get invaluable happiness. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all. Jai Mohanji.
Jai Mohanji, Om Sai Ram, Sai Satcharitra, chapter 33, the greatness of Buddhi. In the last chapter, we described the greatness of the Guru, and now in this one, we will describe the greatness of Buddhi. Preliminary. Let us now bow before the great saints. Their merciful glances will destroy mountains of sins and do away with all the evil streaks in our character. Their casual talk gives us valuable lessons and confers on us imperishable happiness. Their minds do not know any difference, such as this is ours and that is yours. Such differentiation never arises in their minds. Our obligation to them will never be repaid by us in this birth, as well as in many future births to come. Udi. It is well known that Baba asked for or received dakshina from devotees who visited him, and out of the amount thus collected, he spent a lot on charity and purchased fuel with the remaining amount. He fed this fuel into the Duni, the sacred fire, which he always kept burning. The ash from this fire was called Udi, and it was freely distributed to the devotees at the time of their departure from Shirdi. What did Baba teach by this Udi? Baba taught us that all the visible phenomena in the universe is as transient as ash. Our bodies, composed of the 5 elements, will perish after all the worldly enjoyments are over and will be reduced to ashes. In order to remind the devotees of this, Baba distributed Udi to them. Baba also taught through Udi that the Brahman is the only reality, that the universe is ephemeral, and that no one in this world, son, father, or wife, is really ours. We come into this world alone, and we have to leave alone. While Udi also cured many physical and mental maladies, Baba wanted to teach his devotees the principles of discrimination between the unreal and real, and non-attachment for the unreal. The Udi taught us discrimination, and Dakshina taught us detachment. Unless we have these 2 things, it is not possible for us to cross over the sea of mundane existence. So Baba asked for and received Dakshina, and when the devotees took leave, he gave them Udi as prasad, besmeared some of it on their foreheads, and placed his bone-conferring hand on their heads. When Baba was in a cheerful mood, he used to sing merrily. One of the songs he sang was about Udi. The chorus of that song was, "O playful Rama, come and bring with you sacks of Udi." Baba used to sing this song in a very clear and sweet tone. Udi also had its material significance. It conferred health, prosperity, freedom from anxiety, and many other worldly gains. Thus, Udi helped us to gain both our ends, material as well as spiritual. Inspired by Baba, we shall now begin to tell you the stories about Udi. The scorpion sting. Narayan Motiram Jani of Nasik was a devotee of Baba. He was working for another devotee of Baba named Ramachandra Vaman Modak. Once he went to Shirdi with his mother and saw Baba. Then Baba told the mother that her son should not work for anyone and should start his own business. A few days after this, Baba's prophecy came true. Narayan Jani quit his job and started a boarding house, which later thrived. Once, a friend of Narayan Rao's was stung by a scorpion, and the pain caused by it was severe and unbearable. Udi is very efficacious in such cases and should be applied to the area of pain. So Narayan Rao searched for it, but found none. Then he stood before Baba's picture, invoked Baba's aid, chanted Baba's name, and taking a pinch of the ashes of the incense burning in front of Baba's picture, and thinking it to be Baba's Udi, he applied it to the area that had been stung. As soon as he applied it, the pain vanished, and both persons were moved and were grateful to Baba. The bubonic plague case. A devotee in Bandra came to know that his daughter, who was living in another place, was down with bubonic plague. He had no idea of Udi with him, so he sent word to Nana Sahib Chandarkar to send the same. Nana Sahib got this message on a road near the Thana railway station, where he was traveling with his wife to Kalyan. He had no Udi with him at that time. He therefore took some earth from the road, meditated upon Sai Baba, invoked his aid, and applied it to the forehead of his wife. The devotee heard about this, and when he went to his daughter's house, he was very glad to learn that his daughter, who had been suffering for 3 days, had begun to improve from the very moment Nana Sahib invoked Baba's aid. The Jamner miracle. About the year 1904, Nana Sahib Chandorkar was Mamlatadar at Jamner, which is more than 100 miles from Shirdi. His daughter Mainatai was pregnant and was about to deliver. The case was serious, and she had been suffering from labor pains for about 2 or 3 days. Nana Sahib tried all sorts of remedies, but they proved in vain. He then remembered Baba and invoked his aid. In Shirdi, at about the same time, a man named Ramgir Bua, whom Baba called Papu Gir Bua, wanted at this time to visit his native place in Kandesh. Baba called him and told him to rest a little at Jamner on his way home and give the Udi and Arati to Nana Sahib. Ramgir Bua said that he only had 2 rupees with him, and this amount was barely sufficient for the railway fare up to Jalgaon. And thus, it was not possible for him to go from Jalgaon to Jamner, a distance of about 30 miles. Baba assured him that he need not worry, as everything would be provided for him. Then Baba asked Shama to write out the well-known Arati, composed by Madhav Adkar, a translation of which is given at the end of this work, and give a copy of it with Udi to Ramgir Bua. He then asked Ramgir Bua to deliver this to Nana Sahib. Relying on Baba's words, Ramgir Bua left Shirdi and reached Jalgaon at about 2:45 a.m. He had no money left with him and was in hard plight. To his great relief, he heard somebody calling out, "Who is Babu Gir Bua of Shirdi?" He went to the man and told him that he was Babu Gir Bua. Then the peon, claiming to be sent by Nana Sahib, took him out to an excellent tanga with a good pair of horses. The tanga drove fast, and early in the morning they came to a brooklet. The driver took the horses to water them, and the peon asked Ramgir Bua to partake of some eatables. On seeing the beard, moustache, and the livery of the peon, Ramgir Bua suspected he was a Muslim and thus unwilling to take any refreshments from him. But the peon satisfied him by saying that he was a Hindu. The peon also said that Nana Sahib had sent these refreshments and that there should be no hesitation or doubt about accepting them. Then both of them ate and started on the journey again. They reached Jamner at dawn. Ramgir Bua alighted to attend the call of nature and returned within a few minutes, but found that there was no tanga, driver, or peon. He was dumbfounded. Then he went to the nearby village office and, upon making inquiries, learned that the Mamlatadar was at home. He went to Nana Sahib's house, introduced himself and gave Nana Sahib Baba's Udi and Arati. At this time, Mainatai's case was very serious and everyone was very anxious about her. Nana Sahib called out to his wife and asked her to give the Udi mixed with water to their daughter and sing Baba's Arati. He thought that Baba's help was very timely. In a few minutes, she delivered safely and the crisis had passed. When Ramgir Bua thanked Nana Sahib for the pune, tanga and the refreshments, Nana Sahib was rather surprised. He had not sent anyone to the station as he did not know someone was coming from Shirdi. Mr. B.V. Dio of Thana, retired Mamlatadar, made inquiries about this matter with Bapurao Chandorkar, Nana Sahib's son, and with Ramgir Bua, and then wrote an elaborate article, part prose and part poetry, in the Shri Sai Leela magazine. Narasimha Swami also took down the statements of Mainatai, Babusaheb Chandorkar, and Ramgir Bua and published them in Devotees' Experiences, Part 3. The following is quoted from Ramgir Bua's statement. One day, Baba called me and gave me a packet of Udi and a copy of Baba's Arati. I was planning on traveling to Kandesh at the time. Baba directed me to go to Jamner and told me to deliver the Arati and Udi to Nana Sahib Chandorkar. I told him that all I had was 2 rupees and asked him how that would take me by train from Kopargaon to Jalgaon and then by cart from Jalgaon to Jamner. Baba said, "God will give." That was Friday and I started at once. I reached Manmad at 7:30 p.m. and Jalgaon at 2:45 a.m. Plague regulations were being enforced and I had quite a bit of trouble getting to Jalgaon. At about 3 a.m., a pune in boots, a turban, and well equipped with other details of good dress appeared and took me to a tanga and drove me on. He claimed that he worked for Nana Sahib Chandorkar. I was rather surprised. On the way, I shared the refreshments he offered me. We reached Jamner early in the morning, and by the time I returned from attending the call of nature, the tanga, the pune, and its driver had disappeared. Narayan Rao. A devotee named Narayan Rao, surname not given, had the good fortune of meeting Baba twice during the latter's lifetime. Yet, even 3 years after Baba passed away, Narayan Rao wanted to come to Shirdi, but could not come due to an illness. Within a year of Baba's Maha Samadhi, he had fallen sick and suffered a lot. All ordinary remedies gave him no relief, and so he meditated on Baba day and night. One night, in his dreams, Baba came to him through a cellar and comforted him, saying, "Don't be anxious, you will improve from tomorrow, and within a week you will be on your legs." Narayan Rao recovered fully within the time mentioned in the vision. Now the point of this story is, was Baba living because he had a body, or was he dead because he had left it? Baba is always alive, for he transcends both life and death. Even a person who gives Baba wholehearted affection once gets a response from him at any time and at any place. He is always by our side and will take any form and appear before the devout disciple and satisfy him. Appa Sahib Kulkarni. In 1917, Appa Sahib Kulkarni had a chance to meet Baba. He was transferred to Thana and began to worship Baba's picture, which Baba Sahib Bate had given him. He earnestly worshipped the picture, offered flowers, sandal paste, and Naivedya, which is a religious offering of food, and had an intense desire to meet Baba. In this connection, it can be said that bowing before Baba's picture earnestly is equivalent to seeing him in person. The following story illustrates the statement. Balabua Sutar. A saint from Bombay named Balabua Sutar, who on account of his piety, devotion and bhajans was called modern Tukaram, came to Shirdi for the first time in 1917. When he bowed before Baba, the latter said, "I have known this man for the past 4 years. Balabua wondered how this could be. He had never been to Shirdi before or met Baba, and thus he wondered why Baba said this. But upon thinking about it carefully, he recollected that he had prostrated himself 4 years ago before Baba's portrait in Bombay. Thus, he was convinced about the significance of Baba's words. He said to himself, how omniscient and all-pervading are the saints, and how kind they are to their devotees. I merely bowed to his photo, and this was noticed by Baba. And in due course, he made me realize that seeing his photo is the equivalent of seeing him in person. Appa Sahib Kulkarni's story continued. Now we return to Appa Sahib's story. While he was in Tana, he had to go on tour to Bhiwandi and was not expected to return for a week. In his absence, the following wonderful thing took place on the third day after his departure. At noon, a fakir turned up at Appa Sahib's house. His features resembled those of Baba. Mrs. Kulkarni and the children asked him whether he was Sai Baba or Shirdi. He said he wasn't, but that he was an obedient servant of his, and he had come there at Baba's direction to inquire about the health of the family. Then he asked for dakshina, and Mrs. Kulkarni gave him a rupee. The fakir then gave her a small packet of udi and asked her to keep this in their shrine next to Baba's photo. Then the fakir bade goodbye and left. Now listen to this wonderful Leela of Sai. Appa Sahib could not proceed with his tour, as his horse had fallen sick at Bhiwandi. He returned home that afternoon and learned from his wife about the fakir's visit. He thought it was unfortunate that he did not receive the darshan of this fakir and was not happy that only 1 rupee was paid as dakshina. He said that had he been present, he would have offered no less than 10 rupees. Then he immediately left to find the fakir on an empty stomach. His search was in vain. He then returned home and had his food. The reader may remember here Baba's dictum that the quest for God should not be made on an empty stomach. Appa Sahib learned a lesson about this. Then after his meals, he went out for a walk with a friend. After walking some distance, they saw a man approaching them rapidly. Appa Sahib thought that he must be the fakir that came to his house at noon, as he resembled Sai Baba. The fakir immediately put forth his hand and asked for dakshina. Appa Sahib gave him a rupee. Yet he demanded money repeatedly, and so Appa Sahib gave him 2 more. And the fakir was still not satisfied. Then he borrowed 3 rupees from his friend and gave them to the fakir. And yet the fakir wanted more. Appa Sahib asked the fakir to accompany him home. Then they all returned home and Appa Sahib gave him another 3 rupees, in all 9. He looked unsatisfied and demanded more. Then Appa Sahib told him that he had a currency note of 10 rupees. The fakir asked for the same and took it and returned the 9 rupees and left. Appa Sahib had said that he would pay 10 rupees and that sum was taken from him and 9 rupees consecrated by Baba's touch were returned to him. The figure 9 is significant. It denotes the 9 types of devotion. It may also be noted here that Baba gave 9 rupees to Lakshmibai Shinde in his last moments. Appa Sahib examined the udi packet and found that it contained a few flower petals and akshata. Then a few years later, he got a hair from Baba when he received his darshan at Shirdi. He put the udi packet and the hair in a talisman and always wore it on his arm. Appa Sahib also discovered the power of udi in other ways. Though he was a very intelligent man, he made 40 rupees as pay initially. But after he secured Baba's photo and udi, he got many times 40 rupees per month and also got a lot of power and influence. And in addition to these temporal benefits, his spiritual progress was also rapid. So those who are fortunate enough to get Baba's udi should, after a bath, apply it to their forehead and drink some of it mixed with water as holy tea. Haribau Karnik. In 1917, Haribau Karnik of Dahanu, Thana district, came to Shirdi on the Guru Purnima day in the month of Ashada and worshipped Baba with all due formality. He offered clothes and dakshinam, and after taking Baba's leave through Shama, walked down the steps of the masjid. Then he thought that he should offer 1 more rupee to Baba and was about to return. Shama signaled that as he had received Baba's permission to leave, he should go and not return. He then left and on his way home went into the temple of Kalaram at Nasik to receive darshan. The saint Narsingh Maharaj, who used to sit inside the big door of the temple, left his devotees and came to Haribao, caught his wrist and said, "Give me my 1 rupee." Karnik was surprised. He paid the rupee willingly and thought that Sai Baba had recovered the rupee which he intended to give through the Saint Narsingh Maharaj. This shows how saints work in unison. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all. Jai Mohanji.
Jack, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Sai Ram, people. Chapter 34. So this one is about, so this is the greatness of Udi continued. So the doctor's nephew. There was a doctor who lived in a place called Malegaon. His nephew suffered from an incurable disease, tubercular bone abscess. And the doctor and his brothers, who were also doctors, tried all sorts of remedies and even an operation. All this did not give the boy any relief, and there seemed to be no end to the little boy's suffering. Friends and relatives advised the parents of the boy to seek divine aid and recommend them to try Sai Baba, who was known to have cured such incurable cases by his mere glance. The parents therefore came to Shirdi and prostrated themselves before Baba. They placed the boy before him and pleaded humbly and respectfully and implored Baba to save their son. The merciful Baba comforted them, saying, "Those who resort to this masjid shall never suffer anything in this life until the end of time. Be carefree now. Apply Udi on the abscess, and within 1 week he will recover. Believe in God. This is not a masjid, but a dwarawati, a celestial doorway. He who steps in will soon get health and happiness, and his sufferings will come to an end." The boy was placed before Baba, who touched the affected part and cast his loving glances on the boy. The patient was pleased, and with the application of Udi, he began to recover and was completely cured within a few days. The parents then left Shirdi with their son, thanking Baba for the cure. This cure was through Udi and Baba's divine grace. After learning all about this, the doctor was wonderstruck and wanted to receive Baba's darshan, while he was on his way to Bombay for some business. But at Malegaon and Manmad, somebody spoke to him about Baba and poisoned his ears. He therefore dropped the idea of visiting Shirdi and went to Bombay directly. He wanted to spend the rest of his vacation at Alibag, but at Bombay he heard, on 3 successive nights, a voice crying out, "You still don't believe me?" Then the doctor changed his mind and resolved to go to Shirdi. He had to attend to a case of viral fever in Bombay, which showed no sign of abatement, so he thought that his Shirdi trip would be postponed. He, however, proposed a test in his mind and said, "If the patient gets better today, I shall start for Shirdi tomorrow." The amazing thing was that exactly the time he proposed the test in his mind, the patient's fever began to abate and the patient's temperature soon became normal. Then he went to Shirdi and with Baba's grace received Baba's darshan and prostrated himself before Baba. He stayed there for 4 days and returned home with Baba's Udi and blessings. His nephew's case had given him an opportunity to see Baba and gave him everlasting love for Baba's feet. Dr. Pillai. Dr. Pillai was a devotee who was very close to Baba. He was well liked by Baba, who always called him Bao, brother. Baba spoke to him regularly, consulted him in all matters, and always wanted him by his side. Pillai once suffered very badly from guinea worms. He said to Kakasai Dixit, The pain is so excruciating and unbearable, I prefer death to it. I know this pain is to repay my past karma, but please go to Baba and tell him to stop the pain and transfer the repayment of my past karma to 10 future births of mine. Dixit went to Baba and told him of Pilay's request. Then Baba, moved by his request, said to Dixit, "Tell him to be fearless. Why should he suffer for 10 births? In 10 days he can work out the suffering and consequences of his past karma. When I'm here to take care of his temporal and spiritual welfare, why should he pray for death? Bring him here on somebody's back and let us work and finish his sufferings once and for all." Dr. Pillai was brought in that condition and was seated to the right of Baba, where Baba was seated. Baba gave Pillai his pillow and said, "Lie calmly here and be at ease. The true remedy is that the results of our past actions have to be suffered through. Our karma is the cause of our happiness and sorrow. Therefore, put up with whatever comes to you. Allah, God, is the sole dispenser and protector. Always think of him. He will take care of you. Surrender to his feet with body, mind, wealth, and speech, and then see what he does." Dr. Pillai told Baba that Nana Sahib had put a bandage over the leg, but he had got him no relief from this. "Nana is a fool," replied Baba. "Take that bandage off or else you will die. Now a crow will come and peck you, and then you will recover." While this conversation was going on, a man named Abdul, who cleaned the masjid, turned up. While he was attending to his work of cleaning, his foot accidentally fell upon Dr. Pillai's stretched out leg. The leg was already swollen, and when Abdul's foot fell upon it and pressed it, all the 7 guinea worms were squeezed out at once. The pain was unbearable, and Dr. Pillai bawled out loudly. After some time, he calmed down and began to sing and cry alternately. Then Pillai inquired when the crow was coming and when it was going to peck him. Baba said, "Did you not see the crow? He won't come again. Abdul was the crow. Now go and rest in the water, and you will be all right." By the application of Udi, drinking it mixed with water, and without taking any other treatment or medicine, the disease was completely cured in 10 days, as predicted by Baba. Sharma's sister-in-law. Sharma's younger brother, Bapaji, was living near a well. Once his wife contracted bubonic plague and had a high fever and 2 lumps in her groin. Bapaji rushed to meet Sharma at Shri and asked him to come and help. Sharma was frightened, but to honor his brother's request, he went to Baba, prostrated himself before Baba, invoked his aid, and requested Baba to cure the case. He also asked for permission to go to his brother's house. Then Baba said, "Don't go there at this late hour, send her Udi instead. Why care for the fever and lumps? God is our Father and Master, and she will be all right. Do not go now. Go there in the morning and return immediately." Sharma had full faith in Baba's words and Udi. Some Udi was sent with Bapaji and was applied to the lumps, and some of it was mixed with water and was given to the patient to drink. As soon as it was ingested, the patient perspired profusely. The fever abated and she slept soundly. The next morning, Bapaji was surprised to see his wife all right and refreshed with no fever or lumps. When Sharma went there the next morning, with Baba's permission, he was also surprised to see her at the hearth preparing tea. On asking his brother, he learnt that Baba's Udi had cured her completely in 1 night. Then Sharma realized the significance of Baba's words, "Go there in the morning and return immediately." After having some tea, Sharma returned and, after bowling before Baba, said, Deva, what is this game of yours? You first raise a storm and make us restless, and then calm it down and ease us." Baba replied, "You see, mysterious is the path of action. Though I do nothing, they hold me responsible for the actions which take place on account of adrishta, destiny. I am merely its witness. The Lord is the sole actor and inspiration. He is also merciful. Neither am I God or the Lord. I am his obedient servant and remember him often. He who casts aside his egoism, thanks God and trusts him entirely, will have his shackles removed and will thus obtain liberation." The Iranian girl. Now read the experience of an Iranian gentleman. His young daughter suffered from epilepsy and had fits every hour. When the convulsions came, she lost her power of speech, her limbs froze, and she fell down senseless. No remedy gave her any relief. A friend recommended Baba's Udi to her father and asked him to get it from Kaka Saheb Dixit in Bombay. Then the gentleman got the Udi, mixed it with water, and gave it to his daughter to drink. In the beginning, the convulsions, which came every hour, only came every 7 hours or so, and after a few days. The daughter recovered completely. The gentleman from Harda. An elderly gentleman from Harda was suffering from a stone in his bladder. Such stones at the time were generally removed by surgical operation, and people recommended that he undergo one. He was old and weak, lacked the strength of mind and body, and could not think of submitting himself to surgical treatment. His suffering was soon to end in another way. The city officer of that town was a devotee of Baba and always had a supply of Udi with him. On the recommendation of some friends, the patient's son got some Udi from the city officer, mixed it with water, and gave it to his old father to drink. Within 5 minutes, the Udi was assimilated, the stone was dissolved, and it came out through his urine, and the man was relieved. The lady from Bombay. A woman from Bombay always suffered terrible pain at the time of childbirth. She was very frightened each time she was pregnant and did not know what to do. Shri Rama Marhuti of Kalyan, who was a devotee of Baba, advised her husband to take her to Shirdi for a painless delivery. When she next became pregnant, the couple came to Shirdi, stayed there for a few months, and worshipped Baba and got all the benefits of his company. After some time, the hour of delivery came, and as usual, there was obstruction in the passage from the womb. She began to suffer labor pains and did not know what to do, but began to pray to Baba for relief. In the meantime, a few women from the neighborhood turned up and invoked Baba's aid, gave her an Udi mixture to drink. In 5 minutes, the woman delivered safely and painlessly. The child was stillborn, according to its fate, but the mother, who got rid of the anxiety and pain, thanked Baba for the safe delivery and always remained grateful to him. Bow to Shri Sai. Peace to all.
Om Sai Ram. Om Jai Sai Mohanji. Thank you for the blessing of reading chapter 35 on this auspicious day, titled Tested and Never Found Wanting. Kaka Mahajani's friend and master Bandra insomnia case, Bala Patil Nevasakar. This chapter also continues with the subject of the importance and effectiveness of the Udi. It also gives 2 cases in which Baba was tested and not found wanting. These cases will be taken up first. Preliminary. In spiritual matters or endeavors, sectarianism is the greatest bar to our progress. Those who believe that God is without form are heard saying that to believe that God is with the form is an illusion, and that the saints are only human beings. Then why should they bow down their heads before them and offer dakshina? Persons belonging to other sects will also raise objections and say, why should they bow and offer allegiance to other saints, leaving their own gurus? Similar objections regarding Sai Baba were heard before and even now. Some said that when they went to Shirdi, Baba asked for dakshina from them. Is it good that saints should collect money in this fashion? If they do so, where's their sainthood? But there are many instances where men went to Shirdi to scoff but remained there to pray. 2 such instances are given below. First, Kaka Mahajani's friend. A friend of Kaka Mahajani was a worshipper of Nirgun, God without form, and was averse to idolatry. Out of curiosity, he agreed to go to Shirdi with Kaka Mahajani on 2 conditions, viz. That first one, that he would neither bow down to Baba, 2, nor pay him any dakshina. Kaka agreed to these conditions, and they both left Mumbai on a Saturday night and reached Shri the next morning. As soon as they put their feet on the steps of the masjid, Baba, looking at the friend from a little distance, addressed him in sweet words as follows. "Oh, welcome, sir." The tone in which he uttered these words was a very peculiar one. It exactly resembled the tone of the friend's father. It reminded him of his departed father and sent a thrill through his body. What an enchanting power the tone had. Being surprised, the friend said, "This is no doubt the voice of my father." Then he at once went up and, forgetting his resolution, placed his head upon Baba's feet. Then Baba asked for dakshina twice, once in the morning and again at noon, at the time of their taking leave, but he asked it from Kaka only, and not from the friend. The later whispered to Kaka, "Baba asked for dakshina from you twice. I'm with you. Why does he ignore me? You ask Baba yourself," was Kaka's reply. Baba asked Kaka what his friend was whispering. Then the friend asked Baba himself whether he should pay any dakshina. Baba replied, "You had no mind to pay. You were not asked, but if you want to pay now, you may." Then the friends paid 17 rupees as dakshina, the same amount that Kaka paid. Baba then addressed him with a few words of advice. "You destroy the talus wall, sense of difference between us, so that we can see and meet each other face to face." And Baba allowed them to leave. Though the weather was cloudy and rough, Baba assured them of their safe journey, and both of them reached Mumbai safely. When he reached home and opened the door and windows of his house, he found 2 sparrows dead on the ground, one just flying out through a window. He thought that if he had left the windows open, 2 sparrows would have been saved, but thought again that they had met their Lord and that Baba had sent him back soon just to save the 3rd sparrow. Next, Kaka Mahajani's master. Kaka was the manager in the firm of Taka Dharamse Jetabai, a solicitor of Mumbai. Both the master and the manager were on intimate terms. Mr. Taka knew that Kaka would often go to Shri permitted him. Out of curiosity, Mr. Taka decided to go to Shri with Kaka during Shimga holidays. As Kaka's return was uncertain, he took another man with him for his company. The 3 started together, and Kaka bought 2 seers of raisins, dried grapes with seed, on the way for presentation to Baba. They reached Shri in due time and went to the masjid for darshan. Baba Sahib Tarkat was also there, and Mr. Takar asked him why he came here. For darshan, Tarkar replied. Mr. Takar asked if miracles took place there. Tarkar replied that to see miracles were not the concern. The earnest intentions of the bhaktas were satisfied here. Then Kaka prostrated himself before Baba and offered the raisins to him. Baba ordered them to be distributed. Mr. Taka also got a few of them. He did not want to have the raisins, as he was advised by his doctor not to eat them without washing and cleaning them. So he was in a fix. He did not want to eat them, nor could he reject them. To keep up formalities, he put them into his mouth, but he did not know what to do with the seeds. He could not spit them out on the floor of the masjid, so he pocketed them against his wish. He said in his mind that if Baba was a saint, how could he be ignorant of his dislikes for the raisins, and how could he force them on him? When this thought arose in his mind, Baba again gave him some raisins. He could not eat them, but held them in his hand. Then Baba asked him to eat them up. He obeyed and found to his surprise that they were all seedless. He wanted to see miracles, and here was one. He knew that he knew that Baba read his thought and spurred his wish, converted raisins with seeds into seedless grapes. What a wonderful power! Again, to test further, he asked Kakat, who was sitting by and who was also got some raisins, what kind of grapes you got? He replied, the variety of seeds. Mr. Taka was still more surprised to hear this. Then, to confirm his faith further, I got in his mind that if Baba was a real saint, the raisins should be now given to Kaka first. Reading this thought also, Baba ordered that distribution should be commenced from Kaka. This proofs was sufficient for Taka. Then Shama introduced Mr. Taka as the master of Kaka, upon which Baba said, how could he be his master? He has got a different master altogether. Kaka appreciated this reply. After forgetting his resolve, Taka saluted Baba and returned to the wada. After the noon Arati was over, they all went to the masjid for taking Baba's leave for their departure. Shama spoke for them. Baba then spoke as follows. There was a fickle-minded gentleman. He had health and wealth, and was free from both physical and mental afflictions. But he took on needless anxieties and burdens and wandered hither and thither, thus losing his peace of mind. Sometimes he dropped the burdens, and at other times carried them again. His mind knew no steadiness. On seeing his state, I took pity on him and said, now keep your faith on one place you like. Why roam like this? Taka at once understood that.
Then Lakshmi, do you want Rashida to take over? You can pause, let Rashida read. Yeah, Rashida, please carry on.
Okay, after the noon Arati was over, they all went to the masjid to take Baba's leave for the departure. Shama spoke for them, and Baba then spoke as follows. There was a fickle-minded gentleman. He had health and wealth and was free from both physical and mental afflictions, but he took on needless anxieties and burdens and wandered here and there, thus losing his peace of mind. Sometimes he dropped these burdens, and at other times he carried them again. His mind knew no steadiness. Seeing this state, I took pity on him and said, please keep your faith in one place, one point you like. Why roam like this? Stick quietly to one place. Taka at once recognized that this was the exact description of him. He wished that Kaka would also return with him. But no one expected that Kaka would be allowed to leave Shirdi so soon. Baba read this thought too and permitted Kaka to return with his boss. Thus Taka got more proof of Baba's omniscience. Then Baba asked Kaka for 15 rupees as dakshina and received it. Baba then said to Kaka, if I take 1 rupee as dakshina from anybody, I have to return it tenfold to them. I never take anything gratis. I never ask anyone indiscriminately.
I only ask and take from him whom the fakir, God, points out. If anybody is indebted formally to the fakir, money is received from him. The donor gives and sows his seeds only to reap a rich harvest in the future. Wealth should be the means to work out dharma. If it is used for personal enjoyments, it is wasted. Unless you have given it before, you do not get it now. So the best way to receive is to give. The giving of dakshina advances vairagya, non-attachment, and thereby bhakti and dana. Give one and receive tenfold. On hearing these words, Mr. Thakur gave Baba 15 rupees as dakshina, forgetting his resolve not to do so. He felt he had done well in coming to Shri, and as all his doubts were solved and had learned so much. Baba's skill in handling such cases was unique. Though he did all these things, he was totally detached from them. Whether anybody bowed to him or not, or whether anybody gave him dakshina or not, it was the same to him. He never disrespected anyone. He felt no pleasure because he was worshipped, and no pain because he was disregarded. He transcended the pairs of opposites, pleasures and pain. The insomnia case. A gentleman from Bandra had been suffering from insomnia for a long time. As soon as he fell asleep, his departed father appeared to him in his dreams and abused and scolded him severely. This broke his sleep and made him restless the whole night. This happened every night, and the man did not know what to do. One day he consulted a devotee of Baba about this. The devotee recommended Uddhi as the only infallible remedy he knew. He gave some Uddhi and asked him to apply a little of it to his forehead before going to bed, and to keep a packet of Uddhi under his pillow. He tried this remedy and found to his great surprise and joy that he got sound sleep and that there was no disturbance of any kind. He continued the remedy and always remembered Sai Baba. Then he bought a picture of Sai Baba, which he hung on the wall near his pillow and worshipped it daily. On Thursdays, he offered a garland and Naivedya. Then he got on well and forgot about all his troubles in the past. Balaji Patil of New Ashkar. This man was a great devotee of Baba. He rendered excellent and selfless service to Baba. Every day he swept and cleaned all the passages and the streets in Shri through which Baba passed on his daily routine. After New Ashkar passed away, this work was done equally well by a female devotee by the name Radha Krishna Mai, and after her by a devotee by the name of Abdullah. When Balaji harvested his corn every year, he bought the entire harvest and placed it before Baba. He then returned with what Baba gave him, and his family survived on that amount of corn. This course was followed by him for many years, and after him by his son. The power and the efficacy of Uddhi. Once on the day of Balaji's death anniversary, a certain number of guests were invited, and dinner was prepared for them. But at dinner time, it was found that thrice the number of people invited had turned up. Mrs. Nuashka was in a fix. She thought that the food would not suffice for the people assembled, and that if it fell short, the honor of the family would be at stake. Her mother-in-law comforted her by saying, "Don't be afraid, it is not ours but Sai's food. Cover every vessel with cloth, put some Uddhi in each, and serve from them without removing their covers. Sai will save us from ignominy." She did as she was advised, and it was found to her surprise and joy that not only did the food suffice, but plenty of it remained after serving. If one feels intently, one realizes accordingly was proved in this case. Sai appearing as a serpent. One day, Raghu Patel of Shri went to visit Balaji Patel of Nivas. That evening, a serpent had entered the cowshed hissing. All the cattle were afraid and began to move around restlessly. The residents of the house were frightened too, but Balaji thought that it was Sai who had appeared in his house as a serpent. Not the least bit afraid, he bought a cup of milk, placed it before the serpent, and said, "Baba, why do you hiss and make noises? Do you want to frighten us? Take this cup of milk and drink it with a calm mind." Saying this, he fearlessly sat down next to the serpent. The other members of the household were frightened and did not know what to do. A while later, the serpent disappeared and nobody knew where it went. It was not found, though they all searched the cowshed for it. Balaji had 2 wives and children. They sometimes went to Shri from Nivas to receive Baba's darshan. Then Baba bought saris and other clothes which were given to them with his blessings. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all.
Om Sai Ram. Jai Mohanji. Shri Sai Satcharitra, chapter 36. The 2 gentlemen. 2 men came from Goa to receive Baba's darshan and prostrated themselves before him. Though both came together, Baba asked only one of them to give him 15 rupees as dakshina, which was paid willingly. The other man voluntarily offered 35 rupees, and this sum was rejected by Baba, to everyone's astonishment. Shama, who was present, asked Baba, "What is this? Both came together. One's dakshina you accept, the other, though voluntarily paid, you refuse. Why this distinction?" Baba replied, "Shama, you know nothing. I take nothing from anybody. The Masjid Mai, the presiding deity of the masjid, calls for the debt, and the donor pays it and becomes free. Have I any home, property, or family to look after? I require nothing, and am always free. Debt, enmity, and murder have to be atoned for. There is no escaping them." Baba then continued to tell a story in his characteristic way. At first, he was poor and vowed to his God that he would give away his first month's salary if he got hired. He got a job which paid 15 rupees per month. Then he steadily got promotions. He later earned rupees 30, 60, 100, 200, and ultimately 700 per month. But amidst his prosperity, he completely forgot the vow. The force of his karma has driven him here, and thus I asked for that amount, 15 rupees, from him as dakshina. Another story. While wandering by the seaside, I came to a huge mansion and sat on its veranda. The owner was hospitable and fed me sumptuously. He gave me a neat and clean place near a cupboard to sleep, and I slept there. While I was sound asleep, the man removed a slab and broke the wall, entered my room, and stole all the money in my pocket. When I woke up, I found that 30,000 rupees had been stolen from my pocket. I was very distressed and sat weeping and mourning. The money was in currency notes, and I knew the man had stolen it. I lost all interest in food and sat for a fortnight on the veranda, bemoaning my loss. After a fortnight, a passing fakir saw me crying and asked me why I was crying. I told him everything. He said, "If you act according to what I tell you, you will recover your money. Go to a fakir, I shall give you his whereabouts, surrender yourself to him, he will get your money back. In the meanwhile, give up your favorite food till you recover your money." I followed the fakir's advice and got my money back. Then I left the mansion and went to the seashore. I found a steamer that was ready to leave, but I couldn't get into it as it was crowded. Then a good-natured peon interceded for me, and I was luckily able to board it. That brought me to another shore, where I boarded the train and came to Masjid Mai. Baba finished telling the story and asked Shama to take the guests and arrange for their meals. Then Shama took them home and I served them dinner. At dinner, Shama said that Baba's story was rather mysterious, as he had never been to the sea, never had any money, never traveled, never lost any money or recovered it, and inquired whether they had understood it and caught its significance. The guests were deeply moved and were shedding tears. In a choking voice, they said that Baba was omniscient, infinite, and the one Parabrahma. They said that the stories he told were their stories. What he spoke had already taken place in their case. How Baba knew all this was truly divine. Then after the meal, while they were chewing betel leaves, the guests began to tell their stories. The first one said, "A hill station on the Ghats is my native place. I went to Goa to earn a living, and I took a vow to God Datta that if I got a job, I would offer him my first month's salary. By his grace, I got a job that paid 15 rupees and then steadily got promotions as described by Baba. I forgot all about my vow. Baba had just reminded me of it in this way and recovered 15 rupees from me. It is not dakshina, as one may think it to be, but repayment of an old debt and fulfillment of a long forgotten vow." Baba never actually begged for any money or allowed his bhaktas to beg. He regarded money as a danger or bar to spiritual progress and did not allow his bhaktas to fall into its clutches. Bhagat Malsapati is an example of this. He was very poor and could hardly make both ends meet. Yet, Baba never allowed him to make any money, nor gave him anything from the dakshina collected. Once, a kind and liberal merchant named Hansraj gave a large amount of money to Malsapati in Baba's presence, but Baba would not allow him to accept it. Then the second guest began his tale. "My cook had been working for me faithfully for 35 years. Unfortunately, he fell into bad ways. His mind changed and he robbed me of my wealth. By removing a slab from the wall of my cupboard, he came in while we were all asleep and stole all my accumulated wealth, 30,000 rupees in currency notes. I do not know how Baba knew exact amount. I sat crying day and night. My inquiries came to nothing, and I spent a fortnight in great anxiety. As I sat on the veranda, sad and dejected, a passing fakir saw my condition and inquired of its cause. I told him all about it. He told me that the great saint named Sai lived in Shirdi. Make a vow to him and give up any food that you like best, and tell him that I have given up eating that food till I receive your darshan." He said, "Then I took the vow and gave up eating rice and said, Baba, I will eat it after recovering my property and after receiving your darshan." 15 days after this, my cook, of his own accord, came to me, returned my money, and apologized, saying, "I went mad and acted thus. I now place my head at your feet. Please forgive me." Thus, everything ended well. The fakir that met and helped me was not seen again. An intense desire to see Sai Baba arose. I thought that the fakir who came all the way to my house was no other than Sai Baba himself. Would he, who saw me and helped me to get my lost money, ever covet 35 rupees? On the contrary, without expecting anything from us, he always tries his best to lead us on the path of spiritual progress. I was overjoyed when I recovered my stolen property, and thus being infatuated, I forgot all about my vow. Then, when I was at Kolaba one night, I saw Sai Baba in my dreams. This reminded me of my promised visit to Shirdi. I went to Goa and from there wanted to leave for Shirdi by taking a steamer to Bombay. But when I came to the harbor, I found that the steamer was crowded and there was no space in it. The captain would not allow me to board, but on the intercession of a peon who was a stranger to me, I was allowed to board the steamer which brought me to Bombay. From there, I got on a train and I came here. I definitely think Baba is all-pervading and omniscient. Who are we and where is our home? Great indeed is our good fortune that Baba helped us get our money back and drew us here to him. You Shirdi folks must be infinitely superior and more fortunate than us, for Baba has played, laughed, talked, and lived with you for so many years. I think that your store of merits must be infinite, for it attracted Baba to Shirdi. Sai is our Datta. He ordered the vow, gave me a seat in the steamer, and brought me here, and thus gave proof of his omniscience and omnipotence. Mrs. Aurangabadkar. A lady from Sholapur, Mrs. Aurangabadkar, had no children in the 27 years of married life. She had made a number of vows to gods and goddesses for a child, but was not successful. She then felt almost hopeless. As a last attempt in this matter, she came to Shirdi with her stepson and stayed there for 2 months and served Baba with devotion. Whenever she went to the masjid, she found it full and found Baba surrounded by devotees. She wanted to see Baba alone, fall at his feet, and pray that she may have a child. But she was unable to find a suitable opportunity to speak to Baba. Ultimately, she requested Shama to intercede with Baba when he was alone. Shama said to her that though Baba's darbar was open, he would try for her and that the Lord might bless her. He asked her to wait with a coconut and incense in the open courtyard when Baba was having his meals. And when he beckoned her, she should come up. One day after dinner, Shama was wiping Baba's wet hands with a towel when the latter pinched Shama's cheek. Shama, fenced anger, said, "Deva, is it proper for you to pinch me like this? We don't want such a mischievous God who pinches us like this. Are we your dependents? Is this the fruit of our devotion?" Baba replied, "Oh Shama, during the 72 generations that you were with me, I have never pinched you till now. And now you resent my touching you?" Shama, "We want a God that will always give us kisses and sweets to eat, and we do not want any respect from you. Let our faith onto your feet always be strong." Baba, "Yes, I have indeed come for that, and I have been feeding and nursing you, and have lots of love and affection for you." Then Baba went and sat down. Shama beckoned the lady. She came up, bowed, and presented the coconut and incense sticks. Baba shook the coconut, which was dry. The kernel within it rolled and made a noise. Baba said, "Shama, this is rolling. See what it says." Shama says, "The woman prays that a child might similarly roll and grow in her womb. Please give her the coconut with your blessings." Baba, "Will the coconut give her a child? It is so foolish that people fancy such things." Shama, "I know the power of your words and blessings. Your words will give her a string of children. You are wrangling and not giving real blessings. The parley went on for a while. Baba repeatedly ordering to break the coconut and Shama pleading for the gift of the unbroken fruit for the lady. Finally, Baba yielded and said, "She will have a child." "When?" asked Shama. "In 12 months," was the reply. The coconut was therefore broken into 2 parts. One was eaten by the 2, and the other one was given to the lady. Then Shama turned to the lady and said, "Madam, you are a witness to my words. If within 12 months you do not have a child, I will break a coconut against this Deva's head and drive him out of this masjid. If I fail in this, I will not call myself Madhav. You will soon realize what I say." A year later, she gave birth to a boy, and the son was brought to Baba in his 5th month. Both husband and wife prostrated themselves before Baba, and the grateful father, Mr. Aurangabadkar, paid a sum of 500 rupees, which was spent in constructing a shed for Baba's horse, Shamakanna. Bow to Shri Sai. Peace be to all. Jai Mohanji.
Om Sai Ram. Chapter 37. In this chapter, Hemant Pant describes the Chhavdi procession. Preliminary. Blessed is Sai's life and his daily routine. His ways and actions are indescribable. At times, he was intoxicated with Brahmanand and at other times content with knowledge of the self. Despite doing so many things, he was not concerned with them at all. Though he seemed at times physically motionless, he was not idle or asleep. He always abided in his own self, though he looked as calm, as quiet as the placid sea. He was deep and uncomfortable. He was deep and uncomfortable. Who can describe his ineffable nature? He regarded men as brothers and women as sisters and mothers. He was a perfect and perpetual celibate. May the knowledge we got through his acquaintance last us unto our death. Let us always serve him with wholehearted devotion to his feet. Let us see him, God, in all beings, and let us always love his name. Hemant Pant, after making some lengthy dissertation on some topics in the Vedanta, which he himself considers a digression, goes on to describe the Chhavdi procession. The Chhavdi procession. Baba dormitory has always been described. Every alternate day he slept in the Chhavdi, a small building containing a room or two near the masjid. This alternate sleeping routine in both these buildings continued till Baba's Maha Samadhi. From the 10th of December 1909, devotees began to worship Baba in the Chhavdi. We will now describe this. With his grace, when it was a night that Baba would be spending in the Chhavdi, people flocked to the masjid and sung bhajans in the courtyard of the masjid for a few hours. Behind them was a beautiful Radha, a small horse-drawn cart. To the right, a Tulsi Vrindavan, a decorative structure with a Tulsi plant in it. And in front of Baba, devotees who were fond of singing devotional songs. Some played on various musical instruments while singing. Sai Baba was the magnet who drew all the devotees to him. Outside the courtyard, some held their torches, some decorated and palanquin, while others stood with canes in their hands and shouted out cries of victory to Baba. The corners of the masjid were decorated with buntings. All around the masjid, rows of burning lamps shed their light. Baba's horse, Shamakanna, stood fully decorated outside. Then Tatya Patil came with a party of men to Baba and asked him to be ready. Baba sat quietly in his place till Tatya came and helped him to get up. By putting his arm under Baba's arm pit, Tatya called Baba Mama, maternal uncle. In reality, Their relationship was extremely close. Baba wore the usual kafni, long robe, placed in short stick under his armpit, and after picking up his tambaku pipe and tobacco and placing a cloth over his shoulder, was ready to start. Then Tatya draped Baba in a beautiful golden embroidered shawl. After this, Baba moved the bundle of firewood lying behind him with his right toe, and then, after extinguishing the burning lamp with his right hand, started for the chowdi. Then all sorts of musical instruments played and fireworks exhibited their different colors and sounds. Men and women singing Baba's name started walking and singing bhajans to the accompaniment of musical instruments. Some danced with joy and some carried various flags. Men announced Baba's name when he stood on the step of the masjid. To either side of Baba stood person who famed Baba with large hand fans. The path on which Baba walked was covered with layers of cloth. Tatya held his hand and Mahalsa Bati the right, while, while Bapu Sahib Jog held a decorative umbrella over his head. In this fashion, Baba marched on to the chowdi. The fully decorated horse, Shyama Karma, led the way, and behind him were all the carriers, waiters, musicians, and the crowd of devotees. Hari Nama, the name of the Lord, chanted to the accompaniment of music, filled the skies, and as also did the name of Sai. In this manner, the procession reached the corner when all the persons that joined this party seemed pleased and delighted. On reaching this corner, Baba stood facing the chowdi and shone with a peculiar luster. It seems as if Baba's face glittered like dawn or like the glory of the rising sun. Baba stood there with a concentrated mind, facing the north as if he was calling somebody. All the instruments played their music while Baba moved his right arm up and down for some time. Kaka Sahib Dikshit then come forward with a silver plate containing flowers besmeared with gulal, red powder, and showered them on Baba's body. The musical instrument played their best at the juncture, and Baba's face beamed with steady and added radiance and beauty. Everyone present drank this luster to their heart's content. Words fail to describe the scene and splendor of the occasion. Sometimes Mahasapati would begin to dance, possessed by some deity, but everyone was rather surprised to see that despite the sudden distraction, Baba's concentration was not in the least bit disturbed with the lantern in his hand. Tatya Patil walked on Baba's left side and Bhagat Mahasapati on the right, holding with his hand the theme of Baba's garment. With a beautiful procession, and what an expression of devotion! To witness this, men and women, poor and rich, folk to the masjid. Baba walked very slowly. The devotees followed on both sides with love and devotion. With joy pervading the atmosphere, the procession reached the chowdi. That scene and those days are gone now. Nobody can see them now or in the future. But by remembering and visualizing this scene, we can bring solace and comfort to our minds. The chowdi was also fully decorated with a white ceiling, mirrors, and many types of lamps. On reaching it, Tatya went ahead and placed a padded seat with a bolster on it and asked Baba to sit on it. He also gave Baba a good coat to wear. Then the devotees worshipped him in various ways. They placed a crown with the tuft on his head, placed garlands of flowers and jewels around his neck, and marking his forehead with musk-mixed vertical lines and a dot. As Vaishnava devotees do, they stared at him for a long time, to their heart's content. They changed his head dress now and held it aloft on his head. Fearing that Baba might throw it away, Baba knew the hearts of them, all the meekly submitted to all their methods without objection. With these decorations, he looked wonderfully beautiful. Nana Sahib Nimurkar held the chhatra, umbrella, with its beautiful pendants. Bapu Sahib